let's start the CSS Grid part of the course by taking a look at what CSS grids actually are, how they work, and why we need them. So, what are these CSS grids that everyone talks about so much these days? Well, the CSS Grid layout is a brand new module that brings a two-dimensional grid system to CSS for the very first time. And there really has never been anything like this before in CSS. So this is a real game changer, because it changes everything: how we think about layout, how we write our CSS, and even how we write our markup in HTML. All of that is much easier and more logical too with CSS grids. And so we can now finally design much more complex layouts, because we now have the tools to actually build them in our code with CSS Grid. And that actually also holds true for Flexbox, which works very well together with CSS grids, where Flexbox can handle the one-dimensional layouts and grids the two-dimensional layout parts. Together, these two new technologies solve all the layout problems that we could never really solve before, at least not in a clean and straightforward way. So, by having native grids now right in our browser, we can even throw CSS frameworks like Bootstrap out the window, because CSS is now the framework itself. We don't need to be bound by a simple and boring 12-column layout anymore, like Bootstrap and all these other frameworks. We're free to do whatever we want, because it's now so simple to implement without any weird hacks in our CSS or even HTML code. So building a simple two-dimensional layout like this one, which we're actually going to build in our grid project, by the way, becomes really simple and straightforward with CSS grids. It all just works a bit different than the way we've been doing it for so long now with float layouts and other hacks. And that's why I say that CSS Grid requires a whole new mindset, a whole new way of thinking about design, HTML and CSS. These are really exciting times to be a CSS developer, and I can't wait to show you how grids actually work. But before we can jump into the code, we need to talk a bit about the terminology around CSS grids. And this is a bit similar to the Flexbox terminology, but actually a lot more complex at the same time. So, just like we have a Flex container in Flexbox, in CSS grids we have a grid container. And we create a new grid container by setting the display property of an element to grid. Simple as that. Then, all the direct children of the grid container are the grid items. We also have axes, like in Flexbox, with the difference that these are called the row axis in the x direction and the column axis in the y direction. And these axes are always the same. We cannot change where they are like we do with Flexbox, which makes it a bit simpler actually. So, row axis and column axis. But there's actually a lot more we need to know. So first, the vertical and horizontal lines that divide up the grid and separate the columns and the rows are called the grid lines. And they are automatically numbered for the columns as well as for the rows, starting from 1 all the way to the number of rows plus 1, and the number of columns plus 1, of course. Now, the actual space that is between the rows and columns is called the gutter, and the row gutter can be different from the column gutter. So, what are the grid rows and columns actually? Well, the space between two grid lines is called a track, no matter if it's vertical or horizontal. If it's horizontal, then it's called a row, of course, and if it's vertical, then it's called a column. Simple as that. But it gets better, because there is more. So the area between two vertical and two horizontal grid lines is called a grid area. And if that area is between two adjacent grid lines and two adjacent column lines, then that area is just called a grid cell. Okay, so I know that this is a lot to take in, so don't worry all too much about it at this point. Because with time, this will all come naturally to you, especially the grid lines, gutters, tracks, rows, and columns. Because we actually use these terms all the time when we start working with grids. And now, just to finish this lecture, this is just a quick overview of all the CSS Grid related properties for both the grid container and the grid items. Now, I will not go into explaining all of these properties at this point, because we're going to use them throughout the rest of the grid part of this course. And so you will certainly get familiar with all of them. So again, this is more intended like a reference that maybe you can even print out, like I actually did, because believe me, this comes in very handy when we first start using grids. So whenever you need to get a quick overview of all these grid properties, here they are. Alright, So that's a quick intro to what CSS grids are. So in this first intro section to CSS grids, we're going to code up some examples to learn the basics using CodePen, such as we did before in other sections. Now what's new is that we're actually going to use a new browser instead of Google Chrome, and that's the new Firefox Quantum, which has by far the best dev tools to work with CSS grids. And this makes it a lot easier to visualize what's going on when we lay out our grids, and so that's perfect for beginners like you. So let's just head over here to mozilla.org, like I already have, and then download the new Firefox. I already did that, of course, and I played around a lot with the new dev tools with CSS grids here, and as I said, they are really great for working with grids. So the new Firefox browser is the first tool that we're going to use throughout this course instead of Google Chrome, and the second tool is again CodePen, as I was mentioned before. So you already know that to create a new CodePen, you just head over to codepen.io/pen. It's then going to ask you if you want to create a new account at some point, but that's not really necessary if you just want to follow along with the videos and just save the code. But if you want to create an account and make the editor look like this one, like I have here, then it's best to create an account. So just to show you the settings that I have here, so that you can make your CodePen look the same as mine here in the videos, I just head over here to the settings down here. And so what I have here is the Oceania Dark theme, together with the Source Code Pro font here, and a 15 pixel font size. All right, and so that's gonna look like this example here on the right side. Then down here I didn't change anything, so this is just the default settings. All right. So again, this last step here is not really necessary if you don't want to make your CodePen look the same as mine, okay? What really matters is that you have the Firefox browser all installed and working, so that in the next lecture we can start writing our first CSS grid code. Welcome back. Let's now finally get our hands dirty with CSS Grid for the very first time. And so here I already have a brand new CodePen open in Firefox, as you can see here. So we're working now in Firefox, as I was telling you in the last lecture. And you will actually see why in a second. So when we start using the Firefox DevTools. So let's start by closing this JavaScript editor here, because of course we don't need it. And now for a small example, let's start with some HTML. So we start with an element called container. Okay, and so we used Emmet throughout the course a lot, and it actually also works here in CodePen. And so I'm using that right now to write our markup. So we want the container element, which will actually be our grid container, and then in there we want to have a couple of items. So let's call them item, but I also want to give each of them an individual name. So item 1, and so you see we're using the BEM notation here again with this dash dash here, okay? Now I want this to happen 6 times. And so I simply can say times 6. And what this will do is that it will do 6 times this part here of the code. So we will have one container element with 6 items in there. Now the problem with this is that each of these 6 items will have the number 1 here, right? But we don't want that, and so we actually can do better. Because here in Emmet, there's another trick that we can use, and that is to use the $sign basically. And so now this $sign will get replaced with the current number. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So let me show that to you when I now actually hit tab here. And so here we go. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So that's a very handy trick in Emmet that I wanted to show you. Let's now put some content here into this divs. And I'm going to put the number from 1 to 6 and then a color. And so these divs, they will later have these different colors. So orange, green, number 3, violet, pink for number 4, and then blue and brown. And brown. All right. And let's now actually save this. So I just hit the save button here, and then you see that this changes here the URL, right? And you see that I'm actually logged into my account. And so this CodePen will actually be available on my public CodePen profile if you want to check that out. So now about the CSS, let's give it some more space here on the side. And let's start by writing some simple styles for the container. So let's just give it some background color like EEE, and a width of 1000 pixels. So now we're not really worrying about using RAM and all that stuff. So we just want to make this work. We just want this to be like a small demo. Let's now also center this in the viewport. And for that we can use our old trick, 0 and auto. And actually let's put something like 30 pixels in here so that we get some space here between the top of this window and the container. Okay, and with that we're ready to start using Grid. So how do we turn an element into a Grid container? Well, very simple, display Grid. And that's it. So now this is a Grid container, but nothing really changed, right? And that's because we didn't define any columns or any rows. So that's what we're going to do next. And here is how it works in Grid. So we have a property called Grid template rows. And in here we can define our rows. So let's say we want these 6 elements here to be divided in 2 rows and 3 columns. Okay, so that makes 6. 2 times 3 makes 6. So we want 2 rows and 3 columns. So what we do here is to define these 2 rows. So I say that the first one should be 150 pixels, and I say that the second one should be 150 pixels as well. And that's it. So that's how Grid template rows works. We define basically the heights of our rows. So the first one should be 150 pixels and the second one as well. So simple as that. And now let's do the same thing for the columns. So Grid template, and you can guess that this one is called Grid template columns. So let's also do 150 pixels for now, and later we're going to change all of this. So this is just the very first approach. And all right, so we see here that they're actually now already laid out as a grid here. That's awesome, right? Now before we actually go inspect this here in the DevTools, let's add some colors here to these items so that we can better see what's going on. All right. So item. And so first of all, let's define some global styles for all of these items. So let's give them a padding of like 20 pixels, a font size of 30 pixels, a font family, and we simply say we want sans serif. Okay. And we say that the color should be white. Okay. And now the colors of these items. And actually we can use sass here again. So you can see here that this is actually SCSS, all right? And so we can construct our selectors like we've been using all the time in the project. Okay, so this here will mean item 1, right? Let's do this for all of them, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So item 2, item 3, item 4, 5, and 6. And let's just give them some quick colors. And my orange red again. Okay, so the first one will be orange. Let's quickly copy this here as well. This one will be yellow-green. Blue-violet. So these are just some built-in CSS colors, as you know already. This one is called pale violet red, so it is a kind of weird color. This one is royal blue, and then golden rod or something. All right, so now we can see that our grid is really laid out in a 3:2 fashion here with these squares, which are each 150 per 150 pixels, right? So just as we defined up here. And now let's actually inspect this here. And this works very similarly to Google Chrome. So we say inspect element. And let's now actually put this here on the side. So just hit this button here. And okay, so we have more space to actually see the grid. Now here in the markup, as you start hovering these items here, you see the lines in the page, right? So this is the grid container here, and then all of these grid items, right? But that's actually not the best part. because if we select the container here, we see here display grid, right? And when you click this item here, then you can actually see a nice grid overlay on the element. So we can now come here to this layout tab to see this even better. So this is our container that we have with our 6 items in there. And now we can display line numbers here, which makes it even better. And so now you see these line numbers. So remember from the first intro lecture where I told you that the column lines and the row lines get automatically numbered, right? And so here it is. 1, 2, 3, and 4, which is 3 columns plus 1, and then 1, 2, 3 for the lines. Okay, and so that makes it a lot easier to build CSS grids here using the inspector. We can actually also see the grid lines in here, like these dashed lines that you can see. Maybe it's not really visible right now, but you're going to see it a bit better in a second. Because let's now add another thing to our grid. So remember that I told you that we can also have space between the grid items, right? And that's called the gutter. So let's add grid row gap. And let's set it to 20 pixels. And what's going to happen? Yeah, here we have the gap now. Let's make it a bit bigger actually. So 30 pixels. And so this is the gap. We can of course also put a gap in the columns. So grid column gap, as you can guess, 30 pixels as well. And all right, once more the DevTools show us the gap here. And now you can also see the grid lines a bit better here, right? So delimiting here each of these grid items. So of course we can also change the column gap to something else than the row gap. So remember I mentioned that as well before. So we can have different gaps for the columns and for the rows, right? Now if you want to have the same gap for everything, we can simply use grid gap and set it to 30 pixels. And then it will all be the same. So let's comment out these ones here, just so you keep them here in the code, okay? Okay, and that's it. That is our very first CSS grid. You see how easy it was to put these 6 elements here in this very simple grid layout? No floats, no weird HTML tricks here, because imagine we wanted to do this very same layout without grid. We would have to have just a wrapper for these 3 items here, and then a wrapper for the second 3 items here, right? And that's really not practical at all. It's so much better laying these items out like this. So before ending this lecture, let's just very quickly recap what we did here. So we first set the display property to grid, and then we defined our rows, so the template rows for the grid. And in this case, we basically said that we want to have 2 rows, each of them with 150 pixels. We could also put the second one to 100 pixels, for example, and then, of course, it would become smaller. So the first value for the first row and the second value for the second row. And then, of course, the same for the columns. So we said we want 3 columns, basically each one with 150 pixels. And we can actually do a bit better here with this, but I'm going to show you that in the next lecture. For now, I just want you to get the basics really right, okay? So we defined our grid in terms of rows and columns, and then we also added some gaps here. So a row gap and a column gap, which can be different, but if we want them to be the same, we can simply use the grid gap property to set both of them at the same time. Then we also inspected them here in the DevTools. And don't forget to check this display line numbers box here, okay? So that you can actually see the line numbers, because we're going to need that in the next lecture. And that's it. That's the very fundamentals of CSS Grid. But there's a lot more, of course, a ton more to learn. And so I'm going to wait for you right in the next lecture. In this lecture, you will learn what the new fractional unit is and why it is so useful in CSS grids. So first off, I want to show you that we can do a bit better than having to define all of these rows here one by one. So imagine that we had 5 rows, each of them at 150 pixels. It wouldn't be really helpful to having to define all of them one by one like this, right? And that's why instead in CSS Grid we get a new function called repeat. And so let me show it to you how it works. So all we have to do is to write repeat, then the number of rows or columns that we want, so 2, and then we want both with 150 pixels. And that's it. So you see that we're back to having 2 rows here, each of them with 150 pixels. And so that is exactly the same as writing 150 and 150 as we had before. And the same, of course, could be done down here. So let's get rid of this. Repeat 3 and 150 pixels. So let's see. And all right, it looks just as before. Now imagine we wanted to have the third column with 300 pixels and not 150. How would we do that? Well, very simple actually. So just change this one here to 2, and then we can add whatever we want here. So let's say 300 pixels. And let's wait, and here we are. So what this does is that basically where it says repeat 2, it creates these 2 column tracks with 150 pixels each, and then the third one with 300 pixels, right? So remember again from the first lecture that these are called the tracks, right? So what we do here is to create 2 tracks for the rows and 3 tracks for the columns, right? So again, this is a track here, this is a track, this one is a track, and here, and here. Now, what if we wanted to make this last column here occupy the rest of our grid container? Because we see right now there's a lot of empty space here still, right? So how could we fill this up? So this is a bit similar to Flexbox, where we had, remember, the flex property, which if we would set it to 1, it would basically expand and occupy all the possible space. Now here in Grid, we don't have a property like that, but we have a similar functionality. So let me show you how. So what we're going to use is the brand new unit that was introduced with CSS Grids, which is called a fractional unit. So I can write 1 fractional unit like this, so fr, and what it does is that it expands to all the space that it can occupy. So in this case, it occupies all the remaining space. Okay, does that make sense? So let's take a look again at what happens here. So we defined the 3 column tracks. So the first one will have 150 pixels, the second one 150 as well, and the last one is 1 fractional unit. And the fractional unit represents a fraction of the available space. And so it takes all of that up when we set it here to 1 fr. Okay, so fr is very, very handy. And let me actually show you a different way of using it. So a different application, let's say. So let's create some new column tracks here. So I'm commenting out these ones so that you can keep them in the code for reference. So grid template columns. And let's say we want all of the 3 columns to have the same size. How do you think we would do that? Well, we can use our repeat function. Say we want 3 tracks, each of them with 1 fr. And that's it. So again, 1 fr is a fraction of the available space. And in this case, each of these 3 column tracks has the same width, right? So each of them is 1 fr. And so with this, we can divide the entire space in 3 parts. Okay, does that make sense? Maybe to understand it even better, let me show it to you in another way yet. So let's say we want the first one to be 1 fractional unit, the second one 2 fractional units, and the last one 1 fractional unit as well. So what do you think will happen? Okay, and so that's the result. So you see that this one here, the one in the middle, the column in the middle, the second one, is now double the size of the first one and the last one. So why is that? Well, that's because 2 is double of 1. And so all the empty space here is divided, and then 2 of the fractions are assigned to the second column, and then 1 is assigned to the first one, and 1 fraction is assigned to the last one. Let's actually inspect this here, so we can get the sizes. So the first one, you see that it has 235 pixels of width. And so the second one should have double, which should be 470, right? So let's take a look if that's true. And yeah, so you see it's 470 width and 150 height. And so that's exactly as predicted. And of course, the last one is 235. And we can, of course, take this even further. So let's set this one to 3. So what's going to happen now? Of course, it's going to get even bigger, because now the available space is basically divided in 5 parts, 3 for the column in the middle, and 1 for the left, and 1 for the right column, right? So you see that this fractional unit can actually be very, very helpful, right? And that's exactly why it was developed specifically for CSS grids. You can of course also put this one here to 3FR. And so now these two are both 3 times bigger than this first one, right? Now you can play around with this if you want, so to become a bit more familiar with it, because there's actually a lot to explore, right? So let's now set these back to 1, and let's experiment with something else. For example, let's set this one to 50%, because of course we cannot only use pixels and fractional units, we can use all kinds of units here, and percentage is no exception. So right now I set it to 50%. So let's inspect the width of this element here. And so you see that it has 500 pixels, which is exactly 50% of the 1000 pixels that the container has, right? So you see it has 1000 pixels of width. And so this item here with 50%, so that this entire column has now 500 pixels. So what we see immediately here from that is that this percentage unit here doesn't take the gap into account. Okay, so basically it takes 50% of the entire width, and then the rest is for the other columns, but also for the gap. So let's increase, for example, here this to 80, just to see what happens. And then you see that the first column stays exactly the same, and the second and the third column, they are the ones that become a bit narrower, because now we need more space here for the gap, right? And so the remaining space that's left is of course divided between these two, because they both have a 1 fractional unit. So this one and this one as well. If I put this one to 2, again, you can guess what will happen. And so yeah, the third column is twice as wide as the second one. Okay, but let's put this back to 30. I will actually comment this one out here so that you can also keep this code and then put it back to what we had before. So repeat, and then I want to make the 3 columns all with the same width. And so for that, again, we use our FR trick, so fractional unit. So this fractional unit here is something that you will see all the time when using CSS grids, okay? Especially for defining the column tracks, because this is really handy. But actually this also works as well here for the rows. So if we defined like a height for this container, let me just very quickly show it to you. So let's see, the height of the container should be 1000 pixels. So not 100, 1000 of course. So you see that now it comes all the way down here. And if we now were to put 1 FR here, then let's wait for it. Okay, now you see that each of the rows occupies all the space it can in order to fill up the entire height of the container, right? So the FR, of course, doesn't only work on columns, but I think it's way more useful there, okay? And you will see it and you will use it more on the columns. So let's put it back to where it was and comment out this code here, because this here is exactly what we want. All right, so I hope that the fractional unit here made a lot of sense to you. And if you need to experiment some more with it, then please go ahead, experiment, try to inspect the width of the columns like I did before, and make sure that you understand what the fractional unit really represents, okay? And once you're done with that, once you really got it down, then we can move on to the next lecture, where you're going to learn how to actually position these grid items exactly where you want them on the grid. Because right now, all of these items, they were just automatically placed in the order in which we have them here in the source code. But we can of course change that, right? So once you got this part really down, let's move on together to the next lecture. Let's continue working on our grid example and learn how we can position items wherever we want on the grid. So right now, all of our grid items are laid out according to their source order. So we start here in the beginning, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And that is because of CSS Grid's automatic placement algorithm. And so the default behavior is that the items are laid out just like they are in the code, which actually makes a lot of sense. But now imagine that you actually have to place a grid item somewhere else. So let's position this first one here, the orange one, right here. So right here in this grid cell. So remember what a grid cell is? It is the area between two adjacent row and column lines, right? So here we have the column line number 2 and the one number 3. And here we have the row line number 2 and row line number 3. And so this area here is called a cell. So what we want to do now is to put this item here, this grid item number 1, into this cell, right? And how can we do that? Well, that's where these numbers here actually come into play. So the column and the row line numbers. So let's come here to our item number 1 and let's define a couple of properties. So we start with grid row start. And so that's the number of the row line in which we want this to start. So right now, remember, we want to put this item here in this cell. And so it starts here at line number 2. And so we simply put 2. All right. And you already saw that the element moved here to the second row, right? So without even doing anything else. But we can do grid row end and set it to 3. So that's then a cleaner solution. So with this code here, we say that the item should be placed in a cell which starts by row line number 2 and ends at row line number 3. Okay, and so already this item moved here to the second row, and then the other items move up in the same order in which they were before. So 2, 3, 4, and then the number 1, and then 5 and 6. So that's again the automatic placement algorithm here. Now next, and you can probably already guess, is grid column start. Okay, and so that's the number 2 as well. So number 2, and here we go. So now it's exactly in the cell that we wanted it to. Just to finish this one here, and number 3 as well. So it starts at row line number 2 and 3, and also at column line number 2 and 3. And so now we placed our item exactly in this grid cell. Now this is a lot of code here to write, and so that's actually a bit easier way to do it. So let's just comment it here for the moment. And instead we can simply write grid row and then 2 and 3. And so this is where it starts and where it ends. Okay, so this is like a shorthand for these two properties. And then the same with the column. Grid column 2 and 3 as well. And so here we are back to the cell. Okay, and now that you know how it works, let's do the same for another one. So let's position this number 5 item here into this grid cell here. So how do we do that? Well, let's come here to number 5 and then grid row. And which one is it now? So remember, right now it's here in the second row, so between 2 and 3. But we want it to be between 2 and 1. And 2 and 1. And that's it. And now it moves, of course, here to the first position, because we haven't yet specified the column. So grid column 3 and 4, as you can see here from these line number indicators. And so that's why I was saying that it's so important and so useful to having these line numbers here right with the DevTools, so here with the inspector. And that's just something that Google Chrome doesn't do at the moment. It probably will do sometime in the future, but right now only Firefox does this. And that's exactly why we're using it. Now, if writing these two properties here is still too much for you, we can actually do it in also another way. So let's comment this out again. And remember how grid row and grid column are just a shorthand for grid row start, grid row end, column start, and column end. But there's actually a shorthand even for these two. So we can say grid area instead. And then here we specify the line number where we want it to start, then the column number where we want it to start. So that would be here the number 3, right? And then the line where it ends and the column where it ends. So I think this is a bit confusing actually. And so I personally do prefer this way here of writing it out, okay? And so in the future, this is how I'm going to do it instead of using the grid area property. But I just wanted to show you that there is another way, and there are actually more ways of positioning items. But this one is the most straightforward and the most easy to use, okay? So again, There will be other ways of positioning items that I'm going to show you later in the course, but for now, please just know that this is the easiest way, and this is the one that I want you to understand right now. Okay? And also you can understand this even a bit better. I want you to position one of these items all by yourself without looking at the code. Okay? So let's scroll down here a bit. And now without looking at the code, I want you to position this number 6 item right here. Okay? So you think you can do that? Well, just pause the video and please try to do it on your own without looking at the code. Okay, so you managed to do that. So here's the solution. So grid row is just 1 and 2, right? And so you already see it now moving up to the first line. And now for the column, grid column, and 2, 3. And here we go. So now you know how to position these items exactly where you want them. But that's more. We can actually do a lot more, okay? So we can span these elements here, for example, over multiple rows or multiple columns. So imagine we wanted to have this blue element here spanning all over these 2 cells here. So this entire area. We can do that, of course, also with grids. And it's actually something really, really important. So without that, grids actually wouldn't make much sense. So if you want to learn how to do that, then just click on that next lecture. Let's now learn how to span grid items across multiple grid cells in order to occupy entire areas. So suppose you wanted this violet element here not only to occupy this single cell here, but to span across these 2 cells here, so occupying this entire area. How would you go about doing that? And actually, it's really not hard. So remember that we learned how to use grid row and grid column, right? So far, we only placed grid items into single cells. And so the end is always the beginning plus 1, right? So 2 and 3. And the columns also from 2 to number 3. So only 1 column, and here only 1 row. But what if we put a higher number here, like a number 4 here? Well, if we did that, then the element would simply occupy more space. So let's actually do that here with the number 1, which is this orange here. And so let's say that we wanted to start at column number 2 and end at column number 4. So what happens then is this. So here we go. Now it occupies both of these cells, spanning all the way from line number 2 to line number 4. Now what about this grid item that was here before? Well, it simply moved down here, because that's what the CSS Grid algorithm does. So if we have more items than we actually define cells here, then CSS Grid will automatically add a new row or a new column, but in this case just a new row. And this part here is then called an implicit grid, okay? But that's something to talk about later, because I don't want to confuse you, okay? So for now, just note that if we span these items here and we end up with more items than we have space, then there will simply be created a new line, okay? But let's put this back to 3 as we had it before, and then do this with the violet one as we were saying in the beginning. So all we have to do is to say grid column, and remember we wanted to go from here spanning these 2 cells. So very easy, 1, 3. And where did it go? Well, actually it moved down here. And can you guess why? Well, it's because we also placed this element explicitly here in this cell, right? So the item number 1, the orange here, is placed exactly here. And so if we want to put this one here in the same place, then this item here will try to find a new place, okay? Unless we explicitly tell it to stay in this exact row where we wanted it to be. So let's also say grid row and say 2, 3. And so now you see that it moved here where it was before. And what happened now to the orange one? Well, it simply got hidden behind this one here. So what this means is that we can actually have multiple grid items in the same cell. So right now we have the orange one here in this cell, so here behind the violet one, and then we have the violet one on top of all of this, occupying these 2 cells. Okay, and this is something really important to remember, okay? So we can always have multiple grid items in the same cell. Now, if you wanted this orange one here to be on top and to be visible, all we have to do is to set its z-index to some value, like let's say 10, and then you will see it move on top, okay? So very simple. And this is actually a technique that is used quite a lot with CSS grids, like for image galleries or stuff like that, where we can have elements overlying each other to create some great effects like this, okay? Now, of course, we can do the same with rows. So let's come here to element number 5, and instead of ending here at row line number 2, let's make it end on row line number 3. So right here. And all right, so you see here now that it spans these 2 grid cells here, right? So that's one way of spanning elements across multiple cells. But there's actually another way. And so let me demonstrate that one to you as well. And I'm going to do that with this one here, with the green one. So number 2. And actually, this is not even positioned at all. So that's perfect to show you how it works. So we can simply say grid column again. And so suppose that we want it to be from here to here. So we could say, of course, 1 and 3, like we did before, and that would do the job. And so where is it now? Yeah, so it moved down here now again, because of the same reason that we had before, because this one here is placed explicitly here at this point, right? So you see here, we placed it right here, and so this element then moved down here. But right now that's not a problem, just to explain it to you. So instead of writing 1 and 3 here, we can simply say that we want it to span across 2. And that will do the exact same thing. And we can say 3, of course. And then what happens is that it's going to span across 3 grid cells. So 1, 2, and 3. And that's what this 3 here means. Okay? Of course, we could also start this here with number 2 and then span all the way until number 2, or actually all across 2 grid cells. So starting from number 2 here across 2 grid cells. Now maybe you noticed before when we had the number 3 here, you saw what happened. So basically it created a new column here, a column that is completely empty because we didn't define any width for it, but it still tried to kind of create a new column there. So that's not a good idea. And so if we're not really sure what to put here, there's actually still another way. So number 2 here is what we wanted, so to span across 2, but let's actually do it even in another way. So grid column, starting from number 2, and now let's pretend that we don't remember how many columns we have. All we know is that we want it to be all until the end. And in order to represent the end, all we have to do is to say -1. Okay, and that's it. Now it goes from column line number 2 all the way until the end. And that's what this -1 here represents. Okay, so instead of hard coding here how many cells we want to occupy, we simply put -1 and then it goes all the way until the end. Because suppose that we wanted to start it in number 1, and if we had span 2 here before, so if we had this, then now we had to change it to 3, right? And if we changed our mind again and wanted to be from 2 until the end, then we would have to change both again. But with -1, that doesn't happen, okay? So no matter what we put here, we can put 1 and it goes until the end. We can put 2 and it goes all the way until the end, and even 3. So from 3 to 4 here, right? So that is another very handy trick here with the -1. Okay, so spanning, we used basically 3 different ways. First, we simply defined the end number of the row or the column line. Then, as a second way, we used the span keyword, which is actually better. And then finally, as a third method, whenever we want to span all the way until the end of our grid, we can simply use -1. And of course, this not only works for columns, but also for rows. All right. Now, right now here, this looks like a huge mess, but don't worry about that, okay? All I wanted to do here is to simply show you is how we can span or grid items across multiple cells in order to occupy entire areas like this, okay? And I hope that came across to you so that you really understood how all of this works, the different tools that we have at our disposal. So like using grid row start, row end, column start, or column end, or by using grid row and grid column, or even by using grid area like we have somewhere down here. Yeah, so here. So that's all that matters here in this lecture, that you really understood how we use all of these properties to come up with the layouts and the designs that we want, okay? So don't worry about how it looks, just worry about what you just learned, hopefully, in this lecture. So again, I really encourage you to play around with all of these properties that I just show you, maybe build your own small grid and some more items in it, and try to come up with some creative ways of using spanning like I just showed you here in this video. Okay, and that's it actually for this example. These were the very basics, but of course, once more, there's a lot more to learn. And so we will continue with this intro section in the next video. Hey there! So after our very first, very small grid demo, I now have a small challenge for you so that you can immediately apply what you just learned in the last couple of lectures. And this is the challenge. So right here, I have a small layout with a medium complex structure. And what I want you to do is to simply recreate this entire layout using CSS Grid. So that shouldn't be all too hard after what you just learned, right? So just a couple of notes here. For example, note that this column here on the right side with the sidebar is slightly more narrow than these three columns here, okay? So you can try to define the size of this column here, so the width of this track, and then divide the remaining space through the other columns, the other tracks, right? So I'm sure you already know how to do that. Then in these other elements here, like the header and the footer and the content, you'll also have some spanning going on, as you can probably already see, right? Then you also have this gutter here, and it's actually the same gutter for the rows and for the columns. So that should be really simple as well to you. Now this layout is a layout that would have been extremely difficult to make it right using the old school CSS techniques like float layouts. But with CSS Grid, you're gonna see how easy it is to implement this kind of layout. And this actually looks already like a real world layout, right? So this could perfectly be like a blog or something like that, right? So imagine this is a blog with a header, then 3 featured posts, then here a main post, a footer here down here with info about the site, and then here, of course, a sidebar with the usual stuff that you see in a blog. Okay? So I hope this isn't all too hard for you after these last couple of lectures. But if it is a bit too hard for you, then it's actually no problem at all, okay? What I really want you to do is to try it. It's not so important if you actually can do it or not. The most important part, believe me, is trying. And I made this challenge a bit complex, a bit difficult on purpose so that you get really challenged. So I could have done something really simple, like just this part here of the layout. So just 3 boxes and then 1 spanning element below. But I think that would have been too simple. You wouldn't have been challenged and then you wouldn't progress. You wouldn't really learn anything new. And so like this, it's a bit more difficult, but then you really have to think, and that will move you forward. Okay? So I hope you managed to do it, but if you don't, no problem, just move on to the next lecture where I will then show you the solution of this. I hope that you managed to complete the challenge. Now here goes the solution. So once more, we start from an empty CodePen project, and I will start with the markup here once again. So let's call this container a challenge. And so now let's put our elements in there. So the first one is the header. The next one I'm going to call the small box 1. So small box 1, and then actually 3 of them. And I could have done that with Emmet, like I showed you before in the other lecture. But it's only 3 boxes, so it's not too hard. Then the next one is called the main content. Then we have the sidebar. And of course, finally, the footer. Okay, so moving over here to our CSS now. Let's format our challenge element. So let's set like some overall settings like we did before for this container, like giving it a width and a margin of, again, 30 pixels top bottom, and then auto, just so that it sits nicely centered here in our viewport, okay? Then let's actually give a background color to all of these elements here, okay? And how do we do that? How do we select all of them at the same time? Well, I just like to do it like this, as I showed you before many times in the course. So basically, we select all of the direct children of the challenge. So using this SAS selector here. So challenge and then direct children and all of them, right? Remember that? So background color, and again, I'm going with the orange red, okay? A padding of 20 pixels, let's say. Color should be white. Font size of 30 pixels and the font family, just a sans serif one. So we don't want to bother with incorporating some font here, okay? Just so that it looks a bit better than the original. So this is our layout, let's say, without any of the styling. Now remember that we had 4 columns basically. So one for each of these small boxes and then one on the side for the sidebar, right? So grid, template, rows. And if you remember, we also had 4 rows. And the size I gave them was this one. So 100 pixels for the first one, so for the header. Then 200 pixels for the small boxes. Then 400 pixels for the main content. And 100 pixels again for the footer. And then grid template. Columns. Remember that the sidebar was a bit smaller than the rest of the columns. And so what we want is basically to have 3 equally sized columns and then one smaller one. So the way I'm going about this, and you can probably guess, is to have 3 times 1 fractional unit and then the last column with, let's say, 200 pixels. And so the sidebar will have this 200 pixels, of course, and then the rest of the space will be divided for the 3 other columns and the gutter, of course, that we have. Now, what's missing here, you probably already noticed, is to actually make this a grid container. So display grid, and now you will see this making effect. And yeah, we already have now our 4 column tracks and our 4 row tracks as well. Let's just give them some gap so we can see it. So grid gap, 30 pixels. Okay. So you see our 7 grid items here, but we don't see the rest of the rows and the column tracks, right? So let's just inspect this here, such as we did before. And so this is the layout tab here. And so we can now select here the challenge grid container, which is the one here that we're working on. So you see it down here is a representation of the grid that we have. And so here, remember, the rows are 100, 200, 400, and 100. And that's what we can see here. So this is the 100 row, 200, 400, which is much bigger, and then 100. And you see that they are down here. So we see these empty grid cells, which were actually created with our grid track declaration. We just don't have enough grid items to fill all of these cells up. But don't worry, we're gonna care about that right now. Okay, so let's start by positioning our grid items exactly in the cells that we want them to be. So the first thing to do is to make the header span all the way from the first column line to the last one, right? So how do we do that? Well, let's just select the header and then we can use grid column. So we start with number 1. And then remember the trick that we have to go all the way to the end of the grid. So we could just write span over 4 columns, right? but I prefer to do it like this, as I showed you in the last lecture. So from 1 to -1, and so now we have the header going across the entire grid, from left to right, okay? So that part is already done. And notice that we don't actually have to declare the grid row property here, because the automatic placement algorithm takes care of putting the header right in the first line, because it's actually the first element here in a markup as well. So that's automatically placed here, and we don't have to declare it. And the same actually applies to our small boxes here. They're also already exactly where they should be. And so we don't have to do anything, because automatic placement, again, puts them where we want them to be, okay? So the next thing that we have then to worry about is just the sidebar. So the sidebar should be here in this cell, but not only this cell. So remember that it actually spans across these two cells here, right? So the sidebar should be starting here and then go across these two cells, with the main content then occupying this entire space here on this left side. Okay? So let's code that up very quick. And I'm not really sure why this grid overlay is actually overlaying here this entire CodePen editor. I'm sure that's not really correct, but it's probably just a bug in Firefox right now. So it's not a big deal. All right, so let's worry about the sidebar. And that's actually not correct. So sidebar. So grid column, where is it? It starts, as you can see here, on number 4. So 4 to 5. And we could have used -1 here again to go all the way to the end, but in this case, it's I guess it's not really necessary. So you have the sidebar right here now, but it's not yet exactly where we want it. We want it to be here, beginning on line number 2, right? So grid row, it should go from 2 and then span across 2 cells. So span 2. And that's it. You see? So now it starts here at the top and goes down here. And this is actually all a bit too big, so I have to do all the scrolling up and down. Let me just zoom out a bit. But then actually the code also becomes too small to see probably. But just to get a big overview here of our entire grid, you can see that it's already taking shape and becoming more like what we want in the end. So next what we have to do is to just make this main content here span these 3 cells, and then in the end finally put the footer down here, which also shouldn't be all too hard. Putting it back to its original size, and then let's move on. So main content, and now all we have to do here is to define the column. Because the row is actually already correct, right? So you can see that it's already in a correct row, and so all we have to do is to manipulate the position in the column. So it's going to start at number 1, and then I could write once more that it goes to all the way until number 4, but I think it's more intuitive to simply say that it spans across 3 tracks or 3 cells. Okay, and so yeah, that's already looking good. So the main content is now exactly in the place where it should be, and now all there's left to do is to also position the footer. And nothing's easier than that. Grid column, and it's just like the header, so 1 all the way to -1. And yeah, that's it. So that's all we have to do. It's as simple as this, you see? Just a couple of lines of CSS to build this great layout that would have been so complex to build with the old school float layouts, like we've been doing for way too long actually. So let me zoom out here again to see it in its full glory, right? So yeah, so that's the final result, and I really hope that you achieved to do it by yourself. But again, if you did not, don't worry about it. It's no problem. Now worry about it. It's no problem. Now remember that I said in one of the earlier lectures that there are multiple ways of positioning grid items in the grid. And so I want to use this example to demonstrate you the different ways of doing exactly that. So there are basically 2 more ways that I want to show you. And this example is actually, it's really perfect for that, okay? So in the 2 next videos, I'm going to show you 2 different ways which you can also use to position grid items on the grid. So stay tuned for that. Let's now learn how we can position grid items on the grid by naming our grid lines. So what I showed you in the last lecture and the ones before that is how to position grid items on the grid by using the automatically generated grid line numbers, right? But we can actually make our lives a bit easier by naming these grid lines. So let me show you how to do that. But first, let's add a couple of comments here. So method 1, line numbers. And now I'm gonna actually comment out all of this code here and then start from scratch. Well, actually not really from scratch, because I'm gonna copy all of this, but I want to keep the code that we had before so that you can then keep this code for yourself, okay? So this is method 2 with line names. So how do we actually name our grid lines? And actually it's really simple. All we have to do is to use the squared brackets like this. And then in here, put the name of the line. So what we want to do here is to write header start. And the best practice is to basically describe the content that will be in the track. So in this case, between lines number 1 and 2, and then say whether it's the start or the end. Okay? So we have header start, and then in here we will have header end. Okay? And that's actually it. And so now this line number 1 is no longer just called line 1, but it's also called header start. And this one here is called header end. But what about these boxes here now? It doesn't make much sense that this line here is called header end, because it's not just the end of the header, but also the start of these boxes here, right? And so for that reason, we can actually give a line more than one name. So let's call this one here also, let's say, boxes start. Well, let's call it just box start. And then the next one we call box end. Okay? So these are arbitrary names that we come up with, at least the first part here. So in this case here, box. And then we just call the one before the boxes here the start and the one after the end, right? So this row line here is now called header end, and also at the same time box start, while this one here is called box end. Okay? And so now you can probably guess that we're also going to call this one here main start. And then the next one, let's call it main end. And then after that comes the footer. So let's call it footer start. And then the last line is the footer end. And that's it. Let's give it some more space here actually. No, doesn't work. Okay, it's no problem. So we now have all our row lines here named. And actually it's a good practice doing so, okay? So in a professional layout, usually we always name our grid lines like this, and then use these names to position the items in it, okay? And we're gonna do the same thing for the column tracks in a second, but first let me show you how we can actually use these names. And in fact, it's just the same as using the rows, okay? But instead of using the number here, we just use the names. And so remember that this one here starts at this row, which is called boxes start, or box start actually. And it goes all the way until content, or main, I think, main end. So let's take a look. So yeah, this one is called main end. Of course, we could still write span too, but just for the fun of it, let's now make it like this. So main end. And let's see what happens. And yeah, so it's working, right? So it starts here from this grid line, which is called box start, and goes all the way just as it did before until the main end. So this row line, right? And the other ones actually don't really need the grid row declaration. So in fact, we wouldn't maybe really have needed all of these names. Okay, but I still wanted to show you how we do it. Okay, because again, in the future, and when we start building our real project, we're going to do it the same way, and then you will see that it becomes really handy doing it like this. We did it for the row tracks. Let's now also do it for the column tracks. But in here, we have kind of a different situation, right? Because we have this repeat function here, which is going to create 3 column tracks here with this definition here alone, right? So it wouldn't make much sense to put the line name here before this one and then after it, because then only the line before the 3 and after the 3 would get a name. But we want all of them to have a name. So what can we do? Well, we simply put it here right into the repeat. And so we do it like this. And in this case, I'm simply going to call them col, which stands for column, and then start, and then call end. Okay? And what this will do is that it will create a so-called named set of grid lines. So with this, we create 3 columns, and each of them starts with a line called call start and one with call end. And that would mean that we would have conflicting line names, right? And so what happens is that for the first column, it's going to be called call start 1 and call end 1. Then for the second column track, it's going to be called call start 2 and call end 2. And then of course, for the third track, it's going to be called call start 3 and call end 3. All right? And I'm going to show that to you in a second. For now, let's just finish this one here and call it grid end. Okay, and that's actually it. So again, remember that this is a named set of grid lines here. Okay, so when we have these names here, these line names in the repeat, then it's going to create a named set of grid lines. And to show you how to use this in practice, let me show it to you. And so here is the header. And so it goes all the way from the beginning to the end. So what's the first column grid line going to be called? It's call start, and then remember that the first one has the 1. Okay, remember that I just explained that? So this line here is called call start 1, then this one here is called call end 1, right? And at the same time it's also called call start 2, and this one here call end 2, and so on and so forth all the way here until the end. Okay, so this one is call start 1, here at the beginning, then we want all the way until the one which is called grid end, I think. Yeah, so grid end. And let's see if that works. And yeah, here we go. So it works just as before. Now we could still use the -1 trick here like we had before, but of course I wanted to show you how to use these column line names, right? Then here with the sidebar, let's do the same. So remember the named set of grid lines works like this. So this is the call end number 3, right? So this line here, okay? So call end 3, and then once more it goes to grid end. And that's it. And now the main content. So this one here. And this one shouldn't be all too hard as well. So call start 1 to call end 3. And let's check that one out. And here you see that it still works the same. So everything is correct. And here again, we want to go from call start 1 to end, or actually grid end. Okay, and yep, so that works as well. All right, and that's actually it. So this is how naming the grid lines works. And again, in more professional layouts, you will usually see it working like this. So we just name all our tracks, both the row tracks and the column tracks, and then use these names to position our grid items to build our designs or layouts. All right, so I hope this made a lot of sense to you. And in the next video, we're going to see the third method of how to position these grid items. So the third method of positioning grid items on the grid is by actually naming entire areas. So let's see how we can do that. So let's again start by commenting out this code here. so that we can again start from scratch. Or actually not really from scratch, but simply by using this code that we had in the first example. Okay. So, method number 3 is to actually name grid areas. Okay, so how do we do that? Well, we simply use the grid template areas property. And now this is probably going to look really weird to you, okay? Because I remember that when I first saw this, I found it really strange the way it worked. Okay, but anyway, this is how we name grid areas. So we write a couple of strings, and in there we basically give each grid cell a name. Okay, so in our case we have a 4x4 grid. So in the first string we give the first 4 grid cells 4 names. Okay, and what are our first 4 cells? Well, it's this, 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 and this. Right? And all of them are for the header. So let's give them a name, and I'm simply going to call them head. And this is how it works. So head, 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 and head. Okay? So the 4 cells will be called head. And that's because we want the header to be in all of these 4 cells. So basically, this first string defines the first row of our grid. Okay? Now we hit enter. Then we come here to this exact place. And actually it doesn't have to be this exact place, but I like to do it like this because it's easier to see. And then we need to call the next 4 cells, okay? So this one, this one, this one, and this one. So let's call these 3 here box, and then the last one side. Okay? And so in here I like to use a really small name, like as small as possible, so that it doesn't take too much space up here in the declaration, and so that it's also not too hard to write, because there's usually a lot of repetition. So you see box, 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 and then the last one is side, right? And so basically, this template area here, this creates a representation with text of how our final layout is going to look like. So what do we have here in the third row? So basically these 3 cells. Well, all we have here is the main. So main, main, and main, and then on the side, we have the sidebar, right? So these 2 here will be the sidebar, these 3 will be the main content, and these 3 will be small boxes individually, right? And then down here, which is the last row, and so it's the last string, we have 4 times the footer. So let's simply use foot here. So foot, 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 and foot. And that's it. So that is our template string. Then at the end, don't forget the semicolon. Okay, so again, this looks a bit weird, I know, but this is actually a great way of placing items on the grid, because it's really simple. Once you have this declaration here finished, then all you have to do is to actually place the items like this. So let's first delete all of this here so that we go back to our initial state. Like this, okay? And so, yeah, so this is how it looks like without any placement whatsoever. And so let's now position the header. So remember this grid area property that I showed you before? Back then we used it to put the column start, the column end, the row start, and the row end. So these 4 numbers. Remember that? Right in the first or second lecture of this section, I think. But there is actually another way of using this property here, and that is called for the template areas that we defined here. Okay? So remember that for the header, we called it head. And so all I have to do now is to write head without any quotes here, and that's it. So it places this item here on this entire area that I defined to be the head. So imagine that I put something else here like side, for example, then let's see what's happened. Okay, so now it only occupies these 3 cells here because the head is only in these 3. Okay, that makes sense, right? So let's put it back to head here. And so now you will see it going back. Okay. Then these boxes here, they're actually automatically positioned, such as before. And so let's go to the sidebar. And it's very simple again. We don't have to think like we had to think with the other methods. All we have to do now is to say the name of the area, which is side. And so here we are again with the sidebar exactly where it should be, right? So perfect. The same thing here, main, and the same thing here. And it's actually just foot. And that's it. So layout is complete again. So you see that this is like a completely different philosophy. So in this case, we first think about the layout, so where all of these items should be placed, and then all we have to do is to give the names here to each of the items. While with the two other methods that we did before, we used the names of the lines or the numbers, which is quite similar. And then for each of these items here, we had to think where to position them, right? Now, when we create this template area definition here, we need to be careful and create a complete representation of our grid. Okay, so if it's a bit different at all, then all of this is not going to work. So let me, for example, just delete this here, and you will see that it's not working then at all anymore, right? So this looks just like really weird, okay? So it's not working at all, and just because I didn't really fill up all the 16 cells that we have, right? So we have 4 columns, 4 rows, when 4 times 4 makes 16, and so in here I have to have 16 names, okay? And so let's go back to what we had. Now another thing that we can do here with this template areas is to actually leave empty cells, and all we have to do for that is to instead just delete it, is to put a dot. So let's see what happens then. Well, what happens is that this box here then moves up to this empty cell. And that's because we didn't really position these boxes here, right? And so that's what happens. So if you really wanted to leave this empty, we would have to then place these 3 boxes here. So let's actually do that. That shouldn't be all too hard. So it's small box 1, 2, and 3. And we can probably do this all with the same selector. So 2, and then the number 3. And so grid area should be box. So let's take a look at that. And that's actually not quite what we want, because the template area definition is not really correct. Okay, so what we say here is that this area here should all be the same, which in fact it is not. So let's actually, to make this better, or to make it correct actually, give this different names. And so what we have to do now here, grid area should be box 1. So let's get rid of that. So number 2 for this one. Oh, what's that? And number 3 for this one. And yeah. So now it's correct. Now everything is correct, right? And we have this empty cell here like we defined. And we can put another one, for example, here if we wanted. And then the header would just span these 2 cells. And of course, that's entirely possible. We can have empty cells in our grids without any problem. Okay? So if that's the layout that we're looking for, then CSS Grid gives us the total flexibility to do exactly like that. All right, and that's actually it. So this is all I had to tell you about the naming grid areas and how to position grid items on the grid. So these are the 3 methods, and they can be used in different situations. For example, this one here with the template areas, I think it's really great for smaller layouts like this one. So when I have to build a small layout, then I would always use something like this, because I think it's really straightforward. Okay, so keep that in mind. For a small, simple layout, I would say something like 4x4, 5x5, then it's completely fine to do it like this. But if we have a huge layout like a complete page, maybe with 12 columns or 15 columns and 10 or 15 lines, then it becomes very unpractical to write out all of these areas. It's much simpler to then simply name the grid lines and do it like this, like I showed you in the previous lecture. But for small layouts, again, I think this one here is perfect. Okay, and that wraps up this project. Okay, so project number 2. And I think that you already did a huge progress. So actually, you already know many of the important stuff about CSS grids. You're already ready to build some simple layouts using grids. And that's fantastic, right? Now there's some more advanced stuff to learn, of course, and we're going to do that throughout the rest of the section. But for now, it's great that you've come this far, that you made all this progress, and maybe you can even try to build something right now. Maybe just a small example to see if you got all of this and if you really understood it, okay? Welcome back. In this lecture, we're going to start with another small project in order to learn about the difference between implicit and explicit grids. So again, we start from an empty CodePen here and start by writing some markup, okay? And again, I'm using Emmet here and call these items just item and then the number, such as I showed you before, okay? And this time we want 8 items, and so I just multiply all of this by 8, hit tab, and here we go. So item 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Now let's actually add some content here this time, like a sentence, like modern CSS with Flexbox and grid is great. So that it's a bit different and not always just with the numbers. Okay, now some styles. And this is the same as usual. Let's say 1000 pixels here again. And let's give it a background color here as well. So a slight gray color again. And since we're here, we can also already style the items here. Okay, and of course we use a nested selector here. We could also do this outside of the container, but it's no problem because the item is actually inside of the container, right? So just padding, let's say 20 pixels. Text color should be white. So I could actually copy this here from the other example as well. But it's just very quick. All right. So that is the quick setup for this small project, a small demo. So let's now add some grid tracks here, and starting with the row. So grid template rows. And what I want to do now is to only add 2 rows and 2 columns. Okay, so that I can show you the difference between explicit and implicit grids. So these rows, they will have a height of 150 pixels. So 2 rows with 150 pixels each, and then 2 columns, and grid template columns. And I want 2 columns with the exact same width, occupying the entire container. So you already know how to do that, right? So I say repeat to 1 fractional unit. And that's it. And actually I could have done the same up here. So actually, why not? So using the repeat function again. And now just to see what's going on here, let's also add a gap. So grid gap, 30 pixels. Oh, and again, I forgot to set the display property here to grid. And so now we'll see what's going on. All right. So we have our grid now here with these 4 cells here that we defined. So we defined a 2x2 grid, remember, which is only 4 cells. But then down here we have the other 4 cells, right? Because we have actually 8 items. And this has actually happened in another project right at the beginning of the section. And I told you by then that we were going to come back to it later. And so now it's that time where we're going to talk about that. So these 4 grid cells that we defined here in the beginning, which are now occupied by these 4 grid items here, this is the so-called explicit grid, because we explicitly defined how these rows and these columns should look like, okay? So again, this part of the grid is the explicit grid. Let's actually inspect this here again. Okay, and so you can see it here as well. So these 4 here, this part of the grid is our explicit grid. Now, if we have more grid items than we have space, well, then CSS Grid automatically adds some more tracks to the grid, so that we can then fit all of these remaining items. And that's what happened here. So you see that down here, these 4, these are 2 row tracks that were added. So this track here and this track, they were added to our grid in order to fit the remaining 4 grid items. And this part of the grid, then these 4 here, this is called the implicit grid. Okay, does that make sense? So again, the first part of the grid, the part that we actually defined in our code, is the explicit grid. So it's this part here defined by these template rows and template columns, okay? So these tracks that we added here. And then the part that is automatically added in order to fit the content that doesn't fit in our explicit grid, CSS adds the implicit grid after that, okay? Now, what if we wanted to somehow style this part of the grid, so the implicit grid? Well, in fact, we can, because there is a property for that. So let's say we want these row tracks here actually to have a defined height. And we can easily do that by using grid auto rows. Okay, and so now we can say that we want like 80 pixels, for example. And that's what it does. So now these 2 automatically added tracks, this one and this one, they have a height of 80 pixels. So let's actually inspect that. So inspect element. And yeah, so you can see it here, that it has a height of 80 pixels, right? And the same goes, of course, for this one, 80, 80, 80 in here. And then the explicit grid that we defined, you can see here that they have a height of 150 pixels. So, perfect. Actually here in this grid inspector, the implicit and the explicit grids, they look a bit different. So you see here that this solid line here goes around the explicit grid. You see that? So the solid line, it actually ends here, right? And so down here, there's no solid line like we have here. So the solid line here is basically the end of the explicit grid. And then also the grid lines in the explicit grids, they are this dashed, while in the implicit grid, they are dotted, like you can see here. I'm not sure if you can see it here maybe in the video, but I'm sure that in your inspector, if you open the DevTools like this, you will see it as well. Okay, so this is just a small subtle difference here in the DevTools. So again, you see that here the lines are dotted like this for the implicit grid, and up here they are dashed. Okay, so just a small subtle difference. Now you may ask, why are these additional grid items that we cannot fit into our explicit grid added as rows and not as columns? Well, that is a great question actually, so let me answer it to you. It's because of a simple small property that is called grid auto flow. Okay, and this property is by default set to row, but we can also set it to column. And check out what happens now. So you see, the remaining items are now no longer added as rows, but as columns, because we told our grid to flow as columns. So you also see that there's a difference in the way that these items are placed. So before we had modern CSS with Flexbox, but now we have modern, then CSS down here with Flexbox. And so what this means is that the automatic placement algorithm now places these items in order to fill up the columns and no longer the rows. So if we set this to row, then you will see that the algorithm automatically places these items into rows. So modern CSS with Flexbox, right? And back to column, then it's modern, and then down CSS with Flexbox, and CSS is great. Okay? Now, if we added more and more grid items here, then we added as new and new columns. Now, of course, if we can style the rows that are automatically added, we can do the same for the columns. So grid auto columns, and let's say we want these to be a half fractional unit. So 0.5 FR, and so they will be half of the width of the other ones here. Okay, so let's check it out. So these one have a width of 303 pixels, And so the other ones should have approximately 150, 151. Yeah, so 151, 667. Okay, makes sense. That's because, of course, half FR is half of one fractional unit, right? So you see that basically this grid auto columns here only applies as soon as we set the auto flow to column, and then this auto rows here for the automatically placed rows is not really relevant. Okay, so that is the difference between explicit and implicit grids. So you see that it's actually not a problem at all. So if we have more items, then we can fit in the grid that we defined initially. So this implicit grid and the ability to style these additional rows and columns is great for use cases where you don't really know how many rows or columns there will be in your grid, in your layout. So for example, if you have an AJAX call in like some web app or something where you can load data from a server while the page is loading, and you don't really know if there are 10 items or 12 or 15 or 20. So if you don't know how many there are, you can simply style these automatically added rows or columns, and then everything is going to work as you expected. So you can control how the grid will look like, even if you don't know how many items there will be in it. In this video, we're going to learn about different ways of aligning grid items to grid areas. Now, before we start, let's actually set this one here back to row, okay, so that our grid items are placed in rows rather than in columns, okay, and so that the additional items are then placed in the rows. Also, let's add some spanning here to two of these grid items so that I can better show you how this alignment of grid items to grid areas works. So let's do it here for number 4 and number 7. And I do it just as I did before with the SAS way of creating the selectors. So this here will mean item 4, right? So let's give it a different background color, one called crimson, which is like pink, like this. And let's say we want this one to start on the grid row number 2, and then span across 3 row tracks. Okay, so just like this. And you see that it also changed here from the second column to the first column track. And I'm actually not really sure why it did that, but it has to do with the automatic placement algorithm. Okay, so let's move on and do the same with number 7. Also give it a background color and this pink color as well. And then say grid column 1 to -1, so all until the end. All right, and so you see that then it placed the last item here in yet another new created grid track. So you see here on the grid here in the inspector that we now have actually 4 implicit grid tracks. So this, one, this, and this. So 4 implicit grid tracks and 2 explicit grid tracks, right? Remember that from the last lecture? So this is how our grid looks like now. Zooming out a bit so you can see it. Okay, so that's the way that it looks like right now. And so now let me actually show you what I meant with aligning grid items to grid areas. Okay, so basically this is very similar to what we can do in Flexbox with the align items property. And in fact, we have the exact same property here with CSS grids. So let me show it to you. So just like in Flexbox, we apply these properties to the container, to the grid container, which is this one here, of course. So let's add align items, such as we have in Flexbox once again. Now align items is going to align the items across the column axis, okay? So let's set this to center and let's see what happens. All right, that's the result of align items setting to center. And so that's what I meant with aligning the grid item inside of an area. So remember that this one here, what is orange, is the grid item, of course, and the content that's in the grid item, and that is now aligned vertically in the center of this grid area here, right? So this grid area, which is here delimited with these lines. And the same, of course, applies here, because this is now an entire grid area. Remember here, because we spanned this element, so this element number 4, we spanned it across these 3 row tracks. And so this is a grid area, right? And so now this item here is vertically centered inside of that grid area, okay? Now down here you cannot really see a big difference because this grid item is actually almost as tall as this track, okay? So let's change that a bit. So decrease the padding of all the items to 10. And so now you see here that it's also vertically centered here in this area, right? So just as we have it here. Now, why was it stretching all the way from the top of the grid area from here to the bottom of the grid area before we set this align items property? Well, it's because of the same reason that it is in Flexbox, and that's because align items is by default set to stretch. So let me show that to you. So if we set it to stretch, well, then the grid item stretches across the entire grid cell or grid area in this case here. So in this case here, it's a big area, and here as well. So I may write that down here that the default is stretch, but we can also set it to center as I showed you, and also to end, for example. So center, end, and start. So these are the ones that you need to know, okay? These are the ones that are really important. So now you see that each of these items is actually aligned to the end, to the bottom of each of the grid cells or grid areas, okay? So maybe right now you cannot really see a big use case for this or why this is really helpful or useful, but you will see that with practice, this will make a lot of sense. And actually in a big project that we're going to code up next, we will actually use these properties to achieve some of the layouts that we're looking for, that we want, okay? So that is align items. Now we also have something else that we don't have in Flexbox, which is called justify items. So justify items. And we don't have this in Flexbox because Flexbox is not a 2-dimensional layout system like the grid, okay? So we have align items that aligns the items across the column axis, which means vertically, and then we have justify items, which aligns the items across the row axis or horizontally. So let me show that to you with center, and let's put center here as well. And all right, so now with this, the item is actually completely centered inside of the grid cell or the grid area, both vertically and horizontally. So with align items, we align the items vertically, and with justify items, we align them horizontally. Okay, does that make sense? And again, not only in the cells, but also in entire areas. So remember, this one here is an entire area, and let's zoom out a bit here actually. So these 3 cells here, they form an entire area, right? And so now this item here, which says Flexbox, this is centered vertically and horizontally in that entire area, right? So remember, it's an area because we set it here to span across these 3 grid tracks, okay? And then the same, of course, here with number 7. So this entire thing here, these 2 cells, they form an area, these 2. And so now this small item here, which says is horizontally and vertically centered inside of it, okay? So let's put it back to the original size. And then just as before, so where is it? The default here is, of course, stretch. And I'm not going to write it down because it's actually the same as here. So let's put it to start, for example, and that's not right. So start, and now what's going to do is that it aligns them here all the way to the left side. Of course, I could put end, and then it comes here to the right side, so the end of the grid area. So you can play around with this, but I hope it made a lot of sense like this to you. So let's set it back to center here, and yeah. Now, as in Flexbox, where you have the align self property to basically override the align items property for one individual item, we have the same here in Grid. So we have align self and also justify self. So let me show that to you here with the number 4. And let's set this one here to align self. And so what this is going to do is that it will basically override the align items property that is on the grid container. So if we set this one here to start, then only this item here will move to the top, hopefully. And while it did not, maybe there's some, I see there's some error somewhere. So let's check that out. Well, it says there's some kind of error, but there's actually not. So let's just delete all of this. And let's try it again. Align self and start. And so this should work. And yeah, so now it works. And so now you see that it's vertically aligned all the way to the top of the grid area. And I could say and then it will move down to the bottom of the area. Okay, so just like this. But let me put it back to start. And so it moves to the top. And now we have the same for the justify. So we can say justify self, and then we have the exact same options here. So let's say start. And so it's going to move right here to this position. Okay, so just like Flexbox, here the self property overrides the overall setting which is set on the container. In Flexbox we only have align self because again it's just a one-dimensional layout system, but here in Grid we have align self and then justify self for the horizontal direction. Okay, and that is how we align grid items to grid areas both horizontally and vertically. Now if you want to learn how to align entire tracks to the grid container, well, then just move on with me right to the next lecture. So in the last lecture, we learned how to align grid items to grid areas. And so let's now learn how to align entire grid tracks to our grid container. Now, before we can do that, we actually need to make a couple of changes here. And let me start by adding a comment here. So align grid items to grid areas. And so next we're going to learn about align grid tracks to grid container. And this one here, of course, should be in here. So let's put this all together a bit. Okay, and now what I need to change is actually the columns here, because I no longer want them to occupy the entire container, because then I cannot really show you how all of this works. Okay, so let me comment this one out here, or I can actually just copy it. And so let me put it here where we learn about this. So let's say I just want 150 pixel wide colors, or maybe 200. Okay, and actually let's also comment out this one here from the last lecture, so that makes it a bit more easier to understand. Okay, just like this. Maybe we can also decrease the rows a little bit. So let me change that as well. So let's say 100 pixels. Now we already have a width here of the container, which is these 1000 pixels, right? So let's also just set the height of the container to 1000 pixels. Okay, and so now you see that the container actually continues down here and then also here on the side of the grid. Okay, so basically our entire container is this. So all of this is our container, but our grid tracks, they only occupy this part of the container. Okay, and so all the rest here is empty. And so now we're ready to actually align the tracks to the container, which is the goal of this lecture, right? So what do I actually mean with that? So let me show it to you. And I'm going to start with justify content. And again, this property exists in Flexbox. And it actually works the exact same way. So this is going to align the tracks inside of the container across the row axis, so horizontally. So let's set it to center. And here we go. So it moved right to the center of the container. And so just as we center flex items inside of flex container with justify content, we do it the exact same way with the grid tracks here in CSS Grid. Okay, so this is what we will use if we want to really center the entire content basically of the grid inside of the container. Now there are other values, of course, just like in Flexbox, and actually there are the exact same possibilities. So one is center, as I just showed you. Then of course there is start, which we already saw how it looks like. So just like this. Then there's end. So let me write down the options here for you. And then, beside these three very basic ones, there are the ones that we also have in Flexbox. So we have space between. And so let me actually write it here as well. So space between, and see what happens now. So it pushed each of the columns to one of the sides of the grid container, right? So basically it divided all of the empty space here between these two columns. So these two tracks. And so that's the exact same behavior as in Flexbox with space between. Now we also have space around. And so, as you would expect, it works just the same way as in Flexbox. So basically the space on the left side is the same as on the right side. So basically it's like this square here. And then here in this grid track here, it's the exact same thing. So the same space here on the right side as on the left side, which makes it so that the space here in between these two is double the space than we have here on both the left and the right side. So let me write down the option for you here again. And then the last one here is space evenly. And what this is going to do is that the space is now all the same here and here and here. So the space between the items is the exact same space as on the left and the right side of each of the items. Okay, so these are different possibilities to build different types of layouts. Now, we also have, of course, justify items. Now, if we can horizontally align these tracks, then of course we can do the same vertically, right? And so what we do for that is align content. Okay, and so let's start again with center here, because I think that's always the most useful. And so you see that now all of it moved into the middle of the container vertically. And let's zoom out a bit again to see this happening. Okay, just like this, maybe just like this, yeah. So you have this entire container here, and now we see that our tracks here, or rows, they're now vertically inside of this gray container. So let's actually remove this here so you can see it a bit better. And yeah, so you see that exactly happening. Turn it back on, and yeah. And let's go back to the size that we had. Okay, and then in here you have actually all the exact same options as you have here in justify content. So let's just set this one here to center as well. And so, well, what's going on here now? The semicolon is missing. And yeah, so now it's completely centered here. So both vertically and horizontally inside the container. And you see that it kind of adds these huge gutters here at the top and on the left side here in order to put us here in the center of the grid, right? But that doesn't really matter. It's just to see how Grid actually handles this centering. So let's try just, for example, end, moving it down all the way to the end. Yeah, just like expected. Or let's try space between as well. So let's see what that does. And yeah, so it's the exact same thing as it does with justify content. So basically the space between all of these row tracks are now the same, so that it occupies the entire height of the container. Then of course space around. So that also works the same way. Okay. So the space here on top is the same as half this space here. Well, it doesn't really look like that, but well, it should be like that. Okay, so let's go back to center here, because again, that's actually the most useful case. So basically, if we want to center all of our items inside of a grid container, that's how we do it. We set justify content and align content to center, and that's it. Okay, so you see that basically whenever we have items here in the property name, so align items and justify items, that is for the individual items. And if we have content here in the property names, like we have in justify content and align content, then it means that it's going to align the entire tracks. Then the align part of the name always means the vertical direction or the column axis. So that's the same. So align content and also align items means the vertical direction, so the column axis. And at the same time, justify always means that it's the horizontal direction, so the row axis. both for justify items and justify content. So that is the logic behind these names. And I think that's helpful to memorize and to understand what each of these 4 properties does. Okay, so I hope that this makes sense to you and that you fully understand how we can place our items and our tracks exactly where we want them to be inside of the grid container. So now there's just one more small thing that I want to show you in this small demo project. And so let me just add a small change here to one of these items. So let me style the item number 6. Let's give it a background color of light coral. And then make it span across 2 row tracks. So grid row and span 2. So let's see how that looks like. And so yeah, so it spans now these 2 rows. And then what I wanted to create here is this empty cell. And this empty cell here comes from the fact that the automatic placement algorithm, it kind of tries to keep the sequence of these items here in the source code. It tries to kind of follow that when it places the grid items on our grid. And so sometimes that can create this kind of holes here, okay? And we not always want them. And so let me show you how we can actually fix that. Let's just take this out here so we can see it a bit better. And let me also take off this because it overlays here all our code. I'm not really sure why, but it looks better like this. Okay, so let me actually zoom out here a bit again. And so this is our grid, and this is here the hole basically in the grid that I was talking about. And again, that's because the automatic placement algorithm, it tries to keep these 8 items here that we have kind of in order. Okay, so it tries to follow that order. But if we want to fix that, we can actually do it. And it's very easy, it's very simple. All we have to do is to come here to this property, to grid auto flow. And in here we defined that it should flow in rows, right? So that the items should be placed in rows and not in columns. Now all we have to do here is to add the dense keyword. Okay, and so with this, we say that we actually want no holes in there and that we want a more dense grid. So with no holes, all the items packed so that all the grid cells are filled with some kind of item, okay? So let's take a look at that again. And so now you see that the track that we had down here is now gone. So let me take that out again to show it to you. And you see, so now we had this additional track here, then this hole, and then this here you can also call a hole. So another cell without any item in there, okay? And so if we set it back to dense, you will see that now this one here, which set great, it's now moved to this place, which was empty before. Okay, and this can be useful sometimes, like if we have an image gallery or something like that. So we may place some images in different grid cells in order to make a good looking grid of images. And then sometimes they may be like some kind of hole. And then we just use the dense keyword in order to fill that hole and end up with a dense, full packed grid like this one without any holes. Okay, so that was just another quick thing that I wanted to show you. And so now we're actually done with this small demo project. So again, you're moving on with a great pace. You already have most of the fundamentals that it takes to start building real-world grid layouts. There's just a couple of more advanced things that we have to learn, and we're going to do that over the next couple of lectures. Okay, so we're going to start another very small demo project, and then I'm going to teach you a little bit more advanced stuff in there. Okay, so if you want to do that right now, then let's move on together right to the next video. Welcome to the last small demo project in this first intro section of CSS Grids. So in this lecture, we're going to learn some more advanced topics, including min content, max content, and also the min-max function. So let's go straight to it. So once again, we start here from an empty code pen, but actually let me go back to the one that we created in the last couple of lectures and actually copy our markup here. Okay, so I want the exact same HTML, and also I'm going to take all of the CSS here and then remove what I don't want. Okay, just so we can save some time instead of having to write out the same stuff over and over again. Okay, So I'm going to remove all of this. And okay, and so now we're ready to start from a clean state. Actually, one thing that I wanted to do is to give each of these items a different background color so that we can better distinguish what we're going to do in this lecture. Okay, so number one, and then let me just copy this part in here, and then I'm going to create 8 of these. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And this one we don't need. And the colors that I selected for them are called yellow, green. This one is called blue, violet. Then this is pale violet, red. Yeah, exactly. Then royal blue, goldenrod, crimson, and finally dark slate gray or something like that. Dark slate gray. All right. So let's now define our explicit grid, okay? And I hope you remember from the last couple of lectures what an explicit grid is. So it's just the one that we define with the template rows and template columns, okay? So the first thing, display grid. And then let's give this just 2 rows. So grid template rows. And I want them both to be 250 or 150 pixels high. Okay, so that's what we see down here. And you see that then the other 6 items here, of course, they are added into the implicit grid. Okay, so because right now we only define 2 cells, and so the remaining ones are then added to the implicit grid that we didn't define. All right, so let's now define the columns. And here is the new thing. So far we have only used like real units here in these column definitions or the row definitions. So like pixels, percentages, or the fractional unit. So something like this. So we could do 1FR, 1FR, and 1FR, or of course a repeat. So repeat 4 and then 1FR. That would be the same, but I want to show you something now, and so I did it like this. So up until this point, we always used these normal units here. But there are some new keywords that are associated with CSS grids that we can use here instead. And the first one that I want to show you is called max content. So instead of having here a real unit, let's just add max content and see what happens. Okay, and so now you see that the first track, so the first column track here, which is this one, of course, has the exact width so that it can accommodate here this content. Okay, so this is the largest content that we have in this column, and so therefore that becomes the width of this entire column. Okay, and so that's what the max keyword does here with the columns. It makes this column as wide as it has to be to fit this content. And in fact, max content also tries not to make any line breaks. So let's also add max content here to the last one. And so now it has the width of this word Flexbox. But now let's see what happens if we add a bunch of text here to this last field here, this last cell. So let's see, modern CSS with Flexbox in grid is great and amazing and just awesome to work with. Okay, so a bunch of text. And you see what happened now? It expanded this column and it became really wide. Because as I mentioned, it tries to make the column as wide as possible without having to cause any line break in the content. Okay, and so that's exactly what happened here. And then of course the remaining space, so this one here in the middle, is then divided in for these 2 columns. So the 1FR and 1FR are these 2 columns here. So that's the remaining space. Now in this case, this doesn't make much sense here for us, right? And so let's actually change this. And what we can do is to, instead of writing max content, to just put min content. So that's another keyword that was introduced with CSS Grid and that we can use here. And so what happens now is that the column track takes the largest width that is needed to fit this content without overflowing. But actually it does overflow a bit down here, right? So the column is just the width of this awesome word here, right? So that's the minimum width that this column has to have in order to fit the content, so without overflowing here on the sides. But now, as we define the rows with a height of 150 pixels, this content doesn't really fit anymore into the height, right? And so what we can do is to use min content or max content also on the rows. Okay, so let me show that to you. So let's just get rid of that one and put a new one down here. And then instead of saying that the height should be a fixed 150 pixels, let's put min content here as well. And let's see how that works out. And all right, now all of this text fits in the height and also the width of this grid cell here, right? Now what also happened is, of course, that this first row here now also has just the min width to accommodate, to fit the text here. So in this case, this is just one line. Let's just increase this a little bit, like modern, I don't know, something like this. So actually this column just got wider because we have max content here. But if you put this to min content, then you would see that this happens, right? So now the column is just as wide as necessary to fit one of these words, and then the row track also expands in order to fit all of this content in there, okay? Now let's get rid of that. This was just to show you even further how this works. And now in this case, it's really not so different to having max or min here, because it's just one word anyway, and so there's nothing to break, nothing to overflow. So this is how max content and min content work. Does it make sense to you? Now suppose that we really wanted this first row track here to be 150 pixels high, not just the min content, so not just to fit these words that we have here. So we could hard code it like this. So grid template rows, and we could say 150 pixels here and then min content. And then this would kind of work the way we wanted it to be, right? But now just suppose that for some reason we add all of this text here to this cell, or actually not to this one, actually to this one here. And so now you see that it actually overflows. So it again no longer fits, right? So let's go back and let me tell you the solution to this problem. And the solution is to use something called the min-max function, okay? So let's get rid of this one here and again add a new one based on the one that we had before, okay? So what is the min-max function? Well, basically the min-max function is just something that we pass two values in, and then CSS ensures that the track will always stay between these two values. So imagine that we pass into the min-max function 100 pixels and 200 pixels for a column. And so CSS Grid will ensure that no matter what happens, this grid column will always stay between 100 and 200 pixels width. Okay, so let me show that to you in practice with this example. And so we write min-max and we say that the rows should be at least 150 pixels and at most min content. Okay, and that is exactly what we were talking about before. So this is what we want. So again, we want the row to be at least 150 pixels high. So that's happening here in this first row, right? Let's give it some more space here. So that is happening here. So this one has now 150 pixels again, but the second one is larger. And that's because we allow CSS Grid to size somewhere between 150 pixels and the min content. Okay? And if we were now to remove this text here, so I'm going to cut it and put something else, like just grade, like it was before, then you see that it is now 150 pixels high, right? So let's put that back, and you will see that it now grows again. And the same thing if I put it here into this pink cell. So let's see. And all right, so now it grew in order to accommodate, to fit all of this content again. So does that make sense? Let me actually give you maybe a more easy to understand example with some columns now. Okay, so let's get rid of all of this huge text that we put here. And so let's get back to the old sentence that we had before, so that I can now show you some other examples using the min-max function with the columns. Okay, so let me just put a comment here using min content and max content, And now let's do this all again. And now let's do another part here of the code where we use the minmax function. All right. So let's say that we want the first column to always be between 200 and 300 pixels. Okay? So grid template columns. And we can now use the minmax function to say exactly that. So the minimum should be 200 pixels and the maximum 300 pixels. And then the other ones should just fill up the remaining space. So we can use repeat and 3, 1 FR. So nothing new here, right? So let's check this out now here with the inspector again. And so, yeah, so you see that now this column has actually 300 pixels of width, right? Now, in order to see this a little bit better, we should actually give this container a relative width so that we can play around here with the viewport width, okay? So right now the width is 1000 pixels, but let me just specify a new one here. And let's say 90%, so that's gonna override then the 1000 pixels, okay? And so now if we play around here with this viewport width, we can actually see what will happen. So let's do that. And you see that nothing changes this far. So let's inspect it again. So this one has still 300 pixels and these other ones are a lot smaller. So let's decrease this even further. And now you see that it started to change. You see? So now it has a width of 200 pixels. And we can put it somewhere in between. And now you see it has 230. Okay, now it has 271, but it always stays between 300, as it is now, and 200. So even if we make this even really small, so you see that now the grid doesn't even fit anymore, but the first column, it's never less than 200 pixels. So you see that? It is still 200 pixels. And no matter what we do, this will always be the minimum width of this column. Okay? So this is really powerful here with Grid. The minmax function is a great addition and we're going to use it all the time actually. And there are some great techniques that I'm going to show you also in the next video where it comes in really handy. So let's look at another example because this can be different from pixels, of course. So let me put 50% here. Okay. And so, yeah, so now you see that it is 50% here of this entire column. So let's see the size. So the container has 1007 pixels. And so this one has 503, which is half of the entire width. And so if we now start decreasing this, then of course the first column track also decreases, but it still always has 50%. So you see, the total is 680, and so this one is 340, right? But at some point, there will come a point where this is no longer true. So where it's no longer 50%, but 200 pixels, right? Because we said that it should never be less than 200 pixels, right? So just like before. And just another example, we can of course also put the fractional unit here, okay? And so then at this state, it is the same width as all the other columns, but as we start decreasing it, at some point you see that it fixes at these 200 pixels, while all the other ones then divide the remaining space by these 3 columns. Right? So this one stays at 200 no matter what happens, and then these take up the remaining space. Now, one interesting thing that we can see here is that this column here is actually larger than this. And actually these 3 have all different width, okay? Even if we set them all to 1 fractional unit. So we said that they should be all the same, that they should be all 1 fractional unit. And this behavior actually confuses a lot of people, but it really shouldn't because it's really straightforward. So the CSS Grid specification says that a fractional unit fills up the entire remaining space, but it is never smaller than the minimum content of a row or a column. Okay, so ideally these 3 columns here should be all the same because they're all 1 FR. But at the limit, when this content here gets too wide, then this fractional unit simply takes the minimum width that it needs to fill the column without overflowing. Okay, so that's just an interesting fact that confuses a lot of people, but now it's not going to confuse you. Okay, so let's get back to the original size here. And yeah, so now you know how the minmax function works, how main content and max content work. And that's all that I had to show you in this lecture, actually. Now, in the next lecture, we're actually going to take this a step further and bring even more stuff into this grid definition here, so that we can build truly advanced layouts, okay? But for now, I really hope that you understand all of this, what we just learned in this lecture, and only if you really did, you should then move on right to the next video with me. In this lecture, you will learn all about the autofit and autofill keywords, and also how to build truly responsive layouts with them without writing a single media query. So let's get rid of this code that we have here. And add a new comment here. So using autofill and autofit. Okay, and actually we want the rows back. Okay, so that we have our 150 pixels row. So we're also back to the 1000 pixel container here. Okay, so just like we have defined here, and that's better to show you how autofit and autofill actually work. Okay, so where and how do we use these keywords? So let me show it to you. So grid template columns. And so what we usually did was to use the repeat keyword, right? Then put some number in here, like 4, and then say, for example, 1 fractional unit, right? And that then translates to something like this. But what if we didn't want to specify this exact number here? What if we simply wanted to adapt this to the number of items that we have? So for example, let's put 100 pixels here. Edit now is going to create 4 columns, each with 100 pixels. But imagine that we wanted to have 8 columns here. But instead of writing 8, we wanted this to happen automatically. And that is where autofill comes in. So instead of a number here, we can write autofill, and then CSS Grid is automatically going to create 8 tracks for us. And actually, in fact, it's not just 8 tracks, it creates 10 tracks. Okay, let me show that to you here with the inspector. And so here you see the 10 column tracks. And why 10 and not 8? Well, that's because our container is 1000 pixels, as you can see, and we specified that we wanted 100 pixel columns. And so 1000 divided by 100 is of course 10. And therefore, it then creates 10 column tracks. And then after that, it actually puts our items in there also, of course. Okay, does it make sense? So again, what autofill here does is that it automatically creates as many tracks with the desired width that we specify here as fit into the container. And in this case, that's 10 tracks, okay? Because 1000 divided by 100 is 10. Now, what's different then between autofill and autofit that I'm going to show you next? So autofill does it like this, and autofit does it like this, okay? So what happened here? What's the difference? Well, it actually still created the 10 columns. And we can see that here by the last line number, which is 11. And so this means that the grid actually has 10 columns. So we can see that it's 10 columns because it ends here still at number 11. But what autofit does is that it actually collapses these tracks and gives it a width of 0, creating then this extra space that we see here. Okay, so basically it is as if it only created really 8 tracks, right? And actually down here you can see that it's only like 8 column tracks, right? So it creates these tracks and then leaves this empty space here, which we can then fill if we want it. Okay, and so that's the big difference. With autofill, it actually creates 10 columns, so as many as fit in here, while with autofit, it still creates these 10 columns, but then collapses the ones that are empty to have a width of 0. Okay, and so what this allows us to do is something really great. So let me copy this here and put it here. And so this allows us to use the min-max function in here, like this. So min-max, it should be at least 100 pixels, but it can be up until 1 fractional unit. So watch what happens now. And here we go. So now it occupied our entire grid here. So our entire grid container, right? So basically filling that extra space that was left over by expanding these columns into more than 100 pixels of width. Now, to show this even better to you, let's go back to having the width of 90%. 90%. Okay. And so now let me show you what happens as we decrease this. So right now the container has 1007 pixels of width. So, and now I start reducing, and watch what is going to happen. So right now we have 831 pixels, and so we can still fit the 8 columns in there, right? Because each column has to be at least 100 pixels here, right? So 100 pixels has to be the minimum of each column. And right now we have 830 pixels. So we can still fit the 8 columns in here. But what happens if I decrease this even further? And so here you see it. The last grid item moved into the next line. And that's because right now we only have 7 columns here. So let's check it out. And yeah, you see that we only have 796. So it's almost 800, but it's no longer really 800. And so we can no longer fit 8 columns here with 100 pixels each, right? Because for that we would need 800 pixels. And so what AutoFit here does then is that it simply creates, instead of 8 columns, 7 columns. And so that's actually what you see down here. So now you'll no longer have 8 columns, but 7. And as you can imagine, this will keep happening as we decrease this even further. So let's now actually, instead of 100 pixels, put 200 pixels here. Okay, so what's going to happen then? Well, instead of having 8 columns, we have 5. And that's because right now we have 1007 pixels. And as you see, 1007 divided by 200 pixels fits approximately 5 columns. All right. And so we have 5 columns now, with each of them with 201 pixels wide. As we decrease this, this is what happens. So we no longer have enough space for the 5 columns. And so we end up with having only the 4 columns. And so each one has 240 pixels, so which is still well above our 200 limit. So not this one here again. So let's decrease this even further. And so you see what happened? It changed it from 4 to 3 because it no longer has the space now. So again, 797, it no longer fits 4 columns of 200 because for that we need 800, which we don't have anymore. And so we only have 3 columns. Okay, and now actually you see that it started here a 3rd line. So let's actually format that as well. So do you remember how that works? So grid, auto, rows. And remember we had a 150 pixels, and so let's continue with that. And all right, so now you see that all of these have 150 pixels of height. So let's decrease this even further. And at some point, you can guess it, we end up with a 2-column layout, which is now 2 by 4. And as you can starting to see, this is really a flexible, adaptive layout, right? So really responsive without writing a single media query. So this is absolutely fantastic and really useful. And so this trick that we have here in this line with this AutoFit and then the minmax between a fixed number and a 1FR, that is a huge trick that we can use and will use to build our layouts, which will then automatically adapt to the screen size without us having to worry about anything, without having to write any media query or anything like that. Okay, now let's decrease it even further. And now it's really a 1-column layout. So really like a completely responsive layout for like a small phone or something like that. Okay, and so it created these 8 rows now, all with 150 pixels as we specified, in 1 column. Okay, so you see this is really responsive, really adaptive to our screen width. Okay, so I didn't just want to throw this line of code here without explaining how everything works. Instead, we built up from the beginning, first learning how the minmax function works, then how autofill and autofit work, and then finally we brought it all together to learn how to build these adaptive, these responsive layouts without writing a single line of a media query. Okay, so Grid allows us to do this. And once again, this is a huge step forward for CSS, and it makes it so much easier to code our designs or layouts using CSS Grid. Okay, so I hope that you understand this. You can again play around with this if you want. And if you want to see my code, actually, so these 4 examples that we just coded in this section, all you have to do is to come here to my profile, which is here codepen.io/myname. And then here in the public pens, you will have the ones that we coded in the section, part 1, 2, 3, and 4, to review the code if you want. Or of course, if you coded along with me during these videos, then you have your own code to play around with, and you can make some changes and play around with this until everything makes a lot of sense. All right. So at this point, we actually covered almost everything there is to know about CSS Grid. So you could already start building your own CSS Grid layouts without having to watch any more videos. But I decided, of course, that I want to add yet another project to this course. And so in the next section, we will start an entire new project built from scratch using CSS Grid, so that you can use and apply all of what we learned here in the section to a real-world project. Because knowing how all of this works is one thing, but then applying it to a real-world context is something really different, okay? And so that's why I added a new project that we will build together in the next section. So I hope that you're really as excited as I am for that. And so after you're ready playing around with all of this, then I hope to welcome you to the next section and to start a project with you. Hello and welcome to the third big real-world project in this course. And so this one is of course about CSS grids. So without further ado, let me show it to you. So here it is. This is the project that we're going to code in this section. So this is the landing page of a fictional company called Nexter, which sells luxury homes across the world. And so their slogan is "Your own home, the ultimate personal freedom." Okay? So once again, I designed and built this project specifically just for this course. And the goal of this project is basically to use as many grids here as possible. Okay, so there are not like these fancy effects going on like we had in the other project, but instead I really focused on a CSS grid here. And so the entire layout of the page is of course with CSS Grid. And then I also used grids in many smaller components. Like for example here on this side here we have a CSS grid. Then this entire header here works as a grid. For example, these elements here are also laid out in a grid. Of course, when you come down here, you see that this is also a grid here. And these images are also laid out as a grid. And so you see that all of these components here are really designed so that we can use grids in many different situations, so that we can apply all of these properties that I showed you in the last section in real-world scenarios. Okay? So this beautiful card here is also entirely coded up in Grid. And so you will see how easy it is actually to build it with grids. So you will see how little CSS we actually have to write. Okay. Then down here, of course, you see this is yet another grid. And this time with a typical application, which is like an image gallery like you have here. And then just a small footer. Okay. And of course, this entire thing is completely responsive as well. So let's check that out. Okay. So let's make it a bit smaller maybe. Okay. So you see this is the page. And then of course it's completely responsive as well. So for example at this width here, you see that this changes like from this 3 column to these 2 columns here. Okay. And down here also everything changes. And here now you have 2 columns as well. And yeah, you see that also the sidebar moved up here to the top. And when we reduce this even further, then of course we have this 1 column layout basically with everything in a mobile view. Okay, so I hope that you're excited about this project. I really tried to make it beautiful again, just like the other projects, so that you feel great about yourself once you finished it, and show potential clients that you built this here with the new CSS Grid technology. Okay, and so I hope that you already downloaded the starter files to start with this project from the GitHub repository that I included in the beginning of the course. So I already have the starter files here on the desktop. And I already have it opened here in VS Code. Okay, so let's very quickly go through the starter files that I have here. And this is actually very similar to the last Trello project. Okay, so we have a CSS folder, then we have the images, and we actually have a lot of images this time. Okay, then we have the SAS folder, and you notice that this time I already created the CSS files so that we don't have to create them one by one, and they are already here imported in this main file. And so I don't have to do all of this in the videos. And so you see that the architecture here is also slightly different than what we had in the last project. So I have now one file for each part of the website, basically. But I'm going to go deeper into why I did it this way a bit later. What matters for now is that we're going to start with the base CSS file, where this time I also already have the color variables here and also some font variables. Okay. Then, of course, also the index file, where we have the Google fonts already included. This time it's called Josephine Sans and something called Nunito or something. Then, of course, the style is already included, the fav icon, the title is already here, and then the empty body element. Okay, and finally, also the package.json file, and this is again very similar to the last Trello project. So we have our watch CSS and dev server scripts here to basically start our development workflow, where at the same time we watch for SAST changes and we have our dev server. Then down here, this is like our build process, and I'm going to talk about that a bit later. All right. So up here we say Nexter and next to web page as a description, and so everything is ready to work here. Now let's actually install these dev dependencies that we have here, because you see we have no node modules folder here on the left side. So we have to open up our terminal and do npm install here. So let me increase this a bit for you. So cd desktop and 3 Nexter. And you can, of course, navigate to wherever your project file is located on your file system. And now I'm going to run npm install. And remember that what this does is that basically it looks at our package.json file and then installs all of these dev dependencies that we have listed here in this file. And now you see that the folder is already here. And so let's now very quickly, just to test if everything works, let's start by creating like our global settings here in this base.scss file, okay? So we start very quickly with our global reset. So we see everything, including the pseudo elements, before and after. And as always, we set their margin to 0 and their padding to 0. And we also say box sizing inherit. And we're then going to inherit that from the HTML. Okay, and so this is where we have box sizing set to border box, and I already explained you why we did it this way in the last project, right? Now another thing that we do here in the HTML always is to set our overall font size. And so we're going to go with the same technique that I showed you before. So we're going to set it to 62.5%, and that's so that 1 rem equals exactly 10 pixels. Okay, so let me actually write it down here for you once again. So 10 pixels divided by 16 pixels, which is the browser default, makes 62.5%. And so this way, 1 rem equals 10 pixels. Okay, and now just the global like font settings on the body element. And so we set the font family, and actually I already have a variable here. So we set it to font primary. And the primary font is then this Nunito font here, okay? Then the color that I chose should be this color gray dark here. So color gray dark. So it's this one here. So again, we have our primary color, of course, which is this like this gold color. So I chose gold color for this brand because it's luxury homes, as I was telling you in the beginning. And so therefore gold seemed to be a good color choice for that, okay? Then the secondary color is like this very dark blue, which plays very well with gold. And so that's why I chose that. And then we have, of course, the lighter grays as always and the darker grays. They're like a bit also like brown. And that's because that complements the gray primary color in a bit better than if we would just have used a pure black-based gray. So you see here on the color thing here that this is close to the gray sides, but also in a bit in a golden part of the color spectrum. So let's then actually use that. Color gray dark 2. Okay, the font weight that we want is 300, and I can use 300 because that's what I included here from the Google font. Okay, so I have Nunito and I have font weights of 300 and 300 in italic. And the same here for the Josephine Sans, which will be more for titles. Okay, so I chose the Nunito font as the overall font family because it's a bit more neutral. And then this Josephine Sans we have in weights 300, 400, and 400 italic. And this one will be for the titles. So this time we have 2 fonts. Okay, so font weight of 300. And so it's kind of a thinner font. And that gives it, once again, a bit more a luxury feel to the entire page. And that's what we're looking for in a design like this. Finally, the line height should be 1.6. And now let's just add some dummy text here, just so that we can test if our development workflow is actually working properly. So let's check out the terminal actually here. And yeah, it looks like everything worked just fine. And so now we can do npm run start. But before we do that, actually, let's come back to the package.json file, and we can do one small change here in the live server. And that is to set the browser. Because if we just run it like this, then it will basically launch our default browser for the dev server. And so it will launch Google Chrome. But remember that because of the CSS Grid DevTools that we want to make use of, we have been using Firefox in this part of the course. And so we're going to do that in this project as well. And so what we can do here is to specify the browser option. So we write browser and then Firefox. And so it will automatically open up in Firefox instead of Google Chrome. Okay? So npm run start. And actually for the start script, I'm not sure if I have told you this in another lecture, but for the start command, we actually don't even need to type run. Okay? So for start, we just need to type npm start. And now let's see. And yeah, here we go. So test text. However, it doesn't really look like our Sass styles is already applying here. And I'm sure that's because we still have to save the file. So remember that here, this Sass script that we're running here. So this one here, the watch Sass task, which is the one that we're running, is waiting for changes. And so it's only going to compile the Sass file when we save it. Okay, so let's give this one a save. I didn't even change anything, but I just saved it. Okay, and so let's check it out here. And yeah, it's changed something. And so let's go to Firefox. And so now you see it changed. Let's actually get it back to 100% here. And so now you see here that this is the lighter gray text, and already with the font family that I specified. And so just as before, we have the final version here on this side, so that we can take a look at what we want to build. And then here, of course, our development version. And so right now we're ready to start with the project. And so yeah, that's what we're going to do in the next lecture, where we're going to start building the overall layout of this page. So I hope you're excited for that. And so come join me in the next video. In this lecture, we are going to be building the overall layout of our website. And so in this lecture, you're going to learn how to build a complex and modern layout using advanced CSS Grid techniques. And so what this means is that you now will actually apply the concepts that you learned in the last section to a real-world project. And you're going to learn how to choose different row and column track sizes for different types of content in a real-world context. So this is actually going to be a rather complex lecture, and so let's get started. And we start by analyzing the overall layout that we want to build. So the first thing that you notice right away is this sidebar here on the left side, which goes all the way from the top of the page to the beginning, so all the way until down there. So that is the first part of the layout. Then we have this part here, which is the header, and then here on the right side, the top 3 realtors that work for the Nexter company. Okay, so this is another part of the layout. Then down here, we have like these features here of the company. So basically describing how the company works. And so that is another part of the layout. Then coming down here, we have like this testimonial section here with this part on the left side and then this part on the right side. And so this basically is like a testimonial of some people who found their perfect home. And so I call this one here a story. And so this here is one part of the layout, which is like the gallery, like the pictures. And then this here is the content of the story on the right side. You see that they have this different background, of course. And so we can treat them as 2 parts of the layout. Then down here we have the next section of the page, and that's these homes. So different homes that we can buy at this company. Then next up we have this section here, which is a typical application of Grid, which is this gallery. And then finally the footer. All right, so we have a total of 8 parts in our layout. So the first one here, the sidebar, then with the footer 2, 3, 4, and then we can treat this here as 1, so 5, 6, 7, and then here on the side, number 8. So let's now go to a markup and put all of them in there. Okay, so this is our HTML, and you see that I already put the container class here on the body tag, and so that is going to be our grid container, and all of these parts of the layout that we just saw are then the grid items, which we're then going to place on the grid. So let's start with the sidebar. So we're using a div for that, and for now I'm just going to put the name of each part, so of each module, let's say, in here. So the sidebar, then the header, and let's use the header HTML5 element with the class header. And of course, we write header in here. Then we have a div with the realtors. Okay, so top 3 realtors. Then we have the features section. So let me actually call this a section. So section features. All right. And then next up, we have the story. Remember? So let me show that to you again. So the story is basically these 2 things. Now, in order for these to be grid items, each of these sides has to be a different element, right? And so we say that these 2 are part of a story, but this left side here is the pictures, and this right side here is the content. And so each of these will be a different grid item. Okay? And so let's use a div for that, and then story. So that is like the block, and then we use the element pictures. Okay? And it's perfectly legal to do it like this, so it's no problem having the block and the element without having a parent block. So we know that these 2 are part of the story block, but there's not really an element for that because we want both of these elements to be grid items. Okay? Does that make sense? So we have the story pictures and the story content. So story content and story pictures. Next up, we have then the section with the homes. Then we have the gallery. So section gallery. And then finally the footer. Okay, and so that's our markup structure. Let's take a look at that if it's already in our HTML, or in our page actually. And so yeah, so here we go. That is the content of our page for now. Let's now go ahead and actually give each of them here a background color so that we can better see what's actually going on here, okay? So remember that we already have a file for each of them here in the SAS folder. And so let's open up each of them one by one. Okay, so sidebar, background color, and I'm actually going to use the primary color for this one because that will be the final color actually. So color primary, let's take a look if that works already. And yeah, so this our primary color. Next up, we have the header. And so let's use another color here from our variables here. So let's use this gray color, right? So we're going to change most of this later, but that's just so we can see what's going on. So next is the realtors. And so realtors, background color. And here I actually use the definitive color. So this is color secondary, and it is this dark blue, right? So let's see. And it's actually not really there. So this is here the dark blue color that I mean, okay? So let's see what's going on here. Yeah, it's just a small typo over here. So let's save and close. Now it should be there, and of course it is. So now the features, and let's use, for example, this color here as the background color in here. So features. Save it and close it. Next up, we have the story. So the story is the name of the block. remember that. But we actually don't even have an element called story. But what we do have is an element called story pictures and one called story content, right? And so we're going to build these selectors like we've been doing throughout all the other projects in the course. So using this SAS way. So the and then underscore underscore pictures. And this, of course, will translate into story pictures. So let's use color primary here again. And again, this doesn't really matter at this point. It's just so that we can see the boxes a bit better. Okay. Now in this case, let's actually use the real color, which will be this one here. So this light gray. Close it. Let's check it out. And yeah. So you see that all of these colors are here. And so now next up is the homes. So homes. So let's use the blue color again. And actually the same for the footer. So let's just copy this code here for the footer, because that's actually also the definitive final color. And then for the gallery, the background color, let's again use this one. Give it a save and close. And this one we can close as well. And so let's check it out. And so yeah, each of them now has their own background color. Okay, and so let's now actually start with the grid part of building this layout. So that's the most exciting part, right? So remember that this element here had this container class. So this body element. And this body element is what actually will be our overall grid container, right? And so I gave it the class container so that we can now style it. I could have done it directly in the body here, of course, but I think it's a bit more cleaner to actually use this container class. So it is a grid container, and so we start by saying display grid. So nothing new here at this point. And so let's now start with the rows. So grid, template rows. And so let's take a look now at our final design again. So let's check out how many rows we actually want. So the first row is this one here, right? And let me show you that the height of this row here is actually a percentage of the viewport height, okay? So if I decrease this here, then you will see that the height of the container adapts as well, right? And so the size of this row here is in viewport height units. So let's actually go over there and define that already. So the first row check should have a height of 80 viewport heights. Okay, so right now we have an explicit grid with only one row, right? And all the other items that will be added in the implicit grid. So the items that don't have any space here in this 1x1 grid. Okay, so right now we only defined one row. So let's take a look at that. And yeah, so that's the first one. Right now it says here that it's the sidebar, but of course we're going to change that in a second. What matters here is that the first row now has this 80 viewport. And let's actually decrease that. And so you can see that it's actually working. Actually, let's go back here and take a look at the second row. So the second row is this one here. So all of this. And so this one will contain this part of the features. Now, how do we want this row here to be sized? Well, actually, we simply want it to contain here this content. And if we increase this content, we of course want this row here to grow with it. So let's say that the content grows like this and that it's a bit larger now. And so of course we want the row to grow with it, right? So how do we do that? Well, we actually already did it in one of the intro lectures. And so what we can say here is that we want this to have the min content. Okay, now we could also put auto here like this, and auto is actually the default if you do not specify anything. So auto basically also means that it adapts to the content, okay? And in this case, it really is the same. So we can write main content or auto here. It really doesn't matter, because either way, it's going to mean that there will be enough space to fit all the content, okay? So main content, and that's not going to change anything here. So it just looks the same because right now the content is just this text in the second row, okay? So let's go over to the third row. And this row here is actually not a function of the viewport height, but the viewport width. So let me show that to you again. And you see that as we decrease the viewport width, the size of these boxes here decrease. So of this row here is increasing and decreasing, and so basically adapting here to the viewport. And so that means that we're using the viewport width unit. So let's actually do that. And what I did here is to use 40% of the viewport width. And so by now you're seeing how important it is to really think about responsiveness. So right from the beginning of defining our grid tracks and columns as well. So you see that in this real world scenario, we're not just using pixels here, but instead we're using real units that make sense for the content that we're putting in here. And so units like viewport height or viewport width are really important units to use in a real world scenario like this one here. So in the grid examples that you see online, or even that we did in the last section, we always used like some fixed size for the columns and for the rows, right? But in here, we don't always do that. So we use units like this, and we also simply want the rows to adapt to the content, especially in the rows. Not so much in the columns, but in the rows, it's sometimes really useful to simply let them have the height of the content. Okay, and actually the next one will be exactly that. So the fourth row is this one here, and it's similar to the features row in that we simply wanted to have the height of its content. Okay, and so let's use main content again. And the same thing actually for this one here. Okay, so this one should also simply be the height of all of these images here together. And then the same thing also for the footer. So we're not going to define any static value for any of this. And so all we have to do now is to say main content again. And actually, instead of that, let's do repeat. Okay, because we want it 3 times now. And so instead of writing it out 3 times, let's simply use the repeat function, okay? So I hope that makes sense. And if it doesn't, then just try to imagine that we put fixed pixel values here in all of these rows. So imagine this would be a hard-coded 1000 pixels, and here as well, and here like, let's say 800 pixels, something like that. And imagine what would happen if we then started to resize our window. So if a user viewed the page from a phone or from a tablet. We could of course use media queries to adapt in that situation, but it's far easier to think responsive right from the beginning and size the rows and the columns in a responsive and flexible way right from the start. Okay? So always think about that when you're designing and building content with CSS grids. So we have the rows now, and the next thing we have to do is to define our column tracks. But actually, I'm going to leave that to the next lecture, because that's even more complex, and actually a lot more complex than defining our row tracks. Okay? So I'm going to leave that to the next lecture, as well as the placement of all our grid items in the correct position, so that it in the end looks like the layout that we're going to build. Let's now define the column tracks of our layout and then place the grid items in it, so that we end up with our final design. So let's now think about the column tracks of this design. So it's very common in web design to use a design grid with like 8 or 12 or 16 predefined columns. And so that's also what we're going to do in here. Now, it may not really be necessary for this design, but as I mentioned, grid systems like this one are widely used in web design. So for example, Bootstrap has a 12-column grid, and many other design systems out there work the exact same way. And so that's why I wanted to teach you here how we can use that as well. So we start with an 8-column grid here, so something very simple, and then I'm going to keep adding some stuff, but we're going to build it step by step so it makes all the sense to you. So let's start with the 8-column layout. Imagine that we wanted just a very, very simple 8-column layout. All we had to do is to say grid, template columns, and then repeat 8 and 1 FR, right? So this would produce 8 equally sized columns occupying the entire viewport. And that's exactly what it would look like. Okay? So the first row here, remember, has 80% of the viewport height. And so our 9 grid items would fill these 8 columns in here and then add another item down here in the second row. But that's not quite what we want, because what we want is actually to have like this fixed here in the middle of the viewport, right? So we want, like, for example, in here, we want this here to have always the same width, this entire part, right? So we have this here and then centered nicely in the viewport, like we're used to having it. And so what that means is that these columns in the middle, they have actually a fixed width. And let me actually show you the grid inspector here, so that makes it a bit easier to understand. Okay, and you see that these are the 8 columns that I was talking about. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, right? So these are our main 8 columns. So we want them to have a fixed width, right? So let's do that. And remember that usually we use something like 1140 pixels or 1200. So something between 1100 and 1200, I think, would be reasonable. And so let's divide 140 by 8. That is approximately 142 pixels. So let's simply say that it's 140 pixels and make it 14 rem, right? Because remember, 14 rem translates to 140 pixels. So let's take a look at that now. And so that's what it looks like. But now suppose that we decrease our viewport. Then it doesn't even adapt at all. And that makes total sense because this is just a fixed width columns. And so I already showed you in the last section how we can fix that. Okay? And so what we're going to use here is the min-max function. So we say that the maximum should be 14 rem, but it can be lower, but never below the min content. Okay? So the minimum size that it should have in order to fit the content in there. So let's think about it again. So we want to have 8 columns, and we want the width of each of these columns to be between their minimum content and 140 pixels. Okay? So let's take a look at that now. And here we go. So now it actually is starting to adapt to the viewport width. Okay? But also it never grows larger than these 140 pixels for each of the column. Okay? So that's kind of what we want already. Also, we want something else, and that's this sidebar here. So you see that we have these 8 columns here in the middle, but then on the left side we have the sidebar. And so that's also a column track. Okay? So let's add that here as well. And we want this to be 80 pixels wide. So 8 rem. And so just like that, we added another column. So right now we have 8 rem for the sidebar, and then our 14 rem columns beside that. So let's take a look at that again. And so here you have the sidebar. And so now the last step is to actually basically center these 8 columns between this end of the viewport and this sidebar, okay? Because we don't actually want this to be centered in the viewport, but let's say between the sidebar and the end of the page. And so how can we do that? What do you think would be the best way to achieve exactly that? Well, we could simply add 2 more columns, 1 to each side of these 8 columns here in the middle. So 1 here on the left side, so let's say here, and then 1 here on the right side. And we want both of them to occupy the remaining of the space. Okay? Does that make sense? And so what I just said translate into 1 fractional unit in here and 1 fractional unit at the end. So I hope that makes sense as well. So let's check it out. And here we go. So let's actually use our grid tool here as well. And so here we go. Let's see it down here as well. And so this is what I was saying. So we have our 8 grids here in the middle, the 8 columns actually. And then here on the right side and on the left side, we have the one that occupy the remaining space. So if we now decrease this viewport, you will see that these ones are the ones that start to shrink first, right? So this last one and this one here. So they started to shrink because they are the one that occupy the fractional space, so the remaining space. Okay? And so that is kind of what we wanted. Having our 8 columns centered right in the viewport. Now, if we hadn't this sidebar here, then we could have used the margin auto 0 trick, okay? So where the margin on the left and on the right side are set to auto, and then that would center the element or all of these items in the viewport. Or we could also have used, of course, the justify content property, but that wouldn't have been perfect in this case as well. And well, actually, another reason why we want to do it like this is what I'm going to show you here. And that's these sections here that go from one side to the other. And so that's what I call the full bleed sections. So you see that in here, for example, here on the top, we have this here occupying only or 8 columns in the middle. But if you then move down here, you see that this full bleed section actually goes all the way from this side here to the right side of the viewport. And the same thing you can see here in the gallery and actually even in the footer and also the header and in the top here. Okay, and so these are the full bleed sections, and we then need these columns here on the left side and on the right side to basically break out of our predefined 8-column grid that we have in the middle of the page, right? And so that's another thing that this layout here allows us to do perfectly. So this is perfect for having full bleed sections in the middle of some 8-column sections. And actually, this is a trend that we've been seeing more and more in web design, which is having exactly that, what I just said. So having a couple of like design elements which are centered in the viewport like we have here with this 8 columns, but then sometimes we have some full bleed sections in the middle of that. And so grid layout is perfect for doing exactly that in a simple way. Okay, so the first time that we actually set this up is maybe not so simple, but I hope that you understood the logic behind of this. So again, we started with an 8-column layout that are these 8 columns here. Then on the left side, we added this sidebar, and then we added this column here on the left side and on the right side, which both occupy the remaining, so the fractional space, in order to center these 8 columns in the middle of the page. And if you then want a full bleed section, we can occupy these contents here and have a section that goes all the way from the left side to the right side, for example. And with that, we can kind of break the inner 8-column layout. So I hope that does a lot of sense to you. Now, in order to make our life a bit easier when we start placing the items, let's actually name these column tracks here. And so we already talked about that in the last section. And so I'm going to name this one here the sidebar start and the sidebar end. And then remember that the grid line can have multiple names, and so this one will be also called the full start, because basically this is where we want to start the full bleed sections. So imagine that we have a full bleed section, like I explained before, then that would start right here after the sidebar, and it would go all the way until the end. So let me name the last grid line here as well. So full end. Now the grid line that comes after this one here, I'm going to call it the center start. Okay, because this is basically the beginning of our 8 columns. And so that's the part that's going to stay centered in the middle. And so this one is called the center. And so I'm going to call this one center start. And then the grid line after this, the center end. And now finally, we also want to name all of these columns. And so we can do that, and we did it before actually, and so we create a set of named lines. So we do it in the repeat here, and then this one is called, simply call start, and then after it is the call end. And remember that this is then going to create 8 call starts starting from number 1 to number 8. So we're going to have call start 1, 2, 3, all the way to 8, and the same thing for call end. Right? Now, before all of this starts confusing you, let's actually use this in practice right now. So let's start by placing the sidebar. Okay, and so let's open it. And we want the sidebar to start from the grid line called sidebar start to sidebar end. So sidebar start and sidebar end. And then the second step is that we want it to span all the way from the beginning of the grid to the end in terms of rows, right? So grid row, we want it to start right at the beginning of our design. Remember? So let me show it to you again. So it starts right here and goes all the way until the end. Okay? And so what's like the keyword for the end, that's right, it's -1. So it starts at the beginning and goes to the end. And yeah, that's exactly what you see happening here. So right now we only have 2 row tracks. And so right now the sidebar is not as tall as it is in our example, but it will of course start increasing as we add more rows to the grid. So let's continue. And maybe you're wondering why we are not naming the rows. We're only naming the columns and not the rows. And that is because in an overall layout like this, the focus is always more on the columns and not so much on the rows. So sometimes you might not even want to size the rows here, because sometimes all you really want to do is that all your rows fit to your content. And in that case, you only really need to define the columns, because the columns are always more important. So let's now do the features part. Okay. So the features, remember, they go from this part here all the way to this part. So basically from the beginning to the end of our central 8 grids. Okay. And that's what we called the center here, right? So remember that we called it center start, then we have the 8 columns, and then we have the grid line called center end. And so all we have to do is to use these names. So grid column, center start, all the way to center end. Okay, and here we go. So you see it starts here and then it ends down here. So exactly what we wanted to have. We also have the header and the top 3 realtors, but let's leave them for a bit later, because these are not as straightforward as the others. Okay, and so let's actually now continue with the gallery and the footer. So the gallery we see goes all the way from one end to the other end. And so remember what we called this? We called it the full. So the full bleed section. And so full start and full end. And so let's do that. So grid column starting at full start and ending at full end. And the same actually for the footer. So let's just copy this. And let's check it out. Moving down here, and here you go. So the gallery spans all the way from the sidebar here to the end, and as well as the footer. Let's actually increase here the font size of all of these items here at the same time. And so I'm just gonna use it like this. So I say that I want a container and then all the right children. And this is just here for development purposes. So I'm gonna change that here in a second. So let's just give all of these a 40 pixels of padding and a font size of 3 rem. Okay, and again, I'm going to delete this later. This is just so we can see a bit better what's going on here. And so our rows are now a bit larger. This is starting to look real good. Now, as for the homes, we actually want them to be the same as the features. So from start center to start end. So homes, grid column, starting from the grid line center start and go to center end. And exactly that's what happened. So just like the features, it is occupying our central 8 grid part here, right? Now, of course, we could have used here just the line numbers here and simply make this start from like line number 3, I think in this case. So 1 to 3, it would have been, and then say span, and then just add all of these numbers. So spanning from number 3 to line 11. But that would be highly impractical. And so it's really much easier to name our column lines like this. So we defined the homes, features, gallery, footer, and sidebar. Next up, let's think about the header and the realtors. So let's come here to our original design. And so you see that what I did here is to give 2 parts of our 8 columns to this realtors and 6 columns to the footer. Okay, so basically 6 out of 8 columns are for the header here, and 2 out of the 8 columns are for the realtors. And then of course we add this outer part here, so here and here. so that we end up with a full bleed look here. And so that is why these columns that we have here in the middle are so useful, because they allow us to build different kind of designs. For example, if you come down here, you see that we used this grid line here in the center to put one part of this design on the left side and the other part here on the right side of this central line. So in this case, it's 4 columns for this pictures part of the story and 4 columns for this content part of the stories. Okay, and so let's code that up as well. So the header grid column, it starts at full start, and that's not correct. So start. So full start is basically here right after the sidebar, and it ends after the 6th columns. Okay, so let's actually count this. So this is the first line of this set. So this is the column number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, right? And so this here is the end of column number 6. And so it translates into col end 6, right? So remember from the intro lectures that when we have a named set of grid lines, then we have to use the numbers. And in this case, it ends after the 6th column, okay? And now the realtors, they didn't start right after that. So grid column, so call start 7, all the way until full end. So let's check that out. And yeah, so that's exactly what we have here in our demo, right? So you see, it's exactly the same. So just to make sure that you understand why this works, let's remember that this here is the first column. So column start number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, right? And so it starts at the 7th column right here. It goes all the way until the end, of course. And so now all that's left to do is to place the story pictures in story content, because right now they're not really where they are supposed to are. And so let's take a look at that again. And yeah, I already explained that before. So it goes all the way until the end of the 4th column, and then the next one, so the content, it starts at the beginning of the 5th column, okay? So let's do that. So grid column, full start, and it goes until call end 4. So that's exactly what I said before, right? And then this one goes from grid column, call start 5, so the 5th column until full end. And that should be it. So let's check that out. And yeah, it's correct. That's exactly what we were looking for. Awesome. So that's really great. So with this, we finished our overall layout actually. So great, that's fantastic. So it's really simple to create a complex layout like this. And I think this is really rather complex. So I tried to do something not all too weird, but at the same time to go into some complexity so that we don't just build another boring demo layout here, okay? So instead we went for a real world look here with this design. Now, one last thing that I want to change here is something for this situation. So imagine that we start decreasing here, then of course our 8 columns here always stay nicely centered, right? And you can see this very well here in this blue homes part, right? So you see that it stays centered, of course, and that's exactly what we defined. But watch what happens as we really approach the width of these 8 columns. So you see that at some point here, this space on the left and on the right side almost disappears. And that's because this column here, so this column track and this column track, they are defined to be 1 FR, so 1 fraction of the remaining space. And so they do exactly what we told them to do. But we actually don't want it to be quite like that, because we usually always want to have some margin between the content and like the margin of the page. And in this case, this really starts to stick here to the sidebar. And so that's not ideal. And so what we can do is something very simple. So what do you think we can do here? Well, all we have to do here is to use the minmax function here. And so we say that we want this to be between 6 rem, so 60 pixel, and 1 fractional unit. Okay, and just like this, we will always keep a minimum of 60 pixel on this side. And of course, we want the same here on the other side, right? So what we did with this is to ensure that this column never gets smaller than 6 rem. And instead, what will start to shrink when there's not enough space to fit these 40 rem columns here in the viewport will be the columns themselves. So they are the ones who will start shrinking. So let's take a look at that. And so as we approach, you see, so we approach these 60 pixels here, and let's actually inspect that. Inspect that element. And actually we cannot inspect it really. Instead, let's do it like this. So here we see that this has 60 pixels, right? So 16 times 511. And so these 60 pixels is the 6 rem that we just defined. So that's the minimum that this column will always have no matter what. Okay? And so as we now decrease the viewport, the columns will start to shrink, right? And so what this does, it basically ensures that there's always a margin between the content and the end of the page. And so with that, our layout is actually really completed. There's nothing more we have to add, and we are ready to now build all of these sections one by one. So I know that this was probably rather complex for a beginner like you, but that's why I built this layout here step by step, starting with just the 8 columns and then growing up from there, until we reached in the end this fully fledged design. So once more, I want you to really understand what happened here and to experiment with it in case you didn't. So it's really important that before moving forward, you are 100% sure you know what we did here, okay? So that it really makes sense to you. And if you have any question, then of course you can post it to the Q&A section on Udemy, and you will get then help there so that you can make sure that you understand 100% what's going on here, so that you can build your own layouts in your future. And they will not always be like this, okay? So sometimes it may be a bit simpler, and you just have to use then the tools that I gave you to build your own layouts. So you may not always have like a sidebar, or some of the things that I have here, they might not really apply to your own particular design. But as I said before, I wanted to have something more complex so that we can actually apply all of the contents that we learned before to this real world situation. But enough talking, let's move on to the next video and start building this web page. In this lecture, we are going to build the feature section of our website. And so what you're going to learn here is how and why to create grids inside of grids, how to create a responsive component without media queries, and again, you already know this last part, so we did that already in the intro section, but again, this time we're going to do it in a real world scenario. And then finally, we will build even a very small component using the power of CSS Grid. And so we're going to start with this part here of the website, so the feature section, as I was saying. Now I chose to go with this first because it's a lot more simple than this section here actually, so the header or the realtors. So this one here is easier, and so that's perfect to get started with this page. And we will then come back to this top part here and do it later, okay? So what we have here are basically 6 features laid out in a 2x3 grid. So 3 columns and 2 rows. And so this is of course a perfect use case for using CSS Grid. So let's again start doing that in our markup, okay? And let's actually close all of these SAS files here and then start with our markup. So here in the features section. So let's again use Emmet in order to place 6 features here. So we're going to call each of these simply feature. And now let me show you something else with Emmet. So in the CodePen lectures, I already showed you that we can use this $sign here to number stuff. But we can also use Emmet to introduce some text into the HTML element right off the bat. So and for that, we just have to use the curly brackets. And so let's say that we want to number these features from 1 to 6. So in each of them, we want to say feature and then the number, and then we multiply it by 6. And that's it. So each of them is now called feature, and then the text in there will say feature 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so for now we don't have all the content inside of each of these features like I showed you in the demo, but just some text so that we can lay out our grid actually. So let's open our feature SAS file and start writing some code. So this features element here is a grid item, right? But now we want this grid item to also be a grid container. And so that's just the same thing as we have in Flexbox, where a flex item can easily become a flex container. So all we have to do is to write display grid, and that's it. So right now, this features element is a grid container. Now it would be really helpful and great to have something called a subgrid here. And that's actually something that's coming to CSS Grid in the second level of the specification. But right now, subgrids are not available. So what will a subgrid actually be? So basically, it will allow a grid that is inside a grid, so like in this case here, to like snap its tracks to the parent grid. For example, align its columns with the columns of the parent grid. So in this example, we could then make it so that the columns of this small grids would automatically be where the columns of our overall page layout are. Right? Does that make sense? And actually that would be really helpful here. But right now that's just not possible. And so we need to manually create new columns for this grid container. So just to show you what I mean with the subgrid, so it would be like creating a grid where we could automatically say that one column should be like these two columns here from the parent grid. Okay? So basically snapping to these tracks. But right now, again, that's not possible. And so we're just going to manually create our grid. Right? So let's start with the columns. Grid template columns. And remember, we want 3 columns here. And so we just say 3 columns with 1 fractional unit each. And that's it. That's 3 equally sized columns right there. Now about the rows, we don't actually need to specify anything for the rows. I mean, we could do it, and we would do it basically like this. So grid template rows, and then we could just say auto and auto, but that's not necessary at all, because that's just what's gonna happen anyway if you don't define anything at all. And so we don't need this. What actually will happen is that we create an implicit grid then, right? So all of our items will basically be placed in an implicit grid and not in an explicit grid, because we don't define the rows. So we have like 0 cells defined for our grid. But that's not a problem at all. It works just the same. So let's get rid of this, and then we're good to go. And actually, let's take a look at that so that you can see that's actually true. And here we go. So we have now feature 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 6, all laid out like in our demo. And we can also see that here in the DevTools quite well. So let's select this one here. And then it will deselect our overall grid, right? So we can either have this one or this one. And so down here now you see our grid, so our 3x2 grid. And you see that the line here is dotted. And as I explained to you before, that means that these are row tracks of an implicit grid. Now the next step is to actually get rid of this huge font size here and the padding that we gave this here just for testing purposes, and then get rid of the background color and also add some margin to the top and bottom of this overall parent element. Okay, so let's do that. And I'm going to put it here before the grid stuff definition. So margin, and I want 15 rem on top and on the bottom. And let's get rid of the background color as well. Then in the base, let's also delete this. And so that should look a lot more natural now. All right, so we can also add, of course, a gap here, which we haven't done yet. And let's set it to 60 pixels. So 6 rem. All right. And yeah, so that's better. And so now we're ready to start filling this up with the actual content. So what do we have here actually for the content? Let's take a look at that. And so here we see that we have like this icon here, and that comes from an SVG icon sprite that I already included in our image folder. Okay, so this time we're not going to go through manually creating that SVG sprite like we did in the last project, because right now you already know how to do that. And so I did it so that we can just use it and don't waste any time doing that, right? So we have the icon, then we have like this heading here, and then after that the paragraph with this text. Now this heading here, you see that it has this different font size than this one here, right? So remember that I said in the beginning that this font size here is like for the usual text, for the normal text, and then for the headings we have like this different font family. And these ones here are actually H4 elements. And so I decided that these smaller headings are the H4s. So this one, for example, and also this one, these are H4s. Then this one, slightly bigger, is the H3. This one here, of course, is the H1. And then we also have this one, which is the H2. Okay, so I could have done that differently, but that's just up to you how you do it in your project. So that's the hierarchy that I defined for the headings. So an SVG icon, an H4, and a paragraph with this text. So back in our index.html, let's then get rid of this text here and start including the stuff here. So we start with the icon, and remember how we did that. So use the SVG element, and I'm going to call this one feature icon. And then in there, remember that we have this weird use element. So let me actually write that out. And then we use xlink :href. Okay, and then image, and it's simply called sprite as before. And then in here, we have the different icons. And this one is called icon global. And so that's the one that looks like that globe. And let me actually show that to you. So image and sprite. So you cannot really see the image, but we can see the different names. So we have icon presentation or icon heart full, icon expand, icon lock, trophy, key, and so on and so forth. And you could probably open this also in some kind of graphical software in order to take a look at these different icons here. But I'm not going to do that because I really just want to quickly get my content into here. Okay, so next we have the H4 element, and this one is called heading 4, very simply. And so you see that I'm already using like a reusable style, and so this is like a component that I'm going to reuse throughout the page later on, right? And so that's not really part of the feature block here and the feature component itself. So, world's best luxury homes. So that's the heading for the first one. And then we have, of course, the feature text. Okay, and as for this content, here in the image folder, you will see a small text file. And so in here, I have the text for these 6 elements. Okay, so let's take a look at that. And all right, we have our icon, we have our unstyled H4 and the P. So that's huge right now, but of course, we're going to take care of that later. For now, let's actually just copy this here 5 times, replace this one here. This was just for testing purposes, but now we just have this content. And so we just have to replace then the stuff here. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think 1 is missing, yeah. And okay. So the next one is called the trophy. It says then here, only the best properties. And let's get our text. Of course, we could leave the same text here for all of these elements, but then it would look weird and not natural at all. And also I want to show you something that happens when we have different amounts of text here, okay? And so it's really useful to have it like this. Okay, next up we have to replace the global in here, change it to map pin, and here it says all homes in top locations. And then let's get the text again. This here is key. New home in 1 week. And only 2 to go. So this one is presentation. Top 1% realtors. And finally, this one is with a log, and it says secure payments on Nexter, so the name of the company. Let's take a look. And here we go. Okay, so that is our content ready to be styled. And we're actually going to do that right in the next lecture. This is the second part of building the features section. So this is where we left off after the last lecture. And so now it's time to actually style these icons, this heading, and the paragraph. And after we're done doing that, we will then lay them out here in this way. So the icon here on this side, and then these two, one after the other. Okay, but let's start by styling these three. So we have the icon and the text, and then the heading separately. So we have features, and then we have the feature. So this feature component here would, in theory, be reusable in another page. So it's completely independent from the features class. But I still put them in the same file though, because they are closely related. And having these classes in different files would make me jump around a lot through the different files. And that would be terrible for recording videos like this. Okay, and so basically each of the section now got its own file. And then there I have the overall element, which is like the container of these components. But again, these feature here would be completely reusable somewhere else later on the page, or if I had another page on my website. Okay, so let's style the icon. And then let's also style the text. Okay, and actually let's start with the text. Let's set the font size to 1.7 rem. And that's it. So actually we don't have to do anything else, just increasing the font size here a bit. Then as for the icon, let's change the color. And remember how we do that with SVG icons. So what we have to do is to use the fill property. And then we use the primary color. So color primary. And so that's our golden color here again. And then finally, let's just size it. So we want a width of 45 pixels, so 4.5 rem. And then the same for the height. So that's usually the same. Okay. And now finally, we also want to style the heading 4. And that's going to be in the typography file. And so heading 4. And we will then also later have the heading 1, 2, 3, and 4. So let me actually do all of them here. Why not? So 1, 2, 3, and then 4 here. All right. So we want them to have the font family that I mentioned before, which is this one here. Oh, sorry. Now I closed it. So we want the font display. So it's Josephine Sans. And that's the one that we're going to use for all of the headings. So it is font display. And we also want the font weight to be 400. And remember, we actually included that font weight in the HTML from Google Fonts. Okay. Now we actually want all of these to have these two properties. And so that's a perfect use case for a CSS extend, right? So we can do like this placeholder that I showed you a long time ago, I think. We haven't really used it since then, but now it's a good time to use it again. So we use this placeholder, which I'm simply going to call heading. Then I put this here. And now all I have to do is to extend all of these like this. So I say extend and heading. And that's it. And so what's going to happen now is that basically this heading 1 here is copied like to this place here. So let's copy this all over the place here. And so what's going to happen now, it's like as if this heading 1, heading 2, heading 3, and heading 4 will be copied here to this selector. All right. So it's not a mix-in, because the mix-in works the other way around. So with the mix-in, this code here would then be pasted into each of the selectors. And with an extend, it works the other way around. So basically, these selectors are copied into a huge selector, which then makes this code here apply to all of them, right? So anyway, we were talking about the heading 4, and here the font size, we want it to be 1.9 rem. Now, remember that I told you that we want to use this heading 4 in different situations throughout the page. Okay, so we want to use it here on these features, but also this one here is an H4 as well. And you see that this one is white and this one is dark. And so let's actually do that with a modifier class. Okay, so let's add a modifier class, one for light, and the color here is going to be gray light 1, okay? And then we will have dark, and that's going to be gray dark 1. And actually it's here. And so, all right. Let's just duplicate this. And so this one is for dark. Now we of course have to add this here to the HTML as well. And so let's add multiple cursors here in each of them, so we don't have to write it once. So heading 4, and this one is the dark version. Okay, so the modifier is with these 2 dashes. All right, and I think that's actually it. So let's check it out in our page. And that already looks quite good, right? So this icon here has the correct size, and all of this looks just like we have it here. Okay, now all we have to do is to actually align these elements like we have it here. And how are we going to do that? Well, once again, we are going to use CSS Grid here, because why not? This is just a small component, and we actually have a 2-dimensional layout here, right? So let's take a look. So this is actually 2-dimensional. So we have the row axis and the column axis. And so it's really 2-dimensional, and so why not use a CSS Grid for doing that? So we will have a 2x2 grid, and let me show it to you here actually already. And that's not the one, but that's the one. So we're going to have this 2x2 grid, and then in there we will place these 3 elements. Okay, does that make sense? So typography is done for now. And so this feature here, which itself is a grid item, of course, will now also become a grid container. And so we have a grid inside a grid inside a grid. So just like we had in Flexbox, we can really nest the grids really deep. So display grid, and let's start by defining the columns. Grid template columns. And so what width do we want to have for the first column? So the first column will contain the icon. And we already know the width of the icon, so it's 4.5 rem. And so in this column here, we could simply put 4.5 rem as well, right? But instead of doing that, we will simply put auto. Okay, or we could use min content or max content. So let's actually use min content. Why not? Because this way, if we eventually wanted to change the width here of the icon, then automatically the width of this first column would adjust without us having to change anything. And then the rest of the grid, so the second column, will simply occupy the rest. Okay, simple as that. Okay, makes sense? And now as for the rows, again, we don't really need to specify them, because all we want to happen is them to be the size of the content. And so once more, we don't really define them. And probably you start to see this emerging like as a trend. So many times we don't really define the rows, we just define the columns. And in a real world scenario, that's actually many times the case. So many times we just want the content to define the rows. And so in that case, it's not really necessary to define the rows. We will have other cases where we will define the rows, and you're going to see that later. But for now, it's good like this. It works perfectly fine like this. So let's check it out. And we'll see that it's actually not really perfect yet. Okay, so let's check out what's happening here. And so let's inspect this. And so here you see our 4 grid cells. So the first one is actually larger, much larger than the icon. And that's because right now we only have 3 elements in this grid. And so the third one, of course, because of the auto placement algorithm, gets placed here under this icon. So what we could do here is to place this grid item here in this grid cell. But actually what's even better is to make this grid cell here span all the way here until the end, so that we end up with this grid area here for this icon. Because right now this row here is also as high as this icon, but actually we just want it to be as large, as high as this text here. And so if we had all of this column here, so these 2 rows for this icon, then that would actually happen perfectly fine. So let me show that to you. So the icon, we wanted to have the grid row property set to start at number 1 all the way to the end, or span 2. So in this case, it's really the same. We could just add -1, and then we're sure that it goes all the way until the end. And so automatically now, the text should get placed here to the end. And for some reason, that didn't really happen. And so this is actually a good opportunity to tell you something important that I didn't tell you yet, I think. So this -1 here, this means not the end of the grid, but the end of the explicit grid, okay? And so this would be the last explicit grid line, but we didn't really define any grid rows, right? And so there's not really an explicit grid. And so this -1 here doesn't make much sense. So instead of this -1, we should simply add span 2, okay? Makes sense? So again, the -1 only works with an explicit grid, but we had an implicit grid because we didn't define the rows. And so it didn't work as expected. Right now it does. Okay, and so let's inspect it here as well. So it doesn't really highlight here the spanning going on, but it doesn't matter because we can see it by ourselves, because you see that this icon here is actually already in this second cell. And so this is like all the same cell. Actually, I think if you hover it here, then you will see it. Well, not really, but again, that's not a huge problem. So we're almost done here now. What we need now is, of course, some spacing here. So add some space between the columns and the rows. And that's very simple, of course. So just add a grid row gap, and let's make it 1.5 rem, and then a gap for the column as well. So grid column gap. And this one is 2.5 rem. Okay, so let's check it out again. And all right, here we go. That looks really good already. Just a couple of things that we need to change here. So first of all, in our demo project, these icons here are actually a bit moved to the top. So basically to center the center of the icon here with the text. And that's just something that we have to do manually, okay? And so let's fix that. So we're very simply just going to translate the icon a bit to the top. So transform and translate in the Y direction, just -1 rem. Okay, and so that should fix that. Yeah, so that looks a bit more natural now. And now the second issue is that you see in these 2 columns, where we only have 3 lines of text, that the space here is huge. Okay, so I mentioned before that I wanted to have different text in the different elements, and that's because I wanted to show you how we can fix exactly this issue. So let's actually inspect it. So we want this one here now, and so you can see that this row here is larger than the row in here and in here, right? And so why is this happening? Well, it's happening because this features grid here, which contains these 6 grid items, makes it so that these grid items, that all of the grid items fill the entire grid cells, right? And so that's because of the align items property that is by default set to stretch. Remember that? So align items is the property that controls the alignment of grid items along grid cells. And so these here are the grid items of this features grid. And currently this align items property is set to stretch. So what do we do if we want all of them here to start at the top? So basically move all of this here to the top. Well, we just have to set the align items property on this parent container here to start. So let's do that. And so this here is the grid container. And so align items, let's set it to start. Okay, and if we're back now, that is how it looks like. So we could maybe even give this here like a background color, but actually that's not even necessary. Because even with this inspector here, you can see that this grid item is now no longer the exact same of the grid cell, but just the size of its content moved all the way to the top, just as we specify at the grid container. Of course, we could also set this like to end. Let me show you how that would look like. And yeah, so then it would move these two here, which are smaller than the other items. It would move them simply to the end, so to the bottom of their grid cell. Or we could try center also. All right, and so now it's centered, but that's still not what we want. We just want them to be at the start. Okay, and so it's really important that you are aware that all of these properties that I showed you in the first section, so in the intro section, that all of these properties exist and what they do and how you can use them to your advantage to achieve exactly what you need to achieve. Okay, and so in this case, we really needed the align items to move all of this up to the top, so up the column axis. All right, and so right now it actually looks the exact same as our demo. There's just one small thing to fix, because when you reduce this here, what you see that it gets narrower and narrower and even more narrow. So what we want to do here, of course, is what I showed you in the last section, which is basically to make this responsive without writing a single line of media query. Okay, and so that's what happens here. So as you see, at some point, well, the text gets smaller, and that's because of media query, but that's not what I'm talking about. So what happens is that at some point, you see that it moves down here. And so instead of a 3x2 grid, we now have a 2x3. Okay, and then as it gets even smaller, it does basically a 1x6 grid. Okay, and so that's what we want to achieve, and that's quite simple actually, and even without media queries. So do you remember how we did that? Well, all we have to change here is this grid template columns and define some new column tracks. So grid template columns. So do you remember what the trick here is? Well, first of all, we need to use the autofit keyword in here. And remember what autofit does? It simply creates as many tracks as can fit based on the width that we define. Okay, and so this width that we define here will be with the minmax function. So minmax, and we say that the width should always stay between 25 rem and 1 fractional unit. And that's as simple as it. And actually I said 25. Okay, so 250 pixels basically. So again, the width of each of the tracks should always stay between 250 rem and 1 fractional unit. And based on this, CSS will add as many tracks as fit in the container. Okay, so that's exactly what we did in one of the demo examples in the last section. So let's check it out if it works. So where's the container? Okay, so we start with the 1120 pixels, and so let's move it down now. And remember that each column can have up to 250 pixels. So we start decreasing, and then, bam, you see at this point, it no longer could fit 3 columns, and so it reduced it to 2 columns. Okay, so let's check it out here. So you see this feature here as 251, which is almost the minimum size that it has to have. So you see it now, bam. So 250, and a bit less will push it off the edge and bring it down to 2 column tracks. Okay, so that's really amazing. That's really great and powerful. And now you see that it's even more important to use this align items set to start that I had before. For example, now here you have a lot of empty space down here, and so it's really important that you see that if we inspect this here, so the size of the item is just this, and so without the align items set to start, it would look really weird. Okay, so this works just the way I explained before. and everything is working. Of course, we could change this 250 pixels to something else, but I found that it works really well in this particular situation. Okay, and so we're actually done with this section. So we used 2 grids here. So one big grid, which could fit all of these 6 items here. So one grid item for each feature, and then each feature is a grid container itself, which then itself contains these 3 grid items. So the icon, this H4, and this text. And grid allows us to nest as many grids inside of each other, and that is very helpful to create even very small 2-dimensional layouts like this one. So we could have used like Flexbox for this one here as well, but then we would have to mess like with margins. We would have added a margin to the bottom of this here, for example, or the top of the text, and that would have added some extra complexity that is not really necessary if we can use CSS Grid. Okay, so grids don't only work for the big layout parts like some people say, but they can also be for very small components as long as they are 2-dimensional. Then it makes a lot of sense using grids for that. Okay, so next up we're going to build this part here. Okay, so yeah, stay tuned for that. Hey there, welcome back to building our project. And this time let's build the story section. And so by building this section, you're going to learn how to deal with overlapping grid items, why images are special and behave different than the other grid items, and also how to decide if Flexbox is a better tool than CSS Grid in certain situations. Okay, so this is the final result that we're looking for this section. And so let's start with this right side here, where we put these 2 headings, then the text, and finally the button. And we then, by the end, also center this vertically here in this container element. Okay, so before I already said that this one here is an H2 element and this is an H3 element, right? And so let's now go to our markup and code up this part of the website. So we start with the story content and leave the pictures here for the next video. Okay, so we start with the heading 3. So H3, and I'm calling it heading 3. And in here it says, happy customers. Then we have an H2 called heading 2. And it says, the best decision of our lives. And then we also have like this special symbol here. So let me show it to you. So this one here to opening the quote, and this one to closing the quote. And so the first one is this special entity, so LD quo, and this one is RD quo. Okay. Now the paragraph, which is the story text, and so right now we're using actually the name of the block, okay, which up here we did not because these styles here, again, they are reusable. Then for this text, let's go back here to this file that we have and copy it, and we can also close it because we're not going to need it ever again. So let's paste it here, and then just to finish, we need the button with the class btn. So just as we've been doing. And this one says, find your own home. Okay, so let's take a look at that. And so here we go. All right, so that's what it looks like right now. And so let's first add some padding here to this box, and then start by styling the H2 and the H3, or actually the H2 and the H3. Okay, so let's open up the story file here. And we see that we already have some code here, of course, and that's because of the placement of these 2 grid items in our overall layout grid, right? So the content has this background color, which is actually already the one that we want in the end. And so let's just add some padding here very quickly. So 6 top and bottom, and 12 on the left and right side. Okay, let's open up the typography now. And so we're going to start styling the H2 and then the H3. So for this one, we want a font size of 4 rem. a font style of italic. And we can do that because we included the italic style here in the beginning of our HTML. So this one here, so 400i for the italic text. And then actually for this one, we also, just as for the H4, we want the light and a dark version, okay? Because we're going to reuse it somewhere else on the page with a light version. So right now here we want the dark one, so let's go add that here actually. So we want a heading to dark in this case, right? So that's the H2. And now as for the H3, the font size is just 1.6 rem. The color is our primary color, so the gold color. And then we also want the text to be uppercase. Okay, let's just check it out. And now here we see like a problem, and that's because of this huge line height that we defined of 1.6. And so let's put that to 1 here, so that we don't have all of this space in there. So that's the H2, and so line height 1. And yeah, that looks a lot more natural. We also need some spacing here, but let's take care of that a bit later. For now, I'm going to style the button here first. And I'm also going to do that in the typography here, actually. So down here, let me just add a button class here. So the background color is again the primary color. The text color should then be white. And since it is a button element, we need to also get rid of the border. So border none, and also of the border radius. Because by default, it has some. And we don't need that, okay? So as for the font family, it should be also the display font. So font display. The font size should be 1.5 rem. And we want it to be transformed to uppercase. So this is nothing new here, maybe just to get some practice for you. Maybe for that it's good. Okay, then also let's add some padding. 1.8 to top and bottom, and 3 left and right. And again, I played around with these values, and these are the ones that I like the most, okay? So if you want to take a look at different values, of course you can do that. So we also defined a pointer as a cursor, because otherwise the button doesn't have like this hand cursor. Now, we also want a small and subtle hover effect. So nothing crazy here in this case. And all that's going to change is just the background color to color primary in the dark version. Okay, then some transition here, of course. And again, nothing all too crazy. So let's check that one out. And yeah, well, the transition doesn't look right. Now that's because I'm missing the second here. All right. Yeah, so that looks a lot better. So now let's just quickly style this text, and it should look like this. So of course bigger and also italic. So where do we do that? Well, right here in the story. And we can do it then down here, because remember it's called story text. Okay. So font size 1.5 rem. And the font style should be italic. Okay, that's better also. Now about the spacing that I was mentioning, we really shouldn't hard code the margin bottoms here into these headings, because again, we're going to reuse them throughout the page. And so if we add some margin here that's good for these situations, then that margin might not be good for other situations in other places of our page. And so just like we did with other projects in this course, we're going to use some helper classes here, okay? So I'm actually going to add them here also in the typography file, because I don't want to just create another file just for this, okay? So right now I'm being a bit lazy here for that, but it's no problem, okay? If you have a bigger project, then of course you cannot do it like this, but I'm just going to put some margin bottom classes here, and so it's no big deal. So I'm simply going to call these MB, which stands for margin bottom, and then SM, which stands for small. Okay, so that we don't have to write out like these huge class names. So margin bottom, and let's set this one to just to rem. Okay, and so we're going to use that one for the first heading. Then let's simply copy this and paste it a couple of times. So small, medium, large, and huge. So 2, 3, and I'm not sure if I'm going to use the other ones here as well, but let's just fill them out. Okay, we always have to assume that our project might grow sometime in the future, and we have to be prepared for that. And so these helper classes, they are very useful for that. And in fact, there is something happening in CSS right now where people are starting to like style their entire pages using only these small and unique classes. That's called atomic CSS. And if you want to look into that, it's also quite interesting. I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of that right now, but I can definitely see how it's useful to use these classes here in some points, okay? So sometimes it's really useful. Maybe it's a bit too much to style all of the elements on your page just using these helper classes like some people are doing, but definitely they have a place in CSS development, okay? And so right now, let me go ahead and actually use them, okay? So the first one here, I wanted to have a margin bottom of small, and this one, a margin bottom of medium. And let me take a look. So this one is for rem here. So let's actually use this one here for the paragraph. Okay, so margin bottom and large. Or I could actually put these for rem margin bottom directly on this element here, right? Because it's not a reusable one. So let me come here to the story text and simply add a margin bottom of for rem here in this case. Okay, so instead of using a helper class here, it's not really necessary because it is not a reusable element that I want to reuse somewhere else on the page. Okay, and so yeah, that's what it looked like, and the spacing looks good like this. And so we're ready to move on to the next step, which is to actually vertically center all of this here in this parent container. Now, how are we actually going to do that? Well, we could, of course, use CSS Grid once more, and it wouldn't be all too difficult to do that. However, this is just a one-dimensional layout, in fact, right? So you have this element here, then this, and then this, all after another. But on the sides, you don't have anything else. And so it's just a one-dimensional layout, like it's going in this direction from here to here. So we could use, instead of CSS Grid, Flexbox here, right? And remember that I said that in modern web development, CSS Grid is sometimes, or actually many times, used together with Flexbox. And in this case, Flexbox is clearly a good solution to do exactly what we want to do here. Okay? And so you can also practice some Flexbox here, and so that's a great opportunity as well. So how are we going to do that? Well, first of all, we need to say that this content here, which is the parent element, should be the Flex container. Right? So display Flex. And so let's take a look at what happens here. And of course, I hope that's what you expected. Okay, so all of these Flex items are now side by side. But that's not what we want, right? We want them one below the other. And so we need to change the Flex direction to column. Okay, and so with that, remember we also changed the axis. So this is now the main axis going from the top down, and the cross axis is now going from the left to the right. Okay, so how do we now center all of these items here across the main axis? So this axis here. How do we do that? Well, we simply use justify content. Set it to center, and that's actually it. So, yeah, that's it. So you see, when we now change the size of this, you see that it always stays here nicely vertically centered. Right? There's just one small problem with that, and that is that this button here is now ranging all the way from this side to the other side. And do you remember why that is happening? It is because the align items property in Flexbox is set to stretch. Okay, so align items aligns the items along the cross-axis in Flexbox. So in this direction here, it is set to stretch, but we don't want that. Instead, we want it to set to flex start. So let's do that. Flex start. Let's check it out. And that's it. So that is the solution of this problem. So I know that maybe it's a bit confusing for you to now use Flexbox all together here with CSS grids, but that's just so that you know that this is how it works in the real world, and also that you don't forget Flexbox just because you'll know CSS Grid now. Okay, so of course we could have done it with CSS Grid as well, and so let me show that to you as well. And actually it would have been even easier than this. So let's take this part out of the code, and so instead of a Flexbox container, let's set it to grid now. And so now which property do we actually use to align all of our grid tracks in the vertical direction? That's the align content property. And we just have to set it to center. Okay, so let's take a look at that. And yeah, it works just the same. So let's actually inspect this here. So story content. And so these are the grid items here, of course, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And they are now vertically centered as well because of this align content set to center. Okay, now the same thing here happens as we had before with the Flexbox, which is that this here now spans all the way across this grid track. And that is once more because the grid items by default stretch all across their grid cells. Okay, so how do we stop them from doing that and instead put them here just all the way to the start, so to the left side? Well, we're looking at the row axis here, right? And to align the items in the row axis, we use justify items. Okay, remember that? So justify items start, and that should fix it. And indeed, it does. So everything works just the same as with the Flexbox solution, okay? It's just that we're now using CSS Grid here for a one-dimensional layout. And that's, I think, a bit weird. So it's a bit counterintuitive because for that, we have Flexbox. But of course, it's not a problem at all. And so I'm actually going to leave it as it is. And we have, instead of 4 lines of CSS, we have only 3. So we actually even have to write a bit less code. Okay, so you can go whatever makes more sense to you. But it's also good to see that we can use these 2 different technologies to achieve the exact same thing. Okay. Now another thing that I just noticed when I was resizing this page here is that at some point there's not enough space here, and we have a bit too much space here on the left and on the right side. And so we can also, instead of having it hard-coded like this here, so the left and right paddings, they are hard-coded to being 12 rem. We can also set them as a percentage of the viewport. Okay, and so let's go like with 10 viewport width units, and let's see if that changes it. Oh, and that's actually a bit too much. Let's move it down to like 8, and that looks much better. And so if we resize it now, that's much nicer. Okay, so you see that now this padding really changes as the width of the container here, of the viewport changes, right? So that's a bit more natural. And yeah, so this viewport width unit is getting more and more used for building these really truly responsive layouts. And it's actually an amazing unit. It's really helpful for this kind of stuff. And I hope you can see that and you can use it more and more in your designs whenever you see fit. So this first part here of the stories is now done. Next up, we're going to then place these 2 images here. And for that, again, we're going to use CSS Grid. So right in the next video is where we're going to do that. This is the second part of building the story section. So let's continue. And again, this is how it looks like. So we have like this background image here in the back, of course. And then we have these 2 images here. This one here kind of in the center, with this couple here that supposedly just built a new house for themselves, which is this one. And so this one is on top, and it actually also overlaps a bit this part of the section and goes all the way in this here. And I think this creates kind of a modern and catchy look. Okay, so that's why I went for that. So how are we going to do this? Well, we're just going to create a huge grid, basically occupying this entire area here. And then we're going to just position these two images on there. We could do this in many, many different ways. I choose to just do it like this because, again, this is a grid course. And so that's what I'm going to do here, using CSS grids. So first the markup, which is just very simple. So img, and the class is simply story img, and this one is number 1. And the source is image and story1, and the alternative text is just couple with new house, let's say. And then let me just copy this, story2, and yeah, let's just say that this is the new house and change this one to number 2 as well. Okay, and that is it. So let's now go ahead to our story file. So this one is the pictures part. So the container of these images is the pictures. And so let's now turn this into a grid container. So display grid. And let's also set the styles for the images. So it's called image1, and image2. So let's set both of them for now to width 100%. Okay, so that's just kind of what we always do. We always should specify a width in percentages for images so that they say flexible, right? We're then going to change this here maybe a bit later, but for now that's good. So let's take a look at that. And so right now, of course, they occupy the entire container. So the container is this one here, and so they occupy 100% of that. But that is, of course, not the result that we want to see in the end. So again, let's create a grid here and then position these items in there. So, and what I want to do is to create a 6x6 grid, and let me show you why here in the final example. So with 6x6, basically this space here is one column, this space here is another column, and then this one here is the other 4 columns. And so with this, basically we have 4/6 of the container as the image, and the other 2/6, so 1/3, as the remaining space, right? So basically 66% of this container will be the image, and then 33% will be the remaining space. So 16.7% here on each side, on this side and on this side. Okay, we could have done it completely different way, but I wanted it to be like this. I wanted 2/3 of the width of this to be the image. Okay, and so a 6x6 container, because the same thing then can apply to the rows as well. Okay, so very simple. Grid template rows. Repeat 6 1 fr. So again, we use 1 fr to create equally sized tracks. So rows in this case and columns in this case. Okay, so let's take a look at that, just so that we know where we want to actually position them. Oh, and you see that now already these images are occupying one grid cell and no longer the entire parent container. So where is that? Yeah, it's this one here. So you see it's a 6x6 grid, and each of these images is now in one of the grid cells occupying 100% of the width. Okay, so now what do we want to do with this image here? We wanted to start here at line number 2 and going all the way to line number 6. And for the rows, we want the same. So going from number 2 to number 6. Okay, so let's do that. So grid row from 2 to 6, or we could use span 4, but let's just do it like this. And then grid column, the same, 2 and 6. So let's now take a look at the result, and it looks like this. And now what you see here is kind of a weird behavior, right? And that's because this grid item here doesn't really fit the grid area, okay? And that is because it is an image. So regular grid items, like if this was just a div, it would fill up its entire grid area, right? So this entire area here that we defined, but not images. And that's because images are different. in a sense that they have an intrinsic aspect ratio associated with them. So meaning that it has some dimensions and therefore also an aspect ratio. And what happens is that the image always tries to keep that aspect ratio, even if we tell it that it should fill up this entire grid area here. Okay, so it doesn't really do that. Instead, it keeps its aspect ratio. Now, if we want this to be truly here in the center, then we can simply set the align items property to center, right? That's because, remember, the align items property aligns grid items to their grid cells in the column axis. So if we do that, here on the container, of course, align items set to center, and then it is centered in its grid area, okay? So once more, these properties like align and justify, they're really useful and helpful to know them in situations like this. And you see that also it already happened up here. So this small image here is now also centered vertically inside of its grid cell. So next up is then this image here. And we want it to be like kind of here in the center of this. So starting like here from this middle point of the grid and then expanding all the way to this side. So we're going to go from column number 4, so number 4 to 7, and then from the row we go from line number 4 to line number 6. All right, so image number 2, grid row, we go from 4 to 6, and then for the column from 4 to 7, I believe. And so let's check that one out. And yeah, that's right. Okay. Now, here in this situation, this actually overlaps it a little bit, right? And how do we achieve that? Well, it's actually quite simple, and we could do it in 2 ways. We could use a transform and simply scale it up a little bit, but then it wouldn't really start here in the middle anymore, unless we then also defined the transform origin, but that's a bit too much, I believe. And so let's simply change the width of the image. So if we change this width to 115 or something a bit bigger or smaller, but I found that this one works really well. If we change it to this, well, then it's just going to increase to this side. And now we cannot really see it, but if I inspect it, then you will see that it actually moved to that side, okay? And so why can we now not see it? Well, it's just because of the z-index. So we have to assign it a bigger z-index. Any number really works here. Let's just use something big, so something like 20, and then we should be good to go. And indeed, now it is on top of this other element here on the side. All right, so looking good already. Now let's just add a couple of shadows here to these images. So box shadow 0 to rem, then 5 rem of blur, and then an RGBA of black with just 0.1. And then the same here for the image number 2, and this one with 0.2. Okay, because this one here is actually overlapping this lighter area, and so otherwise we will not see it at all. Okay, and now all we have to do is just this background area here, which I wanted to do at the beginning, but I just forgot about it. So let's do that now. So it is here in this pictures container, of course. So it's just background image, URL, and then we have to move up 1 level, right? Because once this is compiled, we are in the CSS folder, and from there we need to move up in the global project folder, and then from there we go into IMG, and then this one is called simply back.jpg. Now this is actually not all, because this is just the image like this, but we have this overlay here in order to make it fit better into the overall look and color scheme of our page, right? So like this, it looks a bit out of place, you know, and so we need some overlay with some color in order to make it look a bit more in place. So for that, we just use the linear gradient trick, where we then use a color, and in this case, our primary color. and give it some alpha value here to make it 50% transparent. Okay, so this trick here with the linear gradient is to give it two equal colors. So basically the gradient goes from one color to the other color, and so that is one background image on top, and then after that, below it, basically, we have then the image. Okay, and so that should work now, and indeed, here it is. So I hope that made sense here with the positioning of the elements into this grid. Of course, I could have had used absolute positioning to position these images, but I just wanted to do it like this to use a grid once more for this purpose. And I think we created quite a nice look here. All right, and so we're really finished here with this. And next up, we're going to tackle this next homes section here. Okay, so create these beautifully designed cards. So let's move on now. Hello there. It's great to see that you're still with me here building this project. And so in this lecture and the next one, we will build a section which contains the available homes on the website. And I'm actually really excited for this one because now you're going to learn how to build a rather complex component using a mix of CSS Grid properties, overlapping, and Flexbox. And so basically what we're going to do here in this section is to lay out these cards here, okay? So each of these homes gets its own card. And I actually love to design these cards. So we had a card in the Natives project, if you remember that one. And now we have these cards here. So one card for each home. And so of course, all of this here, all of these elements that you see here, they are laid out using CSS Grid. Then also the 6 cards that we have here, they are also laid out in a grid. Okay, so let's actually start with that overall grid, which is a 3x2 grid, such as we had before in the features section. And then after that, we will start building. So let's go to our markup here, of course, and create 6 home elements. So home, and I'm once more going to use emit here, which I showed you in the features section. And so I use the curly brackets to add some content into each of these elements. So let's just say home card, and then the number of the element times 6, because we want 6, hit tab, and that's it. And so now we can open up our file here, so the homes file, and start building our grid. So of course, our grid container here is this homes element, which is the parent of our 6 home grid items. So let's define our grid columns here. And let's do that the exact same way that we did in the features section. Okay, so we're going to use repeat, and we say that we want as many columns as fit into the grid container. And for that, remember, you can use the autofit keyword. Okay, and then we say that we want each of these columns to have at least 25 rem and that they can go all the way to 1 fractional unit. So we do that with minmax, as we did many times before, and we say the minimum to 25 rem, meaning 250 pixels, and going all the way to 1 fractional unit if there is enough space available for that. So again, this is what we did with the features section, and this will ensure that basically these columns are completely responsive without having to write a media query at all. Now let's also define the gap between the rows and the columns at the same time of 70 pixels. Okay, and then just for the home, let's define a quick background color here, just so that we can see if our grid is working correctly. So background color, and I'm going to use color gray light 1. Okay, so this one here. And that's actually the real background color that these cards will have. So let's check that out now. And for some reason, that's not quite working yet. And yeah, so that's because I keep forgetting to set the display property to grid. So display grid. And also let's add some margin here, such as in the features section. So 15 rem top and bottom, and 0 on these sides. Okay, and so now that should look better. And yeah, now what's this weird background color? Now I think that's, yeah, we left that here. So of course we need to get rid of that. And all right, So here we have our 6 home cards, basically. Now all we have to do is to fill them and then, of course, style them, which is going to be the toughest part. So let's start with the content in the HTML. Okay? So we don't want any of this. Let's give us some space here. And so what do we actually have in each of these home cards? Well, let's actually go back and check it out. That's the easiest way. So we have the image here, which shows the home. Then we have this heart button here, which is basically so that the user can click this and then put it on the wish list. So saying that he likes this property. Then we have, of course, the name of the property, the location, how many rooms it has, the area, the price, and then down here we have this button where we can then click and contact a realtor. Okay, so again, image, then this heart icon here, then we have the name of the house, then these 4 details, and then finally a button. So let's put all of that here into our component. So the image, and I'm going to call it the home image, very simple. Okay, so source, it's in the image folder, and home, or actually it's house, I believe. So house1.jpg, and let's just call it house number 1. Next up, we have the heart icon, and let's actually copy the syntax here for the SVG because it's rather difficult to write it all out. And so this one is called home like, and the name of the icon is heart full. And so that is the like icon. Next up, we have the name of the home. And for that, I'm going to use an H5 element. But this time not a reusable one, because we want this one only to be in here. And so this is called the home name. And it's a beautiful family house. Next up, we have these 4 details about the property. So the location, rooms, area, and price. And so each of these will be one element. So a div called home location. And then in here, we will have an icon and a paragraph for the text. Okay, so this one is called the map pin. And then for the text, let's just say it's in the USA. And I'm actually not going to give these ones here a class name because I would have to call this like home location icon and then home location text or something. And I don't think that's necessary. So let's just keep it here at home location. And then we know that we can style the SVG in there and the P element in there separately. Okay, so let's check that out at this point. And so of course the image here is huge. And all of this looks rather strange. But yeah, that's because we didn't format anything at all. So this will actually be quite similar for the other ones. So I'm just going to copy this a couple of times. And so the first one was location. Then the second one is the rooms. Then this one will be area. And the last one is the price. So for the rooms, we have this icon called profile mail, saying 5 rooms. Then we have icon expand here for the area. And 325 square meters. So let's now use the sub element here. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this one, but basically what it does is that it moves the text a bit up. And so in this case, because we have square meters, so that the 2 should be a bit on top of the 2, of the M actually. So just like this, so square meters. Maybe in the US, you're going to use square feet or something like that. I'm not really sure. But here in Europe, we use, of course, square meters. Then for the price, we have the key icon. And let's say that this one costs $1.2 million. So quite an expensive home. But again, we're talking about luxury homes here. And so that's reasonable. Okay, looks good to me. Now all that's left is the button. So button, and now we're going to reuse the one that we created before, which is called simply CTA. And contact realtor. Okay, and that's it. And let's now just confirm if everything is okay. And it is. Okay, and so we're now ready to do the same thing here for all the other 5 homes. And if you find it a bit boring to watch me creating this HTML structure here, then you can just use the final code and skip this part until the end of the video, okay? And so then you don't have to waste time doing all of this. But anyway, I will do it here now in the video. And so if you want to join me doing that, then of course you're more than welcome. So let's get rid of this. And 3, 4, 5, and 6. So that is a lot of code here. And where does it even start? Okay, so this is the first one. This is the second one. So this is simply house number 2. It is called the Modern Glass Villa. So Modern Glass Villa. And if you're wondering how I selected all of this text here at the same time, I simply used this shortcut here for expand selection. Okay, so on your computer maybe this is a different shortcut, but I used this one here. Okay, and so basically with that we can select all of the text that is inside of 2 tags like this one here. Okay, so we have Canada here, 6 rooms, 450 square meters, and 2,750,000. Okay, so next one. It's a cozy country house. It's in the UK. It has 4 rooms, 250 square meters, and it costs only 850,000. I think I forgot the image here. Yeah, that's right. So 2. This one is number 3. Or actually this one should be number 4 already. So number 2. Yeah, that's number 3 here. And so this one is the large rustical villa. Located in Portugal with 6 rooms, 480 and 1.950 millions. Number 5. It's a majestic palace house in Germany with a mind-blowing 18 rooms and 4,230 square meters. So of course I came up with all of this here arbitrarily, so none of this is real at all. So if you're a realtor by chance and none of this makes any sense to you, then I'm sorry for that. I just wanted to come up with some project here, and so I made up all of these numbers. So a modern family apartment. This one is in Italy with only 3 rooms, 180 and 600,000. Okay, and so that's it. So that's our content in the HTML. It looks all kind of weird now, and that's because these images are way too big, such as the icons. So let's just very quickly fix that, so in order that it doesn't look that bad. So let's close this one here and this one. And so let's here now add the selectors for the image. And let's say with 100%. And so that should make it better. Then we can also add all the other selectors here. So the one for like, for the name, And then the ones for the location, rooms, area, and price, they will actually be like all the same. Okay, and so let's add them all into one bigger selector. So location, the rooms, the area, and the price. And then remember that in there we have the SVG and the P, right? So in each of them we have the icon and then the P element. Okay, so let's add that as well. So of course as a nested element here, because it's inside of these selectors. And the same for the P. And so let's also now style these SVGs, because these icons, they are way too big now. Okay, so first we can also fill them, so change their color basically. And again, I'm going to use color primary. And then a height and a width of 2 rem. And again, the height and the width here being the exact same value. Okay, and so just like this looks a bit more friendly now. So that is the first part of building this section and these home cards. In the next video, we're then going to take care of actually building the card and laying out all of these elements. So after a quick break, let's now continue building the home section that we were working on. So I already mentioned that we were going to lay out all of these elements in the card using a grid. But how are we actually going to do that? And the first thing that comes into my attention here is that this actually is laid out like in 2 columns, right? So you see that here we have these 2 on the left side and these 2 parts here on the right side. And so what that means is that we have a grid which has 2 columns here. And so we can then put basically these 2 here on one side in one column and these 2 in another column. And all the other elements, just like this button here, this name and this image, they can then span both these columns from one side to the other side of the grid container. And so let's now quickly do that and create our 2 columns. And as for the rows, we can actually let CSS take care of that automatically. Okay, so we're just going to define the columns and then the rows will be put automatically in there. And so once more, we're using an implicit grid here actually. And so you're probably starting to see that this is kind of a pattern. So most of the time, we just define the columns and then let CSS figure out the rows automatically. Now that's not always the pattern, so that's not always how it's going to work, but many times that is the best practice. Okay, so very simple in this case. Grid template columns, and all we want is 2 columns with the same size. So repeat 2, 1 FR, right? Then before that's going to work, of course, we need to add display grid. And so now we're ready to see how that's going to look like. And all right, it's actually already doing what it's supposed to do. So let's now say that we want this image, this name here, and the button to span across both the column tracks. Okay, and that shouldn't be all too hard. All we have to say is grid column from 1 to -1. Right? And I'm actually going to copy this one here because it also applies to the name and to the button. Now, how are we going to do this with the button? Well, we should actually add a class here, I guess. So beside that class that it has here already, let's call it the home button as well. So home button. And so let's add that down here as well. And grid call from 1 to -1. Okay, and actually I noticed that I called this CTA for some reason, and CTA means call to action, but I think that up here I called it something else. And yeah, I called it button actually. Okay, so let's go to all of these. So I select CTA now, and then I hit Command D here in VS Code to select all of them. And then I just have to paste, and it's going to paste it in all of these 6 places. Okay, and if I check it out now, Yeah, then that looks much better. So the image is already spanning here across the entire container, but for some reason the button is not. So let's check out why. And yeah, I guess I know why, because I only added this here to the last one. So of course I need to add this class to all of them. Okay. And just one more left. And yeah. Okay, so that's much better. So let's take a look at our grid here actually in the DevTools. So this one here. All right. And where is it actually down here? Well, let's inspect it. And yeah, so you see that it's spanning these two grid columns. Then we have this like icon here, which we still have to format. Then we have the name, and such as we specified, it's spanning these two columns as well. And then all of these 4 details here, they are of course just one cell, each of them. Okay, so let's now style this heart and position it up here in the corner. And so how do you think we should do that? And I think that the best way here is to use overlapping. So basically placing this grid item here on top of this image. So in this grid cell here. So right in this grid cell. Okay, so that's where I'm going to place this heart icon. So from column 2 to 3 and from row 2 to 1. Homes and yeah, here we go. So grid row, and now I have to specify all of this because otherwise the auto placement algorithm is just going to put it in column 2, 3, but not in the first row where I want it to be. So from grid line 2 to grid line number 3, just as we said before. Now let's also do the same as down here, but make it just a bit bigger. All right, if we take a look at that now, then here we go. So this is exactly where we wanted it to be. The problem is that now the image actually moved down. And that's because the automatic placement algorithm doesn't automatically put grid items one on top of another. So instead it just moves this one here down. But we don't want that to happen. We want this also to be in the first row. And so we have to specify that just as we had to do for the icon. So where is that? Yeah. So grid row from 1 to 2, please. And that should fix it. Now, just to be sure that this icon here will always stay on top of this image, let's just give each of them a z-index. And so this one, of course, will be higher. So a z-index of, let's say, 1, and the like, a z-index of 2. Okay, and it worked even without that, but just to be 100% sure, and also to show you that this is how we define which of the elements should be placed on top of the other. Now, just one more thing here with the like is this here, so it's not aligned here to the right side as we want it to be. And how do we align grid items inside of grid cells horizontally? We just use the justify items property, right? But in this case, we want this to happen only with this one here. And so we can use justify self on this exact item. So justify self is going to align the item inside the grid cell, and we want it to be all the way to the end. So here we go. Now it's here all the way to the end. Now, just one more thing. Let's just give it some margin here. So to push it down and right a little bit. So margin, 1 rem, and with that, we should be good to go. All right, so that looks much better. Next up, we have this name of the house. And so that is how this looks like. So how are we going to do that? Well, first up, let's style this element and take care of placing it afterwards. So we're talking about this one here, the name. And so let's start with the font family. And this one is the display font. And so I'm using that variable name here. The font size is 1.6 rem. I want the text to be aligned at the center. It should have some padding of 1.25 rem and the background color of color secondary. So that's or a dark blue. Then the color itself is white and the font weight 400. So I'm doing all of this very quick and very fast without explaining much because you're already familiar with all of this and that's not really part of the CSS grid anyway. Okay, so that's the main style, and so let's now think about the more difficult stuff. Well, for some reason nothing really happened. Let's see why that is. And it's probably because of this error here. So let's give it a save again. And then yeah, here we go. So how do we now go from looking like this to what we have here? So basically the width of this item here is not 100%, but just 80%. Then all of this here is centered in the grid cell. And then it's also moved up a bit. Okay, so let's take care of the first things that I said. So first off, the width is only 80%. And then it is horizontally aligned inside of its grid cell. And that's pretty easy. So once again, we're going to use justify self. And this time, set to center. So that's really easy, right? So that's how it looks like right now. And now all we have to do is to place it here, kind of here in the middle. Okay, and we have two options for that. The first one is to move it up from here, but then that would create like this half empty row here, right? So basically we would have one row which would be half empty and then half of it would be occupied by this element. And I don't think that's really perfect. And so instead, what I'm going to do is to place this grid item here right in this first row. So basically putting it here into this first row. So here on top of the image. So using overlapping once again. All right. So I already defined the grid column. Let's also define the grid row. 1, 2. And let's define a z index as well in order to ensure that it's going to be on top of the image. So how does that look like? And whoa, it's stretching all the way from the top to the bottom of this grid cell. But that's of course not what we want. And so we have to vertically align it here to the bottom. And so we already used justify self. And for this one, we're going to use align self. And to the bottom, right? So justify self and align self are pretty similar, with the difference that justify does it horizontally, and so in the row axis, and align does it vertically, and therefore in the column axis. Okay, and so that should fix that, and for some reason it didn't, and that's because it's not called bottom, but it's called end instead. Okay, so let's take a look at that in the DevTools, and all right, so here it is, all the way to the end of this grid area. And now it's just very simple. We just have to move it down with a simple translate. So transform, translate in the y direction 50%. Because 50% corresponds to 50% of the height of the element itself. And so it's going to place it exactly at the center. And here we go. So that is the result that we were looking for. So I hope that you understood the reasoning about it, so why I did it the way that I did. And I thought this was a cool way of showing you why some of these properties like justify self or align self are really important to know all the time and have always in mind whatever situation we face when we build our layouts. Now, of course, we need some more space here. So this is now actually overlapping this icons here and this row, of course. And so let's just create some space between the rows. Okay, and that is actually pretty easy. We just need the grid row gap. So where is that? Gap. And I'm going to go with 35 pixels here. So again, this was here obtained through experimentation, and I settled here on this value. So I thought this was the best. Now this still looks rather strange. So you see that the space here between this home name and then this row here is not quite as we want it to be, right? And that's because we moved this here down, and so we created this inequality here, right? So let's see that a bit better here. Yeah, so you see that we have actually these 3.5 rems here, here, and here, but then we have like this overlapping. And it would be amazing if CSS Grid allowed us to style some of these gaps individually. So what I would like to do now is to say that this first gap here should be like 5 or 6 rem, and the others should only be 3.5 rem. But unfortunately, that's just not possible with CSS Grid at this point. And I don't know if that's going to change in the future, but right now, when we specify the gap in the grid, it will be the same for all the rows and for all the columns. So we cannot style just one gap individually. And so we just have to come up with a solution for that. And the solution that I found is to add a small margin to the top of these two items. So the house location and the house rooms. So if we add a margin to the top of these two, then that will increase basically the space between this name and then this next row. So that is again not ideal, it's not perfect, but we have to come up with solutions like this from time to time. And in fact, it works perfectly fine in the situation doing it like this. Okay, so let's copy this from here. And add a margin top of 2.5 rem. And if we check that out now, then that actually looks a lot better. And you can see it even better here over here. And yeah, so that's the best solution that I could come up with at this point. Another solution would have been to say that the second row here should be a bit higher than the others, and then move these two here down to the bottom of this row. But I think this way it's actually better. It's a bit cleaner. Okay, so not interfering with the individual height of these grid rows. Okay, and so we're now actually almost done with this grid. All we have to do is to apply some simple styles here to each of these 4 characteristics of the homes. So let's do that, and let's set the font size at first. And actually we can do it right here. So font size 1.5 rem, and then the text is going to inherit it. And so I don't even need this selector here. Next up, I want to give each of these 4 details a margin to the left side of 20 pixels, so 2 rem. And so that's how it's going to look like then. And so all that's left to do now is to actually put these 2 elements here side by side. And what's the best tool for that job? Well, I strongly believe that Flexbox is the way to go here. So Flexbox is really perfect for this really small stuff. And even if we start using CSS Grid for almost everything one day, I think that for this small alignment stuff, Flexbox is always going to be the easiest and most straightforward solution, because it's really as simple as that. All we have to do is to really say display flex, and then they will be 2 side by side. Okay, and even better, what we can do is to say align items and center. And so we will also vertically center these 2 items along the cross axis, right? So basically vertically. And so that looks even better now. And all of that with just 2 very simple lines of code. Now here on the icon, let's give it some margin to the right side. So in order to separate the icon from the text, so margin right, 1 rem. And that's necessary because in Flexbox, there's not something like the grid gap that we have in CSS Grid. So in Flexbox, we cannot specify gaps like we can with grids. But actually, I read somewhere, I think on Twitter, that they are thinking about adding gaps to Flexbox as well. And so someday, if that becomes available, then that will be fantastic. So we'll no longer have to deal with margin rights. Then we could simply add like a gap here in a Flex container in order to separate the icon from the text here. Okay, but right now that's not available, but maybe someday in the future we will be able to do that. And so then it's even simpler. Okay, and I think that's actually it. I think that's the design we were going for. And yeah, I think it looks exactly the same in fact. So that's awesome. That's great progress from you up until this point. We're building more and more complex layouts here, using more and more advanced techniques. And so we're already mixing CSS Grid with Flexbox and using some advanced placement techniques as well. So I hope that this is really useful for you so that you can build your own designs sometime in the future using all of these powerful techniques. It's now time for one of the most fun parts of this project, and that's building a gallery with CSS Grid. And so, yeah, that's exactly what you're going to learn in this lecture. So how to create a complex grid-looking gallery. So one that you can really see that it was built with an underlying grid. And for that, you're also going to learn how to use object fit together with images for grid items. And this is the gallery that I'm talking about. And from the beginning, I wanted to include something like this in this project because it's really a perfect use case for CSS grids. Because you can really see how these items, so how these images, were literally aligned to an underlying grid. So it's really visible, and so it's a perfect use case. And actually, it would have been maybe not impossible, but extremely difficult to do this without CSS Grid. And so again, it's a perfect use case to show you once again how powerful CSS grids are. So how do we go about creating this grid structure? So we have to select the number of columns and the number of row tracks here, of course. And so how are we going to do that? It seems like a rather complex task, right? So a couple of things about that. Well, the most important thing to consider is the smallest unit that you want to have in your grid. So in this case, that would be this cell here, so like this image. So I have to create a grid with as many columns as necessary to create a small image here like this. So one of the columns is the size of this image because it's the smallest unit here. And the same, of course, applies to the row. So you see that the height of one row is the height of this unit here. And this height is actually visible here anywhere over the place. So the height of this unit here is also like, for example, this one here. And so that's going to allow us to place items like this using, of course, some spanning so that it really looks like this huge grid here in the end with all of these items aligned like this, with some images bigger than the others like this one and this one, then some smaller ones and coming in all different shapes. So this one here is in portrait. This here is maybe like a square. This is also here like a square, and this one, so they're similar to the one here. And yeah, so basically the more columns and the more rows you have, the more complex you can create these items here. The more variety in sizes and shapes you can create with the grid, okay? So let us actually take a look at the underlying grid that we have here. So let me select it here from the list, and it's this gallery, okay? So you see that we have 8 columns. So it goes from line number 1 to line number 9 and 7 rows, okay? And I did this through some experimentation, of course, which means that you never come up with this right from the beginning. So maybe I started with 10 columns and 10 rows, and then at some point I noticed that 10 was a bit too much, and then I did an 8x8 grid, and then I noticed that I don't even need the 8th row, and so I just cut it to 7 rows. And so in the end, I ended up with this 8x7 grid. And you see again that this is here is the smallest unit, and you see this grid cell, for example, over here on this side. And so basically each of these areas that you see here are made up of a couple of these grid cells. So for example, here we have 2 and 2, and here we have 4, and here we have 9 in this image. Here we have like 6, okay? And so again, the more grid cells we have, the more complex and the more variety that we can have in these images, okay? So let's set up that underlying grid here in CSS. And of course, we need some grid item. So let's start with having just one image so that I can show you how I implemented all of this. Okay, so down here, we should have the gallery. And yeah, so I'm going to use an image here and call it gallery img. And this one is going to be called image and then gal1. Okay, and gallery image1. And actually, we're going to change this here later, but more on that a bit later. Okay, so we can close our homes now and open the gallery file, which is this one. So let's get rid here of this background color, set display to grid, and then add our rows and columns. So grid template columns, and as I mentioned, I made 8 columns, and all with the same size, of course, occupying the entire grid container. And then the rows. So template rows. And remember I said that I have 7. And now what about the height of each of them? So let me show that to you. So what happens when I resize this here? So you see that each of these cells here actually maintains its aspect ratio perfectly fine, right? And so what that means is that the height of these rows is somehow tied to the viewport width, right? And the easiest way to do that is to simply use the viewport width unit, okay? And so that's exactly what I did. And so we have 7 columns, each one with the height of 5 viewport width. And so again, I experimented with these heights, and I came to the conclusion that 5% of the viewport width is the perfect size for the height. Now we of course could have done this in a different way, and that is to basically preset the height of this row. So I mean of this entire row. So basically preset the height of the row that contains this gallery container, and then we could have used the FR unit here as well. And so that would have then divided equally the height of the container by the number of rows. Okay, I hope that doesn't sound too confusing, but I think it's actually a bit more straightforward to do it like this. So using the viewport width unit, and so then that will define the height of this gallery item here, which will then in turn define the height of the row of our overall layout. All right, so let's take a look at that. And so here we go. Maybe I shouldn't have removed the background color here. And actually, yeah, I shouldn't have, because this was actually the correct background color for this element. So let's get it back. And I think it was, yeah, I think it was this one. And yeah, okay. Now let's just quickly add another one. So gallery number 2, just so that we see how they look like side by side. But I see that they're not really side by side. So let's actually check out what we have here. And now that's really weird. For some reason, we have 2 columns and our grid container is way too big. So I'm not sure what's going on here. So like this page is really huge now. But I don't really have an idea why that is happening. So let's inspect element. And it tells me that the gallery is 2000 pixels wide now, which doesn't make much sense. So let's maybe add this page in Google Chrome to see if this is maybe a bug with Firefox. And so I'm just going to copy here the address of our page and open Google Chrome. Pasting it here, and we see that our site looks good here actually too in Google Chrome, and so that's good to know. And all right, so now I see what's going on here, and it's because these images are huge. Okay, so for some reason in Firefox it doesn't show up like this. The images are actually quite small, but this shows me why the grid container is so big right now. Okay, and so let's now go back to our code and fix that. So this is just a temporary fix. So let me simply say that I want all of the child elements to have a width of 100%. So that should fix it. And indeed, here we go. So that is much better. And now, well, actually there's still something going on here. I'm not sure what's that, but it's no problem. I'm sure that if I reload the page or something, then that's going to disappear. Or if not, it's going to disappear later at some point, I'm sure. Now remember the talk that we had earlier about images as grid items, right? So down here, so up here actually, we had the same thing. So we had images as grid items. And remember that these images, they have an intrinsic aspect ratio. And because of that, they don't really fill the grid cells that they are assigned to, right? So you see that this image here, it's not really filling up just one of these cells, but instead it really overflows it and stretches as much as it has to in order to keep its intrinsic aspect ratio. And the same, of course, with this one. Now, this is going to create huge problems here for our gallery because these images actually don't have the same aspect ratio, and so therefore this will create a very messy looking gallery, not exactly like we want it to be. And if we add a gap here to our grid, then that's going to make it even worse. So let's actually do that. So a grid gap of 1.5 rem. And as you have noticed, this gap is always only between the columns and the rows, but not on the sides, so not around the grid. But in this case, we actually want some space around the grid container as well. And so let's just add some padding here. So a padding of 1.5 rem as well. And so that's going to look as if the gutter was also on the outside of the grid. So just like that. Okay, so again, we actually want this image to stop here. So in order to only occupy this cell that it was assigned to. I mean, we didn't actually manually assign it to this cell, but the grid auto placement algorithm just put this image here in this first cell and the second image into the second cell. But still, it's overflowing the cell, and that's not the behavior that we want. So how can we fix that? And what we're going to do is a small property that we've used before in another project called object fit. And object fit is perfect for this, because remember that if we set object fit to cover, it's like setting background size to cover for a background image. So basically having an image filling a container. Okay, and so what we're going to do here is to add a parent container for each of these elements, then put the element in there and add object fit to that parent element. Okay, does that make sense? So let me show that to you here in the HTML. And so let's use the figure element here now, which I'm going to call gallery item and gallery item number 1. Okay, and so this is a figure, so I have to put the name in here. And now this is where I'm going to put the image. So let's get rid of this one. And okay, so remember, gallery item is what it's called like. So let's just add that selector. And then for the image as well. And so we actually want the image to have the width of 100%. Right? So let's take a look at that now. And for now, of course, it's still the same. But now it's no longer the image that is the grid item, but the figure element. Okay? And so now let's then actually use the object fit property. And we have to do that here on the image element. So object fit set to cover. Now this is only going to work if you set both the width and the height. Okay, so I once tried making this work for half an hour and it didn't work until I discovered that I have to manually set both the width and the height. So let's just set the height to 100% as well. And so with that, we're good to go. And actually, I'm also going to set the image to a block element. So display block, because otherwise it always has these weird small white space after it, because it's treated like an inline element, and so it's like it's text. Okay, and so that should fix it. And indeed, it does. And so now that part that was overlapping the figure element is now gone. Let's actually take a look at that. And so you see that the figure is right here in the grid cell, and then the image is in there. And it's now only the height of the parent element itself. And that's again because of the object fit property set to cover. Okay, so let's now actually position this item. So this is the number 1. So grid row from 1 and span 2. And this one the same. So now it's going to be bigger. Yep. And you see that it's only occupying the exact grid area that we defined. So just like we have it here. So it's now exactly the same, no longer causing the problems with the intrinsic aspect ratio that we had before. So the first image is now placed. We now know how this works and how we do all of this. So in the next video, we can then place all of the remaining images in order to make it look in the end just like this. So let's finish up the gallery that we were building. And I actually want to do this as a small challenge for you. So you already know how it's going to look like in the end. And so I'm sure that you're going to be able to place all the remaining 13 images here on the grid just like this. Okay? So I'm sure you can do it. And so pause the video now, and I'm going to be back in a minute and show you how I did solve this. So, did you manage to do it? Let me now show you my solution, so my way of doing this. And first of all, I'm going to include all of the images in the markup. Okay? Now, instead of copying this here and then changing this number 1 here in the item, in the name, and the alt text, I'm going to use Emmet to actually do all of this in one line of code. Okay, so this is going to be the most complex Emmet code that we ever wrote. So let me show you how I did it. So we want a figure with the name gallery item. So nothing new up until this point. And also gallery item number, and then the automatic numbering here again, right? Then in there, we want an image called gallery image. And now we can also specify the attributes here. And that's using the square brackets, just like this. So we can say that the source should be image gal, and then the number, and then JPEG. And that works because the images that we use for this are named like this, like gallery 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way to 14. Okay, and so that's why we can use this numbering here as well. So that's the source attribute. And then I can also specify the alt attribute. And so gallery image, and then the number. Okay, and so now that Emmet understands this really, let me put this here in parentheses and then write 14 times. Hit tab and bam, here we go. So we have now all of these 14 figures with 14 images, all named from 1 to 14, such as the image names and the alt text. All right, so I can now get rid of this first part here, which is exactly the same as this one. So let's check it out here. And indeed, here we have our 14 different images. Now all we have to do is to place them on the grid just like this. And so let's actually use this one here as a reference. So again, in order to come up with this layout here, I had to go through kind of a lot of experimentation, but that would be way too much to do in a video like this. And so I'm just going to place them like they are here. And if you want to go through all that experimentation by yourself, then please feel free to do that. So you can, of course, try to position them in a completely different way and try to come up with your own gallery, right? But I'm just going to show you the way that I did this. So this one here is the second one, and we see that it starts on column number 1 and then spans across 3 tracks. And the same for lines. So from line 1, spanning across 3 tracks. So let's copy this. So grid row and span 3 and grid column starts on number 3, so line number 3, and spans across 3. And of course here number 2. And that's it. So next up, from 1 and spanning 2 rows and just 1 column. So number 3 from row 1 spanning 2 and then just 1 column. So just from column 1 to column number 3. Just to confirm, oh, something didn't go quite well. And yeah, of course, it starts at column 6 and goes to 7. So that's, of course, a mistake. But now that's fixed. So next one occupies then all the way until the end of the grid and across to 2 rows. So number 4, grid row and spans 2, and the columns, it starts at number 8 and until the end of the grid. Okay, and actually it starts at number 7. Okay, so grid line number 7, and of course, yeah, that was kind of obvious because this one here ended at line number 7, and so this one, of course, had to start at line number 7, right? So next one then here starts at line number 3 and goes all the way to line number 6. So it spans across 3 rows and spans across 2 columns, right? And so now you can actually see how useful it is to use these Firefox DevTools for Grid, because without it, we would have like a hard time, of course, visualizing this grid and then also keeping track of the line numbers, right? So it's really great by Mozilla that they did it like this. Okay, starts at grid row number 3 and spans across 3, and the columns, I think it's good like this. Yeah, so that looks good. Next one, we have this one here with the pool, and it starts at number 4, spanning 2 rows, and starts at column number 3, spanning 2 as well. Four and 3. Okay, now maybe this may seem like a bit of a boring task to having to align all these items like this, and I kind of agree with that, but there's really no way around it. And of course, if you were to do this without the grid, then it would be 1,000 times worse. Okay, so I'm really thankful for having this method, and I'm not complaining at all. So then next one is this here, and it starts at row 4 and column 5. So 4 and 5. Four and 5, and actually 4 and 5 here, and it's only one cell, and so that should work. Yeah. Next up, there's this one here, starting from row 3 and column 6. So 3 and 6. And number 8. Yep. The next one is this here, starting from row number 3 and column number 8. And it goes all the way across 3 tracks. So 3 row tracks. So row 3 and span across 3. And grid column 8 to -1. So the last one. So perfect again. And only 5 more to go. So the next one is this one here. So row number 6 spanning 2 row tracks. And of course, column from number 1 to 2. Number 10 now. There you go. And now the next one, from row 6 to row 8 and column 2 to 4. So 6 and 2 spanning 2. I believe. And yeah, kind of. It's number 11 here, of course. Yeah, so that's better. And now we can already see how the next ones will be. So the next one is going to fill up this remaining space, and then this one will fill up this here, and then the last one will probably fill up this space here. So let's confirm that, and yeah, so this space here, then this one, and then this one. So the next one starts at row 6 and column 4. So let's copy that. And column 4. And yeah, it actually doesn't span the column. So just column number 5. All right, the next one we don't have to actually see the solution. We already know that it's going to be here. So from row 5 and column 5, spanning across 3 tracks in each direction. So 5, 5, and spanning 3 tracks. Oh, and something's wrong there. Ah, right. And now just one to go. So this one is from row 6 and column number 8. Row 6, span 2, so that's correct. And column 8, 2 minus 1. Don't forget to change this. And that is it. All right, awesome. So our images are nicely aligned here. Let's take a look at it without this grid overlay, and yeah, so that looks fantastic. And it's all thanks of the grid, of course, and of the object fit property. So let's actually take that one out, so just to see how it would look like without it, and also without the height property here. So that is how it would look like, right? So if we would just place the images on the grid, and they would try to keep their intrinsic aspect ratios, then that's the result we would have ended up with. Okay, so that's a bit weird. If we then set the height to 100%, then we would keep our gaps here very nicely, but then the aspect ratio would be gone, and we would have ended up with weird results like this one, where the image is very stretched, or here you can also see it very stretched, and also here. And so that's not what we want at all. And so object fit, see the difference now? So object fit is really what makes this possible, along with, of course, CSS Grid. So I hope you liked that, and see you in the next one. All right, let's now build the very simple footer of our page. And so in this section, you're actually not going to learn any new stuff, but you will apply all the concepts that we already learned to a new situation. And so that's also helpful to practice. So what we will do is just basically this very simple footer navigation here, and then this text down here. So something very simple. So this is where our footer is. And so let's use a nav element. And I'm also actually going to call it nav. So nav for navigation. Then in there, as always, we have a bunch of li elements. Nav item, and then in there we have a couple of links. So a.nav link, pointing to nowhere, and then the text in the first one is find your dream home. And so let's copy that and create a bunch more. So request proposal, download the home planner. So this is just a couple of link items that don't really matter. It's just some placeholder text here. So submit your property. And finally, come work with us. And so let's now style all of this. And the first thing that we want here is in the footer is some padding. Okay, so that we can actually see what's going on here. and then our navigation. Okay, and actually this should be not a nav element, but an UL. Okay, so if we have an LI element, that one should always be inside a UL element. Okay, so now that we have the UL, we can then say that we want list style none. And so let's just take a look at that now. And here we go. Now, how do we put these items here side by side? We can use Flexbox and we can use Grid. Well, in this case, we have a one-dimensional layout, and so Flexbox would seem like the best choice. But actually, I will use CSS Grid. And that's because I find it easier to work with grids when we want some space between the elements, right? So with Flexbox, we would have to use margin right, and then on the last element, we would have to say that we want no margin at all, okay? And with CSS Grid, it's just more natural. We just have to define a grid gap, and it just happens like between the elements. And so until there's something like that in Flexbox, I find it easier to work in these situations with CSS Grid. So let's define now a simple grid, and it's simply going to be 6 columns, right? And it's actually not actually here, but here in the nav, of course. So display, grid, and the template columns should be. And now let's think about this. So once more, we want this to be automatically responsive without writing the media queries, right? And so instead of just writing 6.1fr, which would get the job done, we can make it better. And so instead, we use our old trick where we use autofit here as the number of columns. And so that one will automatically figure out how many tracks there should be. And the size should always stay behind, let's say for now, 20 rem and 1 fr. And so as soon as one of these tracks gets narrower than 20 rem, one of the column tracks will disappear, right? So that's what we've always been doing. So let's now actually style these links so that we can then take a look at if that actually works, okay? So let's style a link. And of course the link state and the visited state. And that's not correct, of course. But that's it. So that's the way we've been always doing it. Select the link and the visited state here at the same time. So font size 1.4 rem. The color should be white. No text decoration in order to get rid of the underlining. And the font family should be our display font. I also want the text in uppercase and the text to be aligned at the center. And finally, just so that we can actually see these items, let's change the background color a little bit. And so what I'm going to do here is to set it to a white color with only a very, very small alpha. Okay, and so it's basically going to be transparent, meaning that it will be a slightly lighter blue, right? So let's just take a look at that now. And okay, that doesn't look perfect yet. So let's just add some padding here. Okay. So padding 1.5 rem. And in order for this to actually be applied, let's set this to a block. So let's say display block. So how's that going to look? And all right. Now, the thing that I was telling in the beginning that we need here, of course, is the gap. So grid gap to rem. And so it's really great with grid to add spacing. So all we have to do is to use this gap property, and it's really easy to work with this. Because again, this doesn't add any space at the end of the container like margin right would do if we use Flexbox here instead. So like this, it's going to be just perfect. And all right, so we have this nice spacing here going on now on all of them except the last one. And so let's now take a look what happens when we actually decrease the viewport. And oh, you already see that it starts a new column here, okay? And that's very soon. Oops. So let's actually change that minimum limit here to something a bit smaller, okay? So it hit these 20 rem pretty soon and went from 6 columns to 5 columns. But if we change that to something smaller, of course, then that limit happens a bit later. And so let's take a look at that. And yeah, so it's happening now. And that's perfectly fine like this. So 3 by 2, and now at some point it will become 3 by 2, yeah, and then just like this in the end. So that's perfect. Okay. Now we of course want these to be like aligned in the vertical direction, and that's very easy to do. By now you're already familiar with this. So align items center. So aligning all of the grid items inside their grid cells along the column axis. So vertically. And here we go. And of course, as we start decreasing, then these here change and automatically align as well. Right? So that part is actually done. Let's just add like some nice hover animation here. So transition all 0.2 seconds. And then let's add this background color here only when we hover. So on hover and on active. All right, great. I think I also had this effect where I moved it up a little bit. So just a small translate. So again, nothing new here for you. Just to make it a little bit nicer, right? Okay, and now all there's left to do is like the small copyright text here. And so, yeah, let's put that there as well. Here, right after this UL element. So a paragraph with copyright. And so let me write some text here again. So copyright 2017 by Jonas Schmettmann, and that's me, of course. So again, please feel free to use this project for your own purposes. Okay? Now, this does not apply if you plan to produce your own video course or tutorials based on this project. Okay, I'm saying that because unfortunately I actually had people trying to do that. So some people, they take my project and then they do their own video courses with that. And that's not allowed, okay? And so, yeah, just adding that here to make that crystal clear. So let's get this copyright class. And add it down here. So a font size 1.4 rem. And the color that we want here is, let's see, it's this one. So color light 2. Let's add some margin from the top of 6 rem. And text align center. Let's just take a look at that. And all right, that looks quite good already. Now let's actually just make this a bit shorter maybe. So with, let's say 70%. Boom, what's happening now? Okay, I see that now it's of course not centered here inside this parent element. So we can use the trick where we make the left and the right margin set to auto. So margin right, auto, and margin left, auto, and that is going to fix that. All right, and that's it. So that's a very small footer here. And so we practice some more with CSS Grid, with making this responsive here. So basically without writing the media query, having it adapt to the screen size. And yeah, so we're already getting close to the end here. In the next video, we're just going to finish here the sidebar. And there's actually not a lot to do. It's just adding this small button here, which is actually not doing anything at all. Okay, then after that, we have just this header and this realtors part here. Okay, so we're getting close to the end. And next up, we have this sidebar here. Let's just take 3 minutes to quickly finish the sidebar of our page. And so once more, you will just apply some of the concepts that you have learned before in the course. So all we're going to do is to add this small button here that we have in the sidebar. And actually when we click it here, then nothing really happens. So this is just a button so that something is in here, okay? So I just didn't want to leave this empty here. And so I just packed this button in there, okay? So in our HTML, right at the beginning, because that's where our sidebar element is, I'm just going to put a button here and call it the nav button. Okay, and no content in there. And then here in the sidebar file, let's quickly style this. So since it's a button, we have to get rid of the border radius and of the border itself. So no border and no border radius. Okay, and so how are we going to do that? Well, once again, we're just going to create like a very small white rectangle here, and then with a before and an after pseudo element, we're going to create the other one. Okay, so this will have a white background color, and it's only going to be 2 pixels high. So 2 pixels and a width of 45 pixels, so 4.5 rem. Okay, and then let's just add the before and the after pseudo elements. So just like this nav button itself, it will have these 3 properties. And in order to make them actually visible, we need to give them the content property. So content and set it to empty. And I'm also going to display them as a block. Okay, and now finally we have to move one of them up and one down. So the before is the one we're going to move up. So transform, translate in the y direction minus 1.5 rem. And the one after, we're going to move it down. So plus 1.5 rem. So let's take a look at that. And well, that looks kind of weird and not really as expected. So let's take a look at what's happening here with the sidebar and this button here. And so there's not really any style here applying to it. And why is that? So let's see if we have some error, maybe in the terminal here. And actually, yeah, so there's some kind of error. So it's apparently here in this part of the code. And so, yeah, so it's because I have this semicolon inside of these parentheses, and that's not where they should be, of course. Okay, so that's that. And I think we cannot see the one before because it is actually now outside of the page. So we need to move all of this here down a little bit. So the entire button. So margin top, like 4 rem. And let's take a look at that now. And yeah, that looks much better. Now all there's left to do is to really center this here inside of the container. And for that, a good way to do it is to use Flexbox. So remember that I said that Flexbox is great for these very, very small applications like aligning and centering small stuff. Okay, and so that's a perfect use case for using Flexbox. So here on the sidebar container, display flex, and then all we have to do is to say justify content center. Because remember that justify content aligns all of the items along the main axis. And that's the one that we want, so horizontally. And we want to center it, and so that is the result. Now, just a small problem here. I see that here this distance here is slightly smaller than this one here, and that's because we translated both 1.5 rem. But the place where it starts counting this offset is not really centered here apparently, and so we just have to move this one here, so the after one a bit up, so probably like 2 pixels. So instead of 1.5, let's give it 1.3, and that fixes it. And okay, so we're good to go. Another component that is ready now. So all that's left to do is to really finish now this header and this realtors part to finally build the header. And so in this lecture, you will learn how to manage vertical spacing in a completely responsive layout using some more advanced CSS Grid techniques. And also, you will use the before and after pseudo elements as grid items. So in this header, we have the logo of the company. Then we have this H3 element here, which we already styled before. Then this main text here, which is the H1 element, so the main heading of this entire page. And then just this button that we also already styled before. And then down here we have like this thing, which gives the page some social proof. So basically these 4 companies here, they talked about this website and this company. And so we're including that on our page here. And that's how many startups actually do it these days. So when you see a modern page of a startup, you usually have like these icons of some websites that wrote an article about them. So let's put all of that in our markup now, so that we can then after that style it. So here in our header, the first thing is the image, and it's called header logo. And the source is also simply called logo. Okay, then next up we have this H3 with the heading 3 class, right? And so this one here says your own home, and then we have the H1 with the heading 1 class. We didn't style this one yet, and so we're going to do that next. So it says the ultimate personal freedom. Okay, then the button. View or properties. Next up, we have the text, which says as seen on, right? So basically we have an element just for this, and then an element which is going to contain these 4 logos. So header seen on, and I'm going to call this one here text. And this one here is the seen on logos. So image, and right now I'm not going to give these here a class, because I think that having these more complex class here is already more than enough, and we can then simply select the img in there. And actually here we're missing the header. And so, yeah, that's correct. So img and logo BBC. Okay. Then we have Forbes, TechCrunch, and Business Insider. 2, 3, and 4. All right. Let's take a look at that. And here we go. Now, of course, all of this is huge, but we're going to take care of that in a second. Let's start with our H1 element here. And so let's close the footer and the sidebar and open our typography file here, because that's where the heading are. So the heading number 1, we want a font size of 4.5 rem. We want the color to be the color gray light. Okay, so basically almost white. And then also, just as we have here in the H2, we want the line height of 1. Okay, so for a situation when we have 2 lines here in this text, then we don't want all the spacing between these 2 lines. Okay, and that looks much better. And now let's take care of these images here, so that we can then lay out this here using a CSS grid. Okay, so it is our header file. And so let's add our selectors here. So logo, the scene on text, the scene on logos, and then remember in there we are going to select the image tags directly. So we don't have a separate class for them here this time. Okay, so these images, they should all have the same height. So let's say 25 pixels. Okay, and we want them to have the same height because that's the way it looks better. So just like this, imagine if we would have them having the same width, then they would have different heights, and that would look weird when they are side by side like this. Okay, now as for the logo, let's give it a height of, let's say, 3 rem. Okay, and so yeah, that looks much better as well. Also, before we move on with the layout part, let's give this here its background image so that it looks just like this here with this house as the background image. And so that's directly on the header element. And so background image. And again, we're going to use this trick where we have multiple backgrounds, where the first one is a linear gradient in order to make the image darker. So I'm going to use RGBA and use the secondary color, so the blue one, and then give it a 93% alpha value. So going from this color basically to the same color. And so that's the best way, again, of creating an overlay for an image. And then after that, of course, img, and this one is called hero.jpg. And this is actually not correct because we need to move out of the CSS folder first before we can go into the img folder. Now just set it to cover here with the background size, and then we should be good to go. Okay, maybe just set it to centered, so the background position to center. And yeah, that looks a lot better. Okay, so now comes the time to create some spacing here between all of these elements, and then also center them both vertically and horizontally here in this header element. So how would we have done that in the old days? So probably we would have just created a container for all of these elements. We would then have centered that container inside of the header, and then we would have just created some margins here, like margin bottoms, on these different elements to create some spacing. But with CSS Grid, we can do better than that. And that's because with the grid, we can define the line heights instead of having to define some margins. And so that's a lot easier. It makes a lot more sense, I think. And so let's now go do that here for this header element. So display grid. And so we're going to turn this entire header element into a grid container. And then we can define its rows. So template rows. Now, how are we going to do this? Let's take a look again at our final result here. And so we see that there's a lot of space here after this, this logo here, and also a lot of space between this button, in between this element here, which says as seen on. Okay, but let's start here with this space after the logo. So imagine that we wanted to have the logo here on the top, and then push all of these other elements here to the bottom. So how could we do that? Well, we could use the fractional unit. So 1fr, and then simply allow all the other rows to be sized automatically. Okay, so let's take a quick look at how our grid looks like this. Okay, and that's as expected, right? And let's reload this because something here went wrong with the text. But anyway, this looks exactly as expected. So let's actually inspect this new grid that we have here. So this header. Okay, and so this is how our grid looks like. So this here. So all this time we've been using the fractional unit for the columns in order to fill up all the available space that is available, right? But of course, we can do the same with the rows. And it works in this case because the grid container actually has a very well defined height. And that height is this 80% of the viewport height, right? So this entire row that we have here, this first row which contains all of this, remember we defined that as being 80% of the viewport height. So we have here the container. So let me show that to you, just to remember. And so here we see. So the first row has 80% of viewport height. Okay? And so this entire row here is what that means. And therefore, this header element here also has this 80% viewport height. And so again, this grid container here has a very well-defined height, which is 80% of the viewport height. Okay? So if we now come here to this header, and if we had this definition here, then basically all of that space would be divided up equally. But that's not really what we want. Instead, in this very first example, we want this first row to occupy all of their empty space. And so we give it one fractional unit, and then allow all the other rows to be sized automatically. Okay? Does that make sense? Now, in order to add some space then here between them, we can of course use the grid gap property. And so that is the big advantage. Instead of having to add some margins to all of these child elements, we can simply do it right on the container, so right on the grid definition. And that's a lot easier than using, for example, something like Flexbox, or even the even older way that I described in the beginning. So grid row gap, and let's set it to 1.5 rem. Okay, and so that's even better than before, but we can do better than that. So let's add some space here after this row here. And so basically what we want here is to increase the row size, right? Because remember, we cannot really style these gaps here individually. And instead, we can increase the row size. So let's set this here like to 6 rem, for example. And so the first row has this fractional unit. Then the second one, we want to be sized according to the content. So let's use min content. And then the next one is 6 rem. Okay, so let's check that out now. And yeah, so you see that now we have this more space here between these two. So that's starting to look more like our original. Now next up, we also want a lot of space here after this button, right? So just like this. And so let's say that we want this row here to be 1FR, such as the row with the logo, okay? So 6 rem is this one with the text, and then the next one should be 1 fractional unit. And so that's what this is going to look like. Now this is of course not ideal, and it happens because this element always tries to span its entire grid cell, right? So we've been seeing this behavior here a lot of times, and so let's fix that. And we can do that using the align self and justify self properties here on this button. So how are we going to do that? Well, here in our index file, the button is of course this reusable button, and so it doesn't have any class. But right now I think I should give it one, so that I can then apply these two properties that I just mentioned. So justify self and align self. So button and header button as well. So now let's put it here right after the logo. And so what do we want here? We want align self to be start, and to be wanted vertically at the top of the grid cell and also horizontally. So justify self, and also at the start, so all the way to the left side. And that should fix it. And indeed, it does. So this is our grid cell, and this is our grid item. Now actually, let's give all of this here some padding. Okay, so to move it away here from the sides of the header. And so that's up here. So a padding of 8 rem, let's say. And so that's going to look much nicer. What I just want to change though is that I want to have some less padding here at the top. Okay, so that the logo can be closer to the start of the page. And also I want to center this item here right into its grid cell. And so of course that should be pretty easy as well. So first let's say that we want the padding at the top to be just 4 rem, and then the logo, let's justify self it to center. Okay, and that makes total sense, right? All right. Now if we remove this overlay grid here, then you will see that it doesn't really look so centered, right? So there's a lot of space going on here on this side. And that is happening because this column here is occupying all the available space. And so let's actually change that. And we're going to do that by saying that we want the column to only have the width of the main content. So template columns and main content. Okay, so we only have one column, of course, and we want it to be just the size that it has to have in order to fit the content. And well, that's not really right, but actually it makes total sense, okay? So remember that main content means that it's the smallest width possible, okay? But actually we don't want main content, we want max content. And so that is the one we're looking for. And yeah, that's much better. And so now it has the size in order to fit the content, and the largest piece of content is this here, without having to do any line breaks. So now, last thing to do is to then also center this entire grid track inside of the grid container, right? And so we do that by using justify content. Center, of course, and all right. So here we go. That's it. And if we remove now this overlay, then that looks a lot better. So it actually looks quite a lot like this already. There's of course some more things that we have to do and to change, like for example doing this part here at the bottom, but I'm going to do that in the next video so that you can take a break if you want to. In this video, we're going to finish up our website header. So what's left to do here is the as seen on part, so this part here. And in fact, we're going to use two grids for that. The first one is this one here. So what you see here is in fact a small grid, but let's start with the one to lay out these 4 items here. And again, I'm going to use the CSS grid here instead of Flexbox, because I find it so easy to use the column gap instead of having to mess with the right margins or something like that. Okay, so here on the scene on logos, we display this as a grid with 4 equally sized columns. So template, columns, repeat, 4, and then 1 fractional unit for each of them. And then we want a gap between them of 3 rem. So let's check that out. And all right, so that looks much better already. Now let's just center each of them here inside of their grid cell. And so we're going to use justify items, set to center, of course. And now one last thing that I want to do with these images is to make them slightly darker. Okay, so here you have them like in this color. And so it looks like as if they were a bit gray, such as the text here, instead of being this white, which really catches your attention. And we don't want that. And so we can use a filter. And the one I'm looking for is brightness, and I'm going to set it to 70%. So 100% is the default, and if we set it to anything less than 70%, the image gets darker, and if we set it to something above 100%, the image gets lighter, of course. Okay, and so yeah, so that's the change that you just saw here. So that's this part. And now let's talk about the scene on part. And as I mentioned, we're going to use a grid here as well. But probably now you're wondering, well, we don't even have any grid items. How are we going to use a grid here for that? So let's take a look at our HTML. And in fact, this element here, it does only have this text here. So it doesn't even have any child element, which could be a grid item, right? But in fact, that's not correct, because even text can be treated as a grid item. And so if I set this element here to a grid container, then this scene on text here will be one of the grid items. So again, even text can be a grid item. And what can also be grid items are pseudo elements. And so the trick here is to use one before pseudo element and one after pseudo element to create the 2 lines that we see here. So these 2 lines. And so basically, this here will be one of the grid items, and the other grid item is this line here, which is a before pseudo element, and this line here is an after pseudo element. And so our 3 grid items will be these 3. Okay, so that's a completely different application of CSS Grid, and so I wanted to show you that as well, and that's why I included this small part here in this project. Okay, so we set this here to display grid, and before doing any grid definitions, let's quickly style the text here. So font size 1.6 rem, and the color is the darker light gray. So color gray light and the darker version, so the number 1. All right, and now let's take care of the before and after pseudo elements. So before and after. And remember that these 2 here, together with the text, will be the 3 grid items. And as always, we have to define the content property, even if we set it to empty, but without it, this is not going to work. Then we set its height to 1 pixel. We also set it to display as a block. And then we give it a background color. And instead of just copying this color from here, we can use the current color variable, right? Remember this one? So what this does is that it takes the current text color, so the one defined in the color property, and simply uses that one. And so instead of having to write the duplicate color gray light 2 here again, I can use the current color keyword, and that's then going to use this color. And if I change this one, then of course this one changes automatically. And so it's a great addition to CSS, this keyword, this variable. So let's take a look at what happens on the page, and keep in mind that we didn't specify any width here. And so that's probably going to have some effect on that. And all right, it now stretched it across the entire container here. And so let's actually take a look at that here. So yeah, so this is our grid. And you see down here that it basically has just one row, but in fact, it has more than that, okay, because it also contains these 1 pixel height lines, right? So we can see that here that it actually goes from 1 to 4. So by default, CSS Grid always places its items in rows, right? But instead, we want columns. So we want 3 columns, 1 for the line. Then after that, we want the text here, the scene on text, and then we want the other line. And so let's define our columns. So grid template columns, and the first one is 1fr, so taking the remaining space. Then the one in the middle is max content, okay? And let me actually try min content here to show you what happens. And then the last one is 1fr as well. So we want the left and the right side to be the same, occupying all the remaining space, and then the text in the middle. So let's take a look at that. And that's what I meant with the min and max content. So right now this is a breaking here into a new line, and that's exactly what min content means. And so what I want here is max content. And so that's what it looks like. Now just 2 more things that we need to add here, which is the space between these columns, so the gap, and then also vertically align these 3 items. So grid column gap, let's say 15 pixels, and then just vertically align these elements. And that should be it. And yeah, that's it. So that's just the same as our initial version, right? Now, of course, the spacing here is different, and that's because we have these DevTools here. And so let's actually see the effect of different viewports on the layout here. Okay, so this is what happens when we change the viewport height. So basically where the space decreases is exactly in the rows where we defined 1fr as the size of the row track. So remember, it's this one here and this one. Let's actually turn that on. So the header. And so now you will start seeing how these rows increase, right? So this one and this one. And that's exactly what I meant in the beginning when I said that we were going to have very dynamic spacing here in a vertical direction in this component. So what CSS Grid allowed us here to do is to add this dynamic spacing here, which changes very easily with the viewport height. And all that because of the power of the fractional unit, right? So that's what allows us to have this behavior where when we change this viewport height, so the height of the container, then this part here stays at the bottom and we want this stays at the top, and all that changes is the size of these rows. Basically, this part here stays at the middle. Okay, and so once again, we used some advanced tools and concepts here in CSS Grid to achieve exactly what we want. And so with that, you have now the tools to create something similar for your own pages. So of course, I don't want you to do the exact same thing, and that's what I always say. Because really, I teach you this so that you can have the tools, but not that you can copy exactly what I do here. So always be creative and use these tools for your own layouts and designs. All right, and with that, all there's left to do now is to actually create this missing parse here. So this missing piece, which is the top 3 realtors. And then of course, we're going to make all of this responsive. But for now, as for the layout, all that's missing is this part here. Hi there! This video is about building the Realtors section, which is the last part of our project. And so once more, in this video, we are going to apply what we already learned in all the previous lectures. And so this video will actually going to be pretty straightforward. So all we have to do is to put these items here on a grid, and then of course add this small title here. But that should be pretty simple, right? So we will lay out these items here in a 2x3 grid. Okay, so each line for each of these realtors. Now the difference between this section and this one here is that here in the header, we actually declared the entire header element as the grid container, while here in this section, we will have the grid inside of this container as a child element. And that's because we don't want this here as being a part of the grid. Okay, so let's move on here to our realtors element. So we start with our h3 with the heading 3 class and top 3 realtors. So that's the first part, and then we have that element which will be our grid container, and where we're going to have these 2 columns and 3 rows. So I'm calling this one the realtors list, and then in here let's put an image. So image, realtors image, all right, so pretty straightforward. Next up, we have like a div element in which we have the name and also the number of houses sold. Okay, so this here is one grid item, and the other grid item will be all of this here. So this element containing these 2. And then the next grid item will be this, and then this one, and then this image, and then this container. Okay, so this is a div called realtors details. And for the name, we use our h4, heading 4. And remember that we created a light class here, right? So for using a white text color. And so let's do that as well. Heading 4, light. So Eric Feynman. And a paragraph for the number of houses. So 245 houses sold. Okay, now just copy this 2 times. Number 2 and number 3. This lady is called Kim Brown, and she sold 212. And then the last gentleman is called Toby Ramsey with 198 houses sold. Okay, and that's it. That's actually all the markup that we need. So let's open up this file now. And as always, add our selectors. So we have the list, of course the image, and the sold. So let's take a look at that now. And yeah, of course, as always, these usage images look this crazy as always. So let's start by changing this. So width 100%. Also, we want them to be round, so border radius 50%. And it's always best to display images as a block, as we already know. So let's check that out. And yeah, so it's still really huge because we defined 100%. And actually, let's put something else here. So let's put 7 rem. So basically 70 pixels. And yeah, now that looks much better. Okay, and so now all we have to do is to put these in our grid. And yeah, this time the grid is this list. So display grid. And then let's define our columns. So the first column is for the images, and the second column is for the text. And so the image we already know is 7 rem, and so all we have to do here is to set it to min content. Okay, so that it fits the image nicely. And then as for the text, let's use max content, so that it doesn't create any line breaks in our text. Check that out. And all right, it's side by side and laid out in this grid now. Let's take a look at that. And all right. So you see it's actually a grid. Now all we need to do is to define some spacing here. So let's add a spacing to the columns and to the rows. So the columns, let's add 20 pixels. And now between the rows, let's add something different here. And this time we're going to use the VH unit again. So I'm going with 5 VH, so 5% of the viewport height. And why did I do it this way? Well, of course, because I wanted this margin, this spacing, to change whenever we change the height of the viewport. And that's because on a really large screen, this starts to look like really ridiculous. So on a very large screen with a huge viewport height, we would have this very small component sitting here in the middle with a lot of space around it. And that looks kind of weird. And so I decided to go with the viewport height unit. And so you see, as we change this, we also decrease the spacing between the rows. Okay, now as for this text, let's format this one here and move it up a little bit. So it's this sold text here, and I want it in uppercase. The color should be the gray light too. So let's get that from here. That's actually already selected. And let's move up a little bit, so just like 3 pixels. So a negative margin to the top does the job quite well here. We could have used a transform, but this here works just as well. Okay, so that looks nice. And now all we have to do is to vertically center this here in the middle. Okay, and we can actually do that here on the container. And of course, that's this one. So let's here say align items, center. So centering the items inside the cells vertically. And all right, that's it. Let's just give this entire realtors component here a padding. So padding of 3 rem. And yeah, okay. And now all that's left to do is to actually center all of this here in this parent element, both horizontally and vertically. So let's think about how we can do that. The first option that comes to mind is to use Flexbox, because we've done that a lot of time. But again, I'm going to use Grid here. So since this is a Grid project, let's then actually use CSS Grid in order to center it. And that's really easy, right? All we have to do is to say that this element here should be a grid container, and then align the tracks to the center both horizontally and vertically. So display grid, align content center, and justify content center. And that's it. So just like that, we centered all of this. So let's check out that grid. And so you see, we have a grid with one column and with two rows because we have these two elements. So this heading and this part. Now we just need some space here after this realtors, and we also need to center it here inside of the grid. Okay, so how can we do that? Well, we could just add some spacing directly to this element, so this H3 element. But for that, we would have to use the helper classes that I created earlier. But instead, what we can do is to just define a gap between the rows of this small grid, and then that is going to create the spacing that we want just as fine. So grid row gap, let's say to rem. And there's our spacing. And now if we say justify items set to center, then that will center this element. So let's put that here. Justify items center. Okay, and yeah, that's it. Now why did this last property only affect the title and did nothing with this part here? So it didn't do anything here because this content here is actually what defines the width of the grid. And so centering this here does nothing because this grid cell is already the size of the entire track and the entire grid container. And so centering does nothing to it here in this case. Okay, and that's it. So nicely centered. Also, as we decrease, now we actually have some issues here in this header part, but we're going to fix that together with all of the other things that are not working 100% for the responsive layout right in the next two lectures. So now that we have our page completely designed, okay, so we're really ready with all of this, and this is great progress. So we used a ton of grids here to build all of this, but if you want to make this truly responsive, then we have to add a couple of media queries still. So some of the parts are already like responsive like this, but not everything is possible to do without media queries. And so in the next two videos, we are going to write some media queries to make this page truly responsive. Okay, so stay tuned and see you in a minute. In this lecture and the next one, we are going to adapt our website to a smaller screens, and so making it truly responsive. And in order to do that, we are going to write a couple of media queries. So I'm now back to Google Chrome, as you can possibly see here, because I like the DevTools for responsive developing much better than the ones in Firefox. And so that's why I'm using Google Chrome here now. But before that, let's actually take a look at the web page here in Google Chrome, and we can verify that actually everything works just the same as in Firefox. Okay, so the grid layout is fully implemented in the current Chrome and Firefox versions. So everything works exactly the same. Okay, so that is the mobile view here in the Chrome DevTools. So just by clicking this icon here, and that brings us this responsive view here that we can then play around with. Now I have to set here to 50%. We can set it maybe to 75. And so let's take a look what happens as we decrease the screen. And the first thing that comes into notice immediately is a problem here on this header, right? So you see that these images here and also the content of the header, they start overlapping everything. And that is because of these images. Okay, so we set them to a fixed height. If I remember it correctly, it was 25 pixels or 2.5 rem. Yeah, so here you see that. And so therefore they cannot really scale. So when we reduce this, then images will stay just the same size. And then this entire grid here, which is defined basically by the size of these images, will also stay the same size. And the same happens for the entire grid container here. And so therefore all of this content then overflows and looks crazy like this. And so the first thing that I'm going to do is to fix that. Okay, and so instead of using height, I'm going to use min height. So let's open the header file here and come down here to the image. So we need to set the max height to 2.5 rem. Now what we also need to specify here is the actual width of this image, because otherwise this is not going to scale properly. Okay, and so we're going to use max width here as well and set this one to 100%. So what max height is going to do is that the height can be 2.5 rem, but it can also be less than that. And the same here for the width. So usually it should be 100%, but of course it can be less. And that's what will happen when the height here gets less than 2.5 rem. Okay, now the problem is that this is actually not all we have to do. So let's take a look at that now. And so you see that it's still not decreasing. So why do you think that happens? And if you think about it, you will come to the conclusion that it is because of the definition that we have here in the header that the column should be the max content, right? So let me show that to you here in the header. And down here, we say that the column should be the max content. And so basically, it should be as wide as possible in order to fit all the content, regardless of the width of the viewport or the container itself. And so what we need to change now is that. So what can we do here? So of course, we're going to use a min-max. So we have done that a couple of times. And the most wide that this column can be is of course this max content. So that's the maximum. But the minimum is min content. Right? So we could have specified like a width here as well, like saying 10 rem or 20 rem or something like that. But instead we say here that the column should never be more narrow than the content. And that should now fix it. And indeed, it does fix it. It creates a couple of other problems, okay? But at least the main problem here is fixed now. Now, one thing is that these here should be vertically aligned. So let's add that. And that is here in the scene on logos, of course, as well. And so here we have to do align content, or actually align items, because we're talking about the individual items inside of each cell. And so that's fixed now as well. And now the only problem that's left is this one here. So remember that for the row here, we specified a fixed height, but now this content here is actually overflowing that height that we defined. So let's take a look at that. And so here we have the header and the grid template rows. So this is the first one for the logo, and this is for the heading that we were talking about. And so it's this 6 rem here that is overflowing. So let's again add a min-max here. And we say that it should at least be 6 rem. Okay, and so that's for a situation where the text doesn't break into a second line, but it can also be min content. Okay, so in order to at least fit the content that we have in the row. And so let's wait, and yeah, that now fixes that issue as well. So if we now resize this, then it works just very nicely, at least for the higher viewport width. For these really small screens here, we then will have to change some more stuff later with media queries, but for now, everything is flexible here in this layout. And with that done, let's now actually start with the media queries themselves. And the technique I'm going to use is again the one where we resize the screen and see where the design breaks, and then that will be where we will approximately set our breakpoints. So if we start doing that here, then we see that here at some point probably we can start to decrease the text size. Okay, so everything starts to look a bit cramped here now. So like at 1200 pixels here. So everything starts to look a bit cramped. There's not much space left here anywhere. And so let's now decrease our overall font size, just like we did in our last project. And so that will buy us some more space here. So we want to set the first media query at 1200 pixels. And so what we want to reduce is this font size here to, let's say, 50%, so that instead of 1 rem being 10 pixels, it will be 8 pixels. So how am I going to do that? Well, just like in the last project, again, I'm going to keep it simple and just create a couple of variables each for one breakpoint, and then use these variables to write the media queries. Okay, so these are our responsive breakpoints. And we're going to start with the one called largest. And this one is for 1200 pixels. But remember that we shouldn't really use the media queries with pixels, but instead we are going to use M. And so we divide 1200 pixels by 16, which is the default font size for a browser. And so we end up with 75 M. So just like we did in the last project, nothing new here. And so let's just write down that this one corresponds to 1200 pixels, just to keep it in mind. Okay, so that's done. And so let's now very simply add our media query, only for the screen, and the max width is of course BP largest. Okay, so again, we're going to use max width media queries here. And so we did once more a desktop first layout. And that's just because I find it a lot easier to show you all these features that I showed you with CSS Grid on a large screen, okay, and not on a small screen like a phone. It would be very difficult for me to show you this stuff on a small screen like that. And so instead I'm going with a desktop first layout. But if you're doing a mobile first layout, then everything really works the same. So the styles that you have outside of the media queries are for the small screen, and then you start increasing from there using min width media queries. So just like we learned in one of the other sections of the course. And if you didn't actually watch that, so maybe if you jumped right into this part of the course, then if you're not familiar with that, then please just check out, I think it's section 6 of the course, where you're going to learn all about that. But anyway, let's now move on here. And what we want to do is to, as I said before, reduce the font size to 50%. And again, if you jump to this part of the course without taking the other parts of the course, then maybe this doesn't make much sense. So just to recap, this overall font size here is just so that one rem is 10 pixels, so that we can then use rem throughout all our designs, knowing that one rem is 10 pixels. And the great thing about that is that we can then automatically reduce our entire layout simply by changing this font size. And that's exactly what we did down here. So below 1200 pixels, our font size changes to 50%. And then all of a sudden, one rem becomes 8 pixel, and then everything changes. So everything becomes a bit smaller, right? So let's check that out. And already you saw that it took effect here, I hope. Okay, so that's the initial version, and then at 1200, bam. You see, everything got a lot smaller. So that's the first media query. That was a very simple one, just to give us some more space here, and so that we can then set the next media query a bit more below. Okay, so let's move on here a bit. And yeah, so you see that already this here happened, so we changed to a 2-column layout here. So let's go up a little bit again. So for example, here at 1000 pixels, and everything still looks good at this point, right? So no problems anywhere to be found here. Now if we reduce this even more, let's say to 900, just like this, well then it's starting to look not so good anymore. So I think that, for example, here there's not enough space at all. And overall, I think that this sidebar here is no longer really at the right place here. Okay, so for a smaller layout, it doesn't really make much sense to occupy this many space just for the sidebar here, which doesn't have much function anyway. And so here at 1000 pixels, that is when I'm going to change that. So let's take this sidebar and simply put it up here. And what that means is that we actually have to change our grid definition. And that's something where CSS Grid is really strong. So with a simple media query, we can completely change our entire layout simply by changing our grid definitions. Okay, so all we have to do is to now add a new row to this grid and remove this first column. Okay, and so that's what we're going to do now. But first we need to, of course, add a new breakpoint. And so let's divide 1000 by 16, which gives us 62.5 RAM. Okay, so this one is called BP large at 62.5 M. Just noting down that this is 1000 pixels. So let's just copy this one here, come down here, and okay. So now let's copy this. So our entire grid definition. So as I was saying, we have to just add a new row and remove the first column. So the first column is this one here, this 8 RAM, and also this line name here. And so now our layout is going to start here at the full start grid line. And for the row, I'm just going to add a new one at the top with 60 pixels high. Well, actually no longer 60 pixels, but 6 times 8, so 48 pixels. Because remember, 1 RAM is now 8 pixels at this screen width. So that is the grid definition, but then we also have to place the sidebar in the right place, right? So let's open it up. And now this grid row here is no longer correct, and neither is the grid column. So let's add a media query here as well. And I'm going to take this one here and copy it, because I'm kind of lazy and don't like to write the same code over and over again. So I'm just copying it. So the grid column is now no longer sidebar start, sidebar end, but instead we can actually say that it's from the first to the last. So very simple. And as for the grid row, it is from line number 1 to line number 2. And that's actually it. So let's take a look at that. And all right, here we go. So the sidebar is now at the top, so it's no longer really a sidebar. But anyway, it's now at the top here. And our design no longer has this bar here on the side, and it goes all the way from the left side of the screen to the right side. And let's actually see if that changes. Yeah, so it's just below 1000 pixels where it moves up there, right? Now just imagine the nightmare it would have been if we didn't name our column lines. So if we didn't have all of these column names and instead would have placed the items with the line numbers. So now all of these numbers would be completely different because we took out the first column. And so we would have to rewrite all the code to place all of the items on our grid, right? And that would be a terrible experience. And so that's why it's so great to have the possibility of naming the grid lines like this, right? So again, when you have a huge layout like this one, which you also want to change with media queries later on, then please always name your columns. That's always the best thing to do. And if you need to place the elements on the rows, then also name the rows. In this case, we didn't do that because basically our markup follows the logical structure. And so the auto placement algorithm places them just where we want them to be. Now, just one small thing that's not right here is that this icon, I actually want it here to the right side. So let's very quickly change that as well. And so we need to say justify content flex end, because remember, we did this using Flexbox. And then also say align items set to center. So vertically center the icon inside of the sidebar. Okay. Now we also need to change some stuff here in this button. And that's because we have this margin here, but we don't want that. So margin top 0. And so, yeah, that looks better. Instead, we actually want the margin on the right side. So let's say like 3 RAM. And okay, so that looks a lot better. Now we can maybe just decrease here the space that we have there. And so let's quickly do that as well. Let's say this one to 2 and this to 0. Okay, so that looks more natural again. All right, so I think that is enough for now. So I think we're good now for a long time here, actually. So at least here until this 800 pixels, where it starts to look a bit weird in here. But we're going to take care of that right in the next lecture This is part 2 of writing our media queries. And this is where we left off. So remember that the last media query we wrote was for the 1000 pixels here. Okay, so right here. So let's now move down like a lot, for example here to 700, and take a look if everything is still right. But it's really not. Okay, so here you see that the text is already overflowing, and well, down here everything looks okay to me. And here as well. And that's because, remember, we did all of this here automatically without the media queries. And so we're not going to have to worry about neither this section here and also not all of these here. So the problem lies here in this story. And also I see here in the realtors, because that's not really enough space. Okay, and so we need to fix that. And I always like to go here in 100 pixel steps. And so if it's not right at 719, then let's do the media query at 800. Okay, so right here. So that is the last point where it still looks good, or at least acceptable. Okay, and so from here on, we will then change stuff. And how are we going to do that? Well, the first thing is to put this realtors here actually below the header. So we will have the header expand all the way from the first column to the last one, and the realtors here as well. And so we will put that one here down below, and then put these realtors here, all of them side by side, and get rid of that text here. Okay, and the same thing here as well. So we're going to put this text part here first, and then the images below. Okay, but let's start with this top part here. So again, we start with the variable definition. So breakpoint, and this one is medium. And so let's calculate 800 by 16 makes 15 M. So 15 M, and that is 800 pixels. Okay, and so of course the first thing that we have to change is our grid definition. Right? Because right now we are going to have a new row. And the column here we actually don't need as well. But what we want here is the new row. And that's right after the header. Right? So this first row is for the sidebar. The second one here will be for the header. And then the one after that will be a new one. And that's for the realtors. Okay? And so that's it. So we want it to be the size to fit the content, just as we have here in all of these others. Now, beside that, what I also want is this header to actually fill up the entire viewport. Okay? So let's do that by saying 100 view H. Okay? But that will actually not be 100% correct. But let's actually take a look at why that is. So the positioning here didn't change yet because we didn't change that. But we see that the row here changed to 100 viewports, right? But the thing is that actually it has some more space down here. So you see that when I scroll down, I want it to end basically at this point so that the next section starts right after the header. But you see that it actually continues here. And that's because of these 6 RAM here that we have here at the top, right? So we said that this row here has 100 viewport heights, and in fact it has. So when we scroll like to this point, then you see it fills the entire area. What we didn't account for was this 6 RAM here. And so let's do that. And we can do that using the calc function. And so the calc function is really amazing. It's really helpful. And I showed you some applications of this earlier in the course. But here again, it is really useful. And so you can also see now that we can actually use the calc function here in the grid definitions. Okay, and so what we do now is to basically take 100 viewport heights and then subtract these 6 RAM that we have here for the sidebar. Okay, and so that's going to do the trick. And so you will see now that once we start scrolling, that the next section will appear right below that. Right? So just like this. That's exactly what we want. Now, next up, let's then finally position these 2 grid items here where we want them to be. And remember, we want both of them to span the entire viewport. So that's right here in the header. And so let me get that media query here again. And yeah, I can do it right here. And so what's going to change is this grid column here, right? So right now we will have grid column from 1 to -1. And that's it. I could also have used full start to full end, but it's really just the same. So it doesn't really matter. Now, next up, we have to do the same thing for the realtors. So let's come here and put the same media query in here. And now taking a look, and you see that it's already working. Okay, so now both the header and the realtors span the entire viewport. But you see that this is here now occupying way too much space, and we actually do have space to put all of this side by side. And so let's do that now. So where is that? Yeah, it's here. It's this list, right? So that is our other grid that we have here. And so remember that our grid template columns here was min content and max content. And so let's change that now. And what we want here is to actually have this here 3 times. So we will have an image and then the text, and then again an image, and then again a text, and then again the image, and then again the text. So it will be main content and max content, but 3 times. So repeat 3 times all of this. And so you see here that we can put actually more than 1 track here in this repeat function, right? So we can put as many tracks as we want here, and they will then be multiplied. And so we will end up with 6 column tracks here instead of the 2 that we started with. Okay, that should already be enough. And yeah, that looks great. So that part is solved. And so let's move on to this one here. Okay, and so the solution here will be, as I mentioned before, to put this part here, so the content part here on top, and then this part with the images here below. Okay, and both spanning, of course, the entire viewport as well. So let's implement that very quick. And so actually we just have to copy this media query here to, where is it? Yeah, here's the story. So the pictures part will span from 1 to -1, overriding what we have here. And then, of course, the same for the content, right? So overriding then effectively this part of the code. Okay, let's check it out. And yeah, so that doesn't look like perfect, but it's for now, it's okay like this. What we want to change now, though, is that this part here should come first. And so for that, we are now going to actively place this item here on the row that we want it to be. So what row line does this one start? So now here in this DevTools, we don't have the row lines, but we can count them manually. Okay, so up here is number 1, then row line number 2, number 3, 4, and 5. So we want the content to start at 5 and go to 6. Okay, so grid row 5 to 6. Let's check it out. And yeah, indeed, that's it. Now all we have to change is the placement here of these images, of course. So let's do that. And so I'm going to paste the media query here. And so how are we going to do that? So remember that we have a 6 by 6 grid. And so let's put this image here starting on grid column number 1 to, let's say, grid column number 3. And then the rows, let's start it from the start and all the way to the end. Okay, and then actually let's add a padding here to these pictures. Of 3 rem. And the same here. So basically we now want these images here to go from the start all the way to the beginning of the grid. Okay, and here I'm just going to leave the column, but I also want the width to not be 115%. So let's say width 100% instead. And let's just take a look at that. And okay, that doesn't look perfect yet. So let's maybe increase the size of this one here, and then also make it actually occupy the entire grid area here. So I want a height of 100% here now. And let's then change the width automatically. So auto. Okay, and here let's say column number 4. So how is that going to look like? And actually not much different. Let's change the padding here. And you see that this is all very subjective, so you could do it in any different way. I'm just adapting it here so that it looks better in the end. And that's actually still not looking all too good. So let's try to increase this here even further. And what I also actually noticed is that we have something missing here, which is the background size. So we want the background size of cover here, of course. So that changed now, but here with this image, nothing really changed. Let's inspect that. And so that's kind of weird. Let's change the width to 100% so that it actually fills the cell that we just defined. And yeah, so that looks much better. Okay, so the width that we want is 100% so that it actually occupies the entire grid cell in width. So the width should still be 100%. So that's the same that we have up there. So let's actually get rid of this and of this as well. And yeah, so that should fix it. If we reload it, and yeah, so that looks much nicer. And so yeah, this is fixed as well now. Right? Looks really great. Well, not at this point here again, but again, we will have to fix that later in another media query. But for now, it works fine like that. So our entire page looks amazing at this point of 800 and even 700 pixels like this. So where should we then place our next media query? And everything looks great here at this point, I believe. So everything is fine. Well, not really here. Okay. And I think we actually should have fixed that in the other media query. So in this one here. So in the 800 pixel one. So this one. And so let's try to fix that now. And the problem is here in the grid definition again. So we have this 4D viewport width here that applies to this row here. Okay? Because it's the 1, 2, 3, 4, the 5th row. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. But we actually no longer want this to happen. Instead, we want the content to dictate the size of the row. And so therefore, let's change this to min content. And actually, we didn't even add a new row here for this, right? So we simply placed this grid item here in this new row, but we didn't create a new one. And that's not a problem because all that's going to happen is that these rows are placed on the implicit grid. So what we want to do here is to change this to main content. And so we have a lot of main content here. And so in fact, we can actually get rid of all of this. Okay, because as I was mentioning, the automatic placement algorithm will take care of that. We don't have to worry about it. So the only two rows that we really want to style in terms of size by ourselves are the first two. So the sidebar and the header. And the rest will now be sized based on the content. Okay, and so if we now decrease this, then you see that everything is fine with this section. And so is this with this one here. Okay, and so all we really have to change here for the smaller screens is this part here. So at this smaller width, like 500 or 550, it starts overflowing. Okay, and so that's not what we want. And so we need to fix that. And I'm going to do that here on 600 pixels. And also I'm going to decrease the padding on this section. all right? So at 600 pixels, these two things are all we have to change, because again, the rest here now works perfectly fine, right? So let's add a new variable here, BP small, and 600 by 16 is 37.5 M. Which means 600 pixels. So the first issue is in the header. And so let's copy this actually. And so all we're gonna change here is the padding to 5 rem. So going from 8 to 5 rem. And then the next thing is in the realtors. So up here, and what we want to happen now is to basically go back to what we had here in the beginning. So put these realtors one after the other, so one below each other. So all we have to do now is to go back to this grid columns, put it here, and then we should be good to go. Well, actually nothing really happened, I believe. Let's reload. And maybe there's something wrong with the media query here, so BP small. But actually everything seems to be correct. Let's check out if there's any error maybe here in the terminal. And yeah, so again, of course there is something. And yeah, so it's this semicolon. So I'll give it a save again. And yeah, so here we go. One after the other now again. And here we have the smaller padding, which looks a lot better now. Okay, and so this now works even on like really small screens like this, right? Now this is maybe not really perfect, so you could like decrease the spacing here in this section, decrease this spacing here, and all of the spacing maybe here in this grid, but I'm not going to do all of that. All I wanted to really do is to make the layout look good. And that's actually happening, so everything is perfect. And you saw how little CSS media queries I actually had to write in order to make the layout go all the way from this fully fledged web page to a mobile screen like this. So we only wrote maybe 100 lines of media queries, or maybe even less, to achieve this. And that's all because of the power of CSS Grid. I really can't stress that enough. Welcome to the last video of this section. It's now time for some final considerations. And the first thing that we can do is to actually run or build a script that we have here. So remember that we have this build CSS script here, which will compile, prefix, and compress our code. So let's do that. And so I'm opening a new tab here and running npm run build CSS. And so here we go. So it's now done doing all its work. So let's check it out. So this one is the prefixed style. And so as we scroll down here, you will immediately notice that there aren't any prefixes on the CSS Grid properties. And that's because the only prefixes that ever existed for CSS Grid are from a very old version of the specification in one of the very old Internet Explorers. And so that's not really useful at all these days, and that's why the auto prefixer turns off prefixes for grid by default. Okay, so they're not really necessary, they're not adding any meaning here. Okay, and so what we have here is just the normal compiled CSS, where some things have the prefixes, but not really the CSS Grid properties. Okay, and then of course, our final CSS is this beautiful thing here. Okay. Next, another thing that I wanted to mention in this video is that there's actually a shorthand for defining these template rows and columns in a grid. So if you someday encounter something like this, so grid template, then that means that you're seeing the shorthand property. Okay, and it works like this. So we have the rows, then the slash, and then the columns. I believe, at least, because I'm never really using the shorthand, because I find it quite confusing to have all of this code here in the same line of CSS. Okay, but anyway, let's deactivate these two rows and take a look. And whoa, what's going on here? And so I guess it is actually the other way around. So first the columns and then the rows. Let's take a look at that now. And it still looks the same. So I'm not really sure what's going on here. Let's move it back. So rows again first and columns. And let's take a look at that again. Let's inspect all of this container. And it says here for some reason that it's an invalid property value. So I'm not really sure why that is. So let me try it somewhere else. Okay, so somewhere less, where there's a less complex grid. So for example here, well, this one doesn't really have rows. So let's try it here in the gallery. Okay. So grid template. And so first the rows. And then the columns. Give it a save. And let's check it out. And yeah, so this time it actually works. But in fact, the property is not really here. Let's reload this. And what's going on here? Ah, okay, I forgot the semicolon. Ah, yeah, so finally, now it's working. So here's the grid template. First the rows, then the columns, and then here we go. So now it's working. And so, yeah, so if you someday stumble across this syntax here, then just know that this is the exact same way as having the rows with this part here and the columns with this part. Okay, so that's just something else that I wanted to mention here. And something else that I wanted to mention is that there are some things that I think are missing in grids. And I believe we already talked about most of them. And the first thing is CSS subgrids. So subgrids is something where the grid inside a grid can snap the tracks to the parent container, so to the parent grid. And that would be something really helpful, and I believe that it's actually coming to Grid sometime in the future. Also, it would be great if we could change individual gaps. So for example, if we could specify that between line 2 and 3, we wanted to have a different gap than the rest of the rows or the columns. And the third and last thing that I think is missing is a selector where we can select the nth row and the nth column. So for example, if we want to say that we want just to select the second column or the second row of a grid, or all the even rows or all the odd columns, something like this. If you wanted to do something like this, we couldn't really do it with CSS because the selectors right now do not exist. So these things are what I think are missing from CSS Grid right now. And if someday something really important happens or changes in CSS Grid, then of course I will make sure to upload a new video explaining what changed and give you some example of that. So please rest assured that this course and this section will always be kept updated by me in case that anything important happens and changes. Okay? And with this, I think we're really done with this section and with this project. And I hope that you love CSS Grid as much as I do it. I will personally start using it more and more in my projects, and I hope that I was able to teach you and to show you how all of this works, and that I could help you to become a bit better at CSS front-end web development. All right, and that's it. Have a nice day and see you next time.